Chapter 1, Telling the Truth and Being Scolded. You, what did you say? Do you dare to say it again? A gnashing voice of anger rang out in the square. The speaker was a little old man, over 80 years old, wearing a small pointed hat on his head and a loose coat with the two big characters "Food Luck" written on the chest of his coat. He held a wooden stick in his right hand, and his hand was shaking because he was too angry. He was Paper, the manager of the main hall of the food shrine. He was glaring at a very handsome young man in his 20s. Similarly, countless spectators around him were also staring at the young man with some annoyance. Some even clenched their fists and wanted to rush up and beat him up. Lin Yang was a little depressed. He was just telling the truth, so why did he become the target of thousands of people? What I said is true. Acacia is really still alive. Lin Yang said truthfully, although he used God to stop the food war, discovered food cells, and made contributions to the world's food, he is not a good husband or a good father. You dare to say such things in front of the statue of Acacia, you are blaspheming Acacia. Paper was so angry that his beard stood up straight. You are not welcome here, get out of here. You don't deserve to be a food man. Having lived for most of his life, it was the first time he heard someone slander Acacia, and he almost exploded with anger. Acacia died 500 years ago, and you dare to say he is still alive, full of nonsense. Yes. How can such a person become this year's male food? He doesn't deserve it. Are you using this method to show your presence? It's crazy. Get out of here, the food shrine does not welcome you. Get out. The audience around was also furious. Acacia is the food god in their hearts, with a transcendent status and incomparable sacredness, and cannot be blasphemed. Lin Yang. Originally, he came to the food shrine to relax and bought a handful of food for fruits to eat. Unexpectedly, he ate a golden seed and then inexplicably became a male food. All the audience envied Lin Yang's strong food luck. Paper, the manager of the food hall, was also very happy and asked Lin Yang to give a speech to praise Acacia. So, Lin Yang told the truth, and the above scenes happened. Lord Acacia. Paper knelt directly in front of the statue of Acacia and cried, "Please forgive this ignorant man. I will drive him out of the food shrine immediately and never let him step into it again." The audience around also started to make a fuss, shouting and killing Lin Yang. Lin Yang shook his head helplessly. Just at this time. Ding. The host has been detected to have exposed Acacia, and the food check-in system is being activated. A mechanical voice sounded in Lin Yang's mind. FK. Lin Yang couldn't help but exclaimed, tears bursting out of his eyes with excitement, FK, after 3 years, the golden finger finally appeared. The next moment, Lin Yang ran away. He wanted to find a place to study the system carefully. The audience around him looked at Lin Yang running away with tears in his eyes, thinking that Lin Yang was scolded and cried, and they were very relieved. The ignorant kid dared to defile Acacia, he deserved to be scolded and cried. Everyone remember him, don't let him step into the food shrine in the future. Lin Yang found a place where no one was and immediately checked the system. The system interface appeared. Host, Lin Yang. Occupation, undetermined, waiter, chef, food knight, food hunter, food gangster, Bishokukai, ego member, taster, etc. Food cell demon, not awakened. Cooking skills, level 1 chef. Chef levels are divided into levels 1 to 9 from low to high, and after level 9 are low grade chef god, middle grade chef god, high grade chef god, and top grade chef god. Food luck, weak. Food luck levels are divided into weak, general, good, full, and god level from low to high. Spiritual consciousness, not awakened. Template, food template, pirate template, Naruto template, and Dragon Ball template are not enabled. Ability, appointment anesthesia, obtain the ability of the character in the template through system rewards. Appointment anesthesia is Jiro's move in the food template. Physical skills, Level 1. Physical skills include physical strength, physical defense, and physical speed, and the levels are divided into levels 1 to 9 from low to high. Just now, the system was activated, the food template was enabled, and the appointment anesthesia ability was obtained. You can get rewards by signing in at the specified location, catching ingredients, cooking ingredients, and eating delicious ingredients. In addition, the system will also issue tasks, and you can also get generous rewards by completing tasks. In short, this system is awesome. After understanding the system clearly, Lin Yang was ecstatic. From now on, he won't have to live like a salted fish. Thinking about the past 3 years, although he didn't have to worry about food, he lived a depressed life. He worked as a waiter in a hotel, a general worker in a food wholesale market, and delivered takeout. No more words, let's go and earn some strength. Lin Yang returned to the food shrine again and ignored the pointing and pointing of others. He came to the snack street and ate a lot of food. Eat garlic tulip fried bean sprouts and earthworms, physical skills +1, cooking skills +0.01, food luck +0.01. Eat red heart sweet potatoes, physical skills +1, cooking skills +0.01, food luck +0.01. He ate until he was full. He had almost spent all the money on him, but he could clearly feel that his physical strength had increased. Lin Yang was still very happy. Ding! The check-in location has been refreshed, the Barren Islands. Chapter 2, Improve Your Strength and Keep Eating. The Barren Islands, where 200,000 kinds of dangerous creatures live, the estimated capture level ranges from 110. With Lin Yang's current strength, going to the Barren Islands is to die. However, seeing the rewards after signing in, Lin Yang's heart itches. Awakening the Divine Sense. Nail Fist. These two skills are awesome. Divine Sense, needless to say, is better than Zebra's echolocation, Sunny's sense of touch, Coco's electromagnetic waves, Toriko's sense of smell. With Divine Sense, Lin Yang has an additional means of finding food, capturing food, cooking food, and even saving his life. Must get it? And the Nail Fist is Toriko's move, with strong attack power, and can be continuously strengthened, which is very good for dealing with some beasts. So, Lin Yang decided to sign in at the Barren Islands. Of course, before going, it is better to improve the strength as much as possible. In the next period of time, Lin Yang ate food crazily, and his physical skills continued to improve, and his physical strength, physical speed, and physical defense were all strengthened. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed. This day. Let's try the results of my practice during this period. Lin Yang stood in front of a stone weighing 100 kilograms, with a smile on his lips. He said he was practicing, but in fact he was just eating like crazy. He clenched his fists, raised his strength to the extreme, and punched hard on the rigid stone. Bang! A low sound boom sounded. Crack! The stone broke into pieces. Looking at the broken stone and touching his slightly painful fist, Lin Yang's eyes lit up. Damn, I didn't expect me to be so strong. If I were boxing, I could knock Tyson down with one punch. Well, it's time to sign in at the Barren Islands. Lin Yang quit his job at the hotel, packed some luggage, and set off. The Barren Islands are located outside the South Daxia Sea Islands, and only people who are familiar with the terrain can cross them. Lin Yang has already thought of a person in his mind. Food Wholesale Market. The large wholesale market, known as the World Kitchen, trades about 900,000 tons of food every day, and rare food from every corner of the world is concentrated here. A dark-skinned man wearing a sun hat and sunglasses carried the last box of food from the car, walked to the side, and took a rest while smoking. "Hi, Tom." Suddenly, a warm voice came. Tom took a puff of cigarette, looked in the direction of the sound, saw the person coming, and a cloud of smoke came out of his mouth, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and he replied, "Lin Yang, long time no see." Lin Yang came over, patted Tom's strong shoulder and said, "Let's go, I'll buy you a drink." When he was doing odd jobs here before, Lin Yang met Tom. The two chatted and often drank together, and they had a good relationship. Soon, the two sat down in a hotel. "Tom, no matter how much you drink today, I'll treat you." Lin Yang laughed. "Haha." Tom laughed, "Then I won't be polite." After a while, the waiter brought the wine. Bang. "Come on, drink." Cheers. The two of them started drinking. After drinking almost all the time, Tom asked, "Lin Yang, I see you're carrying a lot of bags and you're treating me to a drink. Are you leaving?" When he first saw Lin Yang, he had some guesses. Lin Yang took a puff of cigarette and said with a grin, "Actually, I want you to take me to a place." "Where?" "Barren Islands." "What? You mean Barren Islands?" Tom didn't react at first, but when he did, he was suddenly shocked. "Why are you going to that damn place? You're not a food hunter. With your weak body, you'll die if you go there." Lin Yang said seriously, "I understand what you said, but I have to go. Only you know the terrain there, and only you can take me there. Although the system refreshes the sign-in location, if you fail to sign in successfully within a month, then you can't sign in at this location, and if you can't sign in, then the reward will be gone. He has spent half a month to improve his strength, and he can't wait any longer. Lin Yang, if you want to catch any food, I can help you. I can ask a gourmet hunter to do it for you. You don't have to take risks there." Tom said, "I just know a few excellent gourmet hunters." Lin Yang said, "Tom, I appreciate your kindness. But I have to go there in person. Do you understand?" "Ah." Tom sighed, "Okay, I'll take you there in person. If someone else takes you there, I'm still worried. That ghost place is very dangerous if you are not familiar with the terrain. When do we leave?" Lin Ming smiled and said, "Let's do it now without further delay." "Okay. I'll go and tell you what I have to do. Wait for me," Tom said. A few minutes later, Tom came back and drove Lin Yang to the dock. At the dock, the two boarded a speedboat. Tom drove the speedboat towards the Barren Islands. Chapter 3, Sign into the Barren Islands and get rich rewards. "Tom, is your wife in good spirits?" Lin Yang felt a little depressed, so he asked casually, but there was a strange smile on his lips. Hearing this, Tom trembled all over and almost lost his grip on the steering wheel. "Ha ha ha." Lin Yang laughed. "Ah, don't mention her." Tom said quickly, "She is furious because the food tax has increased again." Lin Yang laughed, "That's really scary." He knew that Tom's wife was a tigress, very fierce. Last time Lin Yang borrowed some money from Tom, and his wife found out, and almost beat him up. The two chatted intermittently, and after a while, a dense reef appeared in front of them. Tom stopped the speedboat. Looking ahead, he said, "We're here." Lin Yang looked at the spectacular number of reefs in front of him, and a hint of surprise appeared in his eyes. "There are really too many." Tom took a deep breath and said, "This reef is called the Barren Fence. It surrounds the entire Barren Islands as if rejecting all invaders. No matter the tide, there is only one route through this reef." Lin Yang did not doubt Tom's words. In his eyes, there is no way to reach the Barren Islands. It is more of a maze than a maze. "Hold on tight," Tom warned, then started the speedboat, held the steering wheel and drove forward, but the speed was much slower. "Turn left and right." The speedboat passed through the gaps in the reefs, and it would hit the reefs if you were not careful. Tom's boat skills were very good, and he passed through the dense reefs without any danger. Lin Yang only felt that he had taken several turns on the mountain road. Fortunately, Lin Yang was not seasick, otherwise he would have vomited to death. We are here, the only entrance to the barren islands, the mangrove tunnel commonly known as the Devil's Mouth. Tom stopped the speedboat again and looked forward. Lin Yang also looked up, and there were dense mangroves on both sides, which were gloomy and terrifying. Hold on tight, we will rush over in one breath, Tom said seriously. Lin Yang nodded and quickly held on. Boom! The speedboat whizzed out of the tunnel like an arrow. After a while, the speedboat stopped, and a huge island appeared in front of him, which was the barren islands. Click! Lin Yang took a deep breath and landed on the ground with his luggage. Ding! Check in for the barren islands. Do you want to sign in? The voice of the system came. Lin Yang secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Yang, I don't know what you are doing here, but you must pay attention to safety, don't die. Tom said seriously, when you are done, notify me, I will come to pick you up right away. He has quite a few friends, but Lin Yang is the one with the best relationship. He doesn't want Lin Yang to get into trouble. Tom. Lin Yang also said seriously, I will be fine, I will drink with you another day. Okay. Tom nodded, then I will go back first, you pay attention to safety. Yeah. Lin Yang nodded, you should also pay attention to safety, drive slowly when passing the reef. The two of them punched each other lightly and smiled at each other. Then, Tom drove away in the speedboat. Watching Tom's back disappear from sight, Lin Yang came back to his senses and silently said in his heart, sign in. Ding. Sign in successfully. Ding, reward nail fist. Ding, spiritual consciousness awakening. Ding, physical skills plus 20. The system sound came in waves, like the sound of nature echoing in Lin Yang's mind. Find a place nearby as a temporary residence and put down the luggage. Try spiritual consciousness first. Lin Yang spread a stream of energy in his mind, and in an instant everything within a radius of 50 meters was in his mind, and he knew everything clearly. This feeling is very wonderful. Suddenly, Lin Yang frowned, and then a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. I came just in time, I'm a little hungry, and I can also try the power of nail fist and acupuncture anesthesia. Quack. A frog about the size of a sheep jumped onto a stone, staring at Lin Yang with a pair of cold eyes, and suddenly opened its mouth and screamed. Its mouth was full of dense teeth, and the tongue exposed was forked, just like a snake. Speaking of snakes, what's the matter with this frog? Its hind half looks like a snake. It's simply a hybrid of a frog and a snake. Yes, this is a snake frog. Amphibian. Capture level 1. Quack. The snake frog's eyes flashed fiercely, and it flew over, opened its huge mouth, and bit Lin Yang's head. Very fast. This weak human dared to break in here and die, so he would be eaten. But it was obviously overthinking. Lin Yang had a blank expression on his face, clenched his fists, and punched out with all his strength, a series of nail punches. Bang! A low sonic boom sounded. Gah! The snake frog screamed, and then its entire head exploded, blood and flesh splattered, and it died tragically on the spot. Lin Yang was stunned. One punch directly blew it up. Damn, it's so powerful. It seems that he still knows nothing about his own strength. Ding, capture a snake frog, reward sonic rocket launcher. Ding, physical skills plus 30. Ding, the taskbar is opening, 2%, 5%, 7%. The system voice came, and Lin Yang's eyes were full of smiles. No matter, roast the snake frog first and eat it first. Chapter 4. Eat first, then do the task. Finding a clean open space, Lin Yang quickly made a fire, processed the snake frog briefly, and then roasted it on the fire, Sizzle. The skin of the snake frog crackled as it was roasted, and the aroma filled the air. I heard that the liver of the snake frog is even more delicious. Lin Yang's saliva was about to flow out. Ding. The taskbar is open. At this time, the system voice came. Lin Yang's eyes moved, and he immediately clicked on the taskbar. There are many tasks in the taskbar, all of which are in black screen status and have not been issued yet, and at the top, only one task is lit up. Naturally, it is the task that has been issued. Capture the barren tiger and reward the void kitchen, expandable. There are also notes at the back. Barren tiger, mammal, capture level 3. Void kitchen, open a small space in the void, where you can store items and operate it through thoughts. Seeing this, Lin Yang's eyes lit up, with a look of surprise on his face. Void kitchen, a treasure for storing items similar to the space ring in fantasy novels. Barren tiger, right? I must capture you. Lin Yang muttered, it can also be used to test my strength. A stronger aroma came to his nose. The snake frog has been roasted. It is crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. It looks appetizing. Lin Yang sprinkled a small amount of chili powder and some chopped green onions, and then began to eat. Take a bite. Crunch. The skin is crispy, while the meat underneath melts in the mouth. The taste of frog meat and snake meat fills the entire mouth. Delicious, so delicious. Ding, cooking skills +2. Ding, food luck +1. Ding, physical skills +5. The system voice came. Suddenly, Lin Yang found that his body had some subtle changes. After a while, Lin Yang ate all the snake frogs and was very full. At this moment, Lin Yang discovered a major problem. His appetite seemed to have increased a lot. A snake frog that was almost the size of a sheep was eaten by one person. That was almost 100 kilograms of meat. However, Lin Yang didn't care too much. After a short rest, he walked to a huge stone weighing tens of thousands of pounds, with a stern look. The next second, Lin Yang moved, clenched his fists, the muscles of his right arm bulged, the bones cracked, and his strength was raised to the extreme. He punched the stone fiercely, 5 consecutive nail punches. Bang! The first sound rang out, and the boulder exploded. Bang 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 bang. Then there were 4 consecutive explosions. The whole boulder shattered, broke into pieces, and smoke and dust rolled. Looking at the rubble scattered on the ground, Lin Yang's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up a smile. Punching a huge stone weighing tens of thousands of pounds. Before crossing, he didn't even dare to think about this kind of thing. And now, he actually did it. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yang looked at a mountain next to him. Try the power of the sonic rocket. The sonic rocket is a skill that Zebra often uses, and now Lin Yang can also use it. Just thinking about it makes me feel incredible. He stared at the thick mountain. Boom. The next moment, Lin Yang opened his mouth and sprayed out a terrible energy column formed by sonic waves, which hit the mountain like a rocket. Boom. A deafening sonic boom sounded, and the whole mountain shook, with rubble flying and smoke and dust. When the dust settled, Lin Yang looked around and saw that a 5-meter deep pit had been bombed out of the mountain. A satisfied smile appeared at the corner of Lin Yang's mouth. Okay, I can go and complete the task. Lin Yang packed up simply and then walked deep into the barren islands. Ga. Suddenly, a strange cry came from above his head, and a huge shadow enveloped him. Lin Yang looked up and saw a huge strange bird with bird wings and lobster body, which looked extremely weird. This is the lobster bird unique to the barren islands, and the capture level is 2. It swooped down, its eyes fierce, and its 2 pairs of pincers attacked straight at Lin Yang, trying to clamp off his head. Looking for death. Lin Yang's eyes sank slightly, and he clenched his fists and punched out 2 consecutive nail punches. Bang bang. The fist hit the lobster bird's abdomen, and the powerful force directly destroyed its rigid defense shell and penetrated its body. Click. The lobster bird fell from the air to the ground and died on the spot. Lin Yang walked up and grinned, "This guy is delicious, its meat is more delicious than the meat of deep-sea lobsters, don't waste it." He carried the lobster bird weighing hundreds of pounds on his shoulders and continued to walk forward. The area where the Barren tiger lives is near the Barren Islands wetland, so Lin Yang is going there. Along the way, Lin Yang encountered many attacks by beasts, and all the captured ones were level 1 or 2. Such beasts could not pose a threat to Lin Yang, so he did not kill them, but scared them away or beat them back. After all, Lin Yang would live in the Barren Islands for a while, and those beasts were delicious. They could not be wasted. They should be captured and eaten when they were hungry. After walking for most of the day, Lin Yang finally reached his destination. Eat first and then do the task. Lin Yang put the lobster bird on his shoulder and started to cook it simply. He was already a first-level chef, almost upgraded to second level, so cooking lobster birds was no problem. Lobster birds are especially delicious when roasted. Roar. But before Lin Yang started eating, a deafening roar came over. Chapter 5, Barren Tiger as Mount, Please give me flowers. Lin Yang sprinkled chili powder on the roasted lobster bird, looked up in the direction of the roar, and sneered, "I haven't found you yet, but you came here in person." A tiger appeared not far away, with a strong body, weighing 500 kilograms, with colorful patterns on its body, eyes flashing fiercely, and 2 long and sharp teeth growing downward on its upper jaw. Gives people an extremely ferocious feeling. Yes, this guy is the Barren tiger. Capture level 3. But in Lin Yang's opinion, it should reach capture level 4. Because Lin Yang has fought many level 2 beasts, judging from their momentum, they are far from the Barren tiger. You actually came to me on your own initiative, so complete the task first and then eat. Lin Yang stood up and walked towards the Barren tiger. In Lin Yang's eyes, the Barren tiger is not a beast, but a prize void kitchen. Looking at the smile on the corner of the weak human's mouth, the Barren tiger's eyes burned with anger and roared. How dare this weak human look down on it? Eat it. The next moment, the Barren tiger moved, pounced directly at Lin Yang, opened its mouth and swallowed him, intending to swallow Lin Yang whole. Lin Yang squatted down suddenly to avoid the attack, and then made a lightning move, punching the Barren tiger's jaw. Acupuncture. Ah! The Barren tiger screamed, twitching all over, and then fell straight to the ground, his body stiff, unable to move for a while, staring with a pair of terrified eyes. Lin Yang smiled slightly, looked at the Barren tiger lying on the ground, and nodded with satisfaction. With his current strength, acupuncture should work for capturing beasts below level 10. Ding! Capture Barren successfully, complete the task, and the prize is the Void Kitchen. The system voice came. Lin Yang was stunned. Is the task completed? He thought he had to kill the Barren tiger. Forget it, never mind. Shaking his head, Lin Yang muttered, let's see how the Void Kitchen is first. Thinking of this, a bright smile appeared on his lips. Without thinking too much, a vortex appeared in the space in front of Lin Yang. Through the vortex, you can see that there is a large space of more than 10,000 square meters inside. The key is that it can continue to expand in the future. Damn, it's so big. Lin Yang's eyes lit up instantly, it's so cool. Ha ha ha. The most in this world is food. In the future, I will collect all kinds of food and put them in the Void Kitchen. Eat whenever you want. Isn't this equivalent to having your own treasure house of ingredients? Lin Yang was very excited. Ding. Career opened, congratulations to the host for becoming a food hunter. Ding. Reward poison membrane. Huh? I just thought about it and decided on my career. Lin Yang was stunned, but then he thought that the food hunter was indeed his favorite career. He once dreamed of finding delicious food, capturing delicious food, and eating delicious food like the four heavenly kings. Now, his dream might really come true. With a slight smile on his lips, Lin Yang's eyes fell on the poison membrane, which is a defensive skill of Kobo, one of the four heavenly kings. Lin Yang was thinking, if one day, he met Kobo and used the poison membrane, he didn't know what expression Kobo would have. Shaking his head, Lin Yang retracted his thoughts and turned his attention to the barren tiger. How to deal with this guy? He held his chin and thought for a while, then walked in front of it, squatted down and looked into its eyes and said, "Listen to me in the future, I will let you go, otherwise I will eat you." Awoo! The barren tiger made a strange cry, and then nodded gently. Hey, this guy actually understood what Lin Yang said, which was a bit unexpected. Lin Yang untied the acupuncture points on the barren tiger, and then immediately stepped back a few steps. Although the barren tiger nodded just now, Lin Yang still had to be cautious. The barren tiger stood up and looked at Lin Yang with awe. At this moment, Lin Yang breathed a sigh of relief. The barong tiger is tall and fierce. In the future, you can ride it to catch food, and let it guard the house and the door. It's so cool. Lin Yang reached out and touched the head of the barong tiger, and the barong tiger rubbed Lin Yang's body with its head. So, Lin Yang was completely relieved. I'll call you little tiger from now on. Lin Yang said, let's go eat, the lobster bird I cooked tastes very good. Lin Yang turned his head and looked, and was stunned for a moment. Damn, where is my lobster bird? He hurried over, only a pile of fire was left, and the food was gone. Lin Yang found a row of strange footprints on the ground, which meant that the roasted lobster bird was eaten by some kind of beast. You dare to steal my food, you are very brave. Little tiger, let's go. Lin Yang rode the barong tiger and chased after the row of footprints left behind. Chapter 6 Okay, it turns out you were the one who stole my food, please give me flowers and votes. A beast was eating a perfectly roasted delicacy, a lobster bird, with great relish. It swore that this was the most delicious food it had ever eaten in its life. Roar! At this moment, a roar sounded behind it, which scared it. It quickly turned around and saw a barren tiger, its mortal enemy. Wait! There was a weak human sitting on the barren tiger? What is this operation? Okay, it turns out that you are the one who stole my food. Lin Yang said, looking at the beast that stole the food. This beast looks like a cheetah and a hyena, with a pair of triangular eyes, which is extremely scary. There is no mistake, this is a dog-leopard beast, a hybrid beast, and the capture level is 4. Stealing my food, then I have to eat you. Lin Yang said, with a faint smile on his lips. Dog-leopard beast is a very good delicacy. Its meat has the taste of many kinds of fruits. Some people eat it as fruit, and some people use it as an ingredient for fruit salad. Ouch! The dog-leopard beast's triangular eyes flashed fiercely, and it backed up and pounced like a cannonball, opening its mouth, showing its sharp teeth, and biting Lin Yang's head. It was so fast. Oh, this weak human, still wants to eat it? Then it had to strike first. As for the little cat, barren tiger, it didn't take it seriously. It had fought with barren tiger before, and the scratches on barren tiger were left by it. Looking at the flying dog-leopard beast, Lin Yang narrowed his eyes, a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth, and opened his mouth to spray, sonic rocket launcher. Boom! A sound wave of energy roared out and bombarded the dog-leopard beast's head. Click! The dog-leopard beast fell to the ground from the air, and its head had exploded. There was a trace of blood mist floating in the void, and a lot of broken flesh and blood were scattered on the ground. Ding! Captured a dog-leopard beast, physical skills +30. Lin Ming frowned slightly. This time, the captured food only had physical skills bonus, no other rewards. It seems that not every time you capture food, there will be rewards. Aahua Baron Tiger raised his head and screamed, his eyes showing a playful light. Damn puppy, you still want to eat my master, this time your head will be knocked off. Lin Yang jumped off Baron Tiger, walked over, picked up the dog leopard beast's body, put it on Baron Tiger's back, then jumped on and sat down, and ordered, "Little tiger, let's go back." Back to the temporary residence, Lin Yang processed the dog leopard beast, and then roasted it on the fire. After a while, the dog leopard beast was roasted and a sweet smell wafted out. Smelling this fragrance, Lin Yang's appetite increased greatly. He took a big bite. Well, it was true, the taste of apples, bananas, oranges, the taste of many kinds of fruits exploded in his mouth. It's obviously meat, but it tastes like fruit. What a magical ingredient! After eating and drinking, Lin Yang carefully renovated the temporary residence and made it a clean and warm residence. Unknowingly, it was already night. The night in the barren islands was full of the roar of wild beasts. Lin Yang slept in the safe house, and there was a baron tiger guarding outside, so there was no need to worry about safety issues. The next day, after signing in and punching in, he received a generous reward, which brought Lin Yang a good mood. This system is really awesome. Signing in can improve strength, and more than just a little. In addition, capturing ingredients can improve strength, and eating delicious food can also improve strength. In this way, he will soon be invincible. No more talking, hurry up to find food to continue to improve strength. Xiaohuo, let's go. Lin Yang rode on the back of the baron tiger and set off. Hey, that's chocolate mushrooms. Wow, banana eggplant. Biscuit ants. There are so many kinds of weird ingredients, and soon, Lin Yang was full. His physical skills are constantly improving. It is obvious that the strength, speed, and defense of the body have been greatly enhanced. Next, for a period of time, Lin Yang continued to sign in, collect ingredients, and eat ingredients. The strength has improved by leaps and bounds. On this day, Lin Yang came to a mountain. Let's try what we have gained in the recent period. First, the nail fist. Lin Yang stared at the mountain, took a deep breath, clenched his fist, and cracked the muscles of the whole arm bulged, and he whispered, 18 consecutive nail fists. This is a blow launched with all his strength. Boom. A punch hit the mountain. Then there were bursts of sonic booms. Every time a sonic boom sounded, the mountain collapsed once. When 18 sonic booms fell, a large pit 30 meters wide and 50 meters deep appeared in the mountain. Looking at the results of his strength in front of him, Lin Yang nodded with satisfaction. Baron Hu next to him saw the scene and showed fear in his eyes. The master's strength is too terrible. If that punch just now hit me, I'm afraid I would be shattered to pieces. At this moment, it looked at Lin Yang with endless awe. Next is the sonic rocket launcher. Lin Yang took a deep breath, his eyes were stern, his whole body was full of momentum, and he roared. Boom! An energy shell formed by sonic waves blasted out and hit the 50-meter deep pit on the mountain. Boom! The entire mountain was penetrated. Seeing this, Baron Tiger's mouth twitched and his eyes shrank. The master's strength is abnormal. Haha. Lin Yang laughed, I am afraid that my current strength is stronger than the current 4 kings. Ding, taskbar updated. Chapter 7 GT Robot, please give me flowers and votes. Are there new tasks? Lin Yang frowned slightly when he heard the system's voice, and then opened the system taskbar. Capture the food 8-legged unicorn, capture level 8. Complete the task, reward food justice. Seeing the prize, Lin Yang's eyes widened instantly. This is a good thing. After understanding the food justice, you can use the least physical strength to exert the strongest attack. For example, now Lin Yang can burst out 18 consecutive nail punches with a full-strength attack, but if he understands the food justice, he may use 20 or 21 consecutive nail punches with the same full-strength attack. Without saying anything, Lin Yang immediately set out to capture the 8-legged unicorn. Riding on the barren tiger, he headed towards a grassland in the distance. At this moment, on a grassland somewhere, a huge beast fell in a pool of blood. It had 8 legs, a single horn on its head, and a mouth like a horse, but its mouth was full of dense teeth. If Lin Yang was here, he would definitely recognize that this was the 8-legged unicorn. In front of it squatted a robot with a tuft of long hair on the back of its head, and a lot of hair on its hands and feet. It was the Bishokukai GT robot. A remote control tool. The GT robot looked at the eyes of the 8 unicorns and laughed excitedly, "What beautiful eyes!" Squeak. As he said that, he reached out and dug out the 2 eyeballs of the 8-legged unicorn, then took out a beautiful collection box, put the eyes in it, and collected them. That's right, the one who controlled this GT robot was the head of the 6th branch of Bishokukai, Satoru. He had a cruel personality and liked to collect eyeballs, and was known as an eyeball maniac. After he put away the box, he carried the 8-legged unicorn, turned around, and saw a handsome man riding a barren tiger coming towards him, and immediately frowned. Lin Yang asked the barren tiger to stop, and looked at the 8-legged unicorn being carried by the GT robot, muttering, "Damn, someone got there first." Ding. The mission has been changed. Defeating the GT robot Satoru and taking the 8-legged unicorn will also be considered as completing the mission. The reward remains unchanged. The system voice came. Hearing this, Lin Yang was relieved. Otherwise, if he missed the prize, it would be a big loss. Satoru threw the 8 unicorns on his shoulders to the ground, took out the collection box, opened it, took out the 2 bloody eyeballs inside, threw them on the ground, crushed them with his feet, and then stared at Lin Yang with a grin. "Boy, your eyes are more beautiful, I want them." As soon as the voice fell, he rushed over quickly. Lin Yang jumped off the back of the barren tiger and rushed over. Tisk tisk. Seeing this, Satoru grinned, "Boy, you are brave, but you are dead." As he said, his long mouth suddenly opened, the energy inside gathered, and a terrible light wave sprayed out. The power was amazing. Lin Yang narrowed his eyes. He didn't expect that the other party had this trick. However, Lin Yang didn't panic. He also opened his mouth and sprayed out a sonic energy cannon, sonic rocket cannon. Boom! In an instant, the 2 energies collided in the air and exploded on the spot, and the energy in the air splashed. The power of the sonic rocket cannon was obviously stronger, and it instantly destroyed the energy light wave. What? Ah! Satoru didn't expect that his attack would be shattered. When he was surprised, a strong energy cannon hit his head and knocked him out. Whoosh! Lin Yang was extremely fast and came in front of him in an instant. Before he could react, he punched him in the abdomen, 18 consecutive nail punches. Bang! Satoru flew backwards, and then a series of sonic booms sounded, and his body exploded every time it sounded. After the 8th sound burst, Satoru's entire huge body exploded under the weight, turning into countless parts scattered all over the ground, emitting black smoke. The whole process happened in the blink of an eye. Ding! Mission completed. Reward Shiyi. At this time, the system's voice came. Suddenly, Lin Yang felt a strange energy appearing all over his body, and his whole body felt much more relaxed, as if he had been reborn. At this moment, far away in the Bishokukai base, a strange man with bandages wrapped all over his body walked out of the control room. His face could not be seen clearly, but his angry voice was heard, "Damn kid, next time I must dig out your eyes, ah ah ah." Obviously, he is the real Satoru. Lin Yang ignored the crushed GT robot, walked to the side of the 8-legged unicorn, shook his head, then carried its body and stuffed it into the void kitchen. The meat of the 8-legged unicorn is not very delicious, but its 8 legs are a rare delicacy. The meat in the 8 legs is the meat of high-grade king crabs. One leg can be sold for 10 million. Lin Yang naturally won't sell it, he wants to keep it for food. Xiaohuo, let's go back and barbecue. Chapter 8, Thank you for the gift, let's eat, please give me flowers. Back to the residence. Lin Yang immediately took out the 8-legged unicorn from the empty kitchen, cleaned it, and roasted it on the fire. As time went by, the 8-legged unicorn gradually cooked and emitted a charming aroma. Okay. Thank you for the gift, let's eat. Lin Yang said, and then started to eat the 8-legged unicorn. He pulled off the 8 legs and left them for himself, leaving the rest of the body to the barren tiger. After taking a bite, Lin Yang's eyes instantly widened, with a look of satisfaction. The meat was delicate, sweet, and full of deep-sea flavor. This was not eating an 8-legged unicorn, but simply eating a blue king crab. After eating the 8 giant legs, Lin Yang felt refreshed. Before crossing, he wanted to eat king crabs, but his financial strength did not allow it. Now it's good, he can eat as much as he wants and eat until he is full. After eating, Lin Yang lay on the grass and opened the system interface. Host, Lin Yang. Occupation, Gourmet Hunter. Gourmet Cell Demon, Unawakened. Cooking Skill, Level 2 Chef. Food Cloud, Weak, to be upgraded. Spiritual Sense, Awakened, 500 meters. Template, Gourmet Template. Abilities, Acupuncture, Nail Fist, Sonic Rocket, Poison Membrane, Food Righteousness. Physical Skills, Level 1, to be upgraded. Others, Void Kitchen. Looking at the system interface, Lin Yang's eyes fell on the Gourmet Cell Demon, thought for a while and asked, System, how to awaken the Gourmet Cell Demon? System, if you eat the ingredients that satisfy the Gourmet Cell Demon, it will awaken. Lin Yang nodded, it was exactly what he thought. If a certain Gourmet Cell Demon is hosted in your body, you need a special delicacy to awaken it. For example, the Gourmet Cell Demon Neo in Acacia's body needs the full menu ingredients of the earth to fully awaken. I don't know if I will awaken the Gourmet Cell Demon if I eat the full menu of the earth. Lin Yang muttered. System, the Gourmet Cell Demon in each person's body is unique, with different tastes and awakening ingredients. Lin Yang didn't say much. Anyway, there are thousands of delicious ingredients, and there will always be a suitable one. Even if you can't find it in the human world, you can find it in the gourmet world. Even if you can't find it in the gourmet world, you can always find it in the universe. Take a deep breath and close the system interface. Starting tomorrow, I want to collect all the delicacies and eat all the delicacies. The next day. Ding, sign in successfully. Reward kitchen knife dragon tooth. The system voice came, Lin Yang was slightly surprised, and with a thought, the dragon tooth appeared in his hand. This is a 40 cm long black kitchen knife, which looks like an ordinary fruit knife, but Lin Yang knows it is extremely unusual. It is extremely sharp and can cut iron like mud. Because it is made of the only tooth of the Dragon King, one of the 8 kings. In the original work, Komatsu's kitchen knife milk was made of the fossil of the Dragon King's tooth, which is extremely awesome. The dragon tooth in Lin Yang's hand was made directly from the teeth of the Dragon King. You can imagine how good it is. Lin Yang slashed at the mountain in front of him. Swish. A black knife aura flashed and directly split the mountain in two, and even a deep knife mark appeared on the ground. Lin Yang put the dragon tooth into the void kitchen and looked at the system interface. The check-in form for the Barren Islands is full, which means that the check-in at this place has ended. The next check-in location has not been updated yet. The new system tasks have not been updated either. Let's start collecting delicacies from the barren islands. Xiaohuo, let's go. Lin Yang set off on the barren tiger. The divine consciousness spread out, covering a radius of 500 meters. All the ingredients in it appeared in Lin Yang's mind, as if Lin Yang was looking at a menu. He excluded all the unpalatable ingredients and only locked on the delicious ones. Throughout the day, Lin Yang collected more than 300 kinds of ingredients and stored them in the void kitchen. Roasted whole pig. Hungry birds. Snake frogs. Bacon leaves. Bananas and cucumbers. Vegetables, fruits, and animals. Anyway, the ingredients will remain fresh no matter how long they are placed in the void kitchen. Whenever you want to eat, just take them out and eat. In addition, he ate a lot of ingredients throughout the day, and his strength has improved a lot. This feeling is so great. Time passed quickly, and 10 days passed in a blink of an eye. Lin Yang has collected a ton of super delicious ingredients in the void kitchen, all kinds of them, and there are thousands of types. Ding! There is a new task update. The system sounded. Lin Yang came back to his senses from the excitement and immediately checked the task. Capture the Growler crocodile, and the reward is to open the Naruto template. The Growler crocodile is the overlord of the barren islands and the top predator of the barren islands. It is said that it has lived for more than 300 years, and the capture level is estimated to be 10. But this is not what Lin Yang cares about. What he cares about is the meat of the Growler crocodile, which is super delicious and top meat. This is the ingredient he wants to collect. However, he was more concerned about the reward at the end, the pirate template. If you open the food template, you can get the skills and moves of the characters in the food template. If you open the pirate template, can you also get the skills and moves of the characters in it? Lin Yang felt so happy just thinking about it. Okay, without further ado, let's start capturing the Growler crocodile. Chapter 9 The Four Heavenly Kings Toriko, ask for flowers. The giant crocodile of Growler lives in the wetland area deep in the barren islands. Lin Yang rode the barren tiger to rush there. After a while, the man and the tiger entered a forest. It seemed that it had just rained and everything was wet. Gaga. Gujiji. Suddenly, there were bursts of strange cries in the sky ahead. The sound was full of anxiety. Lin Yang looked up and saw countless strange birds flying into the sky, circling there, with panic expressions. Huh? What's going on? Lin Yang frowned. I have lived in the barren islands for almost 2 months, and I have never seen strange birds in this situation before. Click. At this time, Lin Yang felt something fall from his arm, cold. He looked down and saw that it was a thumb-sized leech. Lin Yang was very disgusted with this kind of blood-sucking thing, and a chill surged in his heart. When it was about to suck blood, he quickly flicked it away and acupunctured it at the same time. After a slight sigh of relief, Lin Yang suddenly looked depressed and hurriedly checked his whole body. He had heard such a terrible story before. A man was swimming by a river. After a while, he came ashore and found that his whole body was covered with countless leeches. His blood was almost sucked dry, and he was scared to death. Lin Yang checked his whole body 3 times and found no leeches. He was completely relieved. But at this time, he found that something was wrong with Barren Tiger. When he looked at it, Lin Yang's face turned pale. There were hundreds of leeches on Barren Tiger's thighs, sucking blood crazily. This thing sucked blood, it was not painful, and it could not be pulled out directly, otherwise the wound would expand and more blood would flow. Lin Yang looked around and found that there were many red trees. He quickly went over to pick a handful of leaves, then squeezed out the juice of the leaves and dripped it on the leeches. The leeches loosened their mouths from Barren Tiger's thighs and fell to the ground. Because mangroves absorb seawater through their roots, and the salt in it will remain in their leaves and fruits. Leeches hate contact with salt. Lin Yang stepped on the leeches on the ground a few times, and then left with the barren tiger. Lin Yang was thinking that those strange birds flew into the sky, perhaps because of the leeches. But where did the leeches come from? You know, these things usually live in water. Thinking of this, Lin Yang's expression suddenly changed again. Damn, no way, could it be the Galila crocodile? In the original book, the Galila crocodile had countless leeches in its mouth. It relied on leeches to absorb the blood of its prey, so as to track its prey and finally kill it. If this is true, then the barren tiger may have been tracked, so Lin Yang only needs to find a place to wait for the Galila crocodile to come to the door in person. There happened to be an open space not far ahead. Lin Yang walked over with the barren tiger, and then sat on a stone and waited. Gaga. Gujiji. The strange bird in the sky is still calling anxiously. Many beasts in the woods not far away are fleeing in panic. Something terrible should have appeared there. Lin Yang guessed it was the giant crocodile of Grala. Bang. At this time, a gunshot was heard from the woods on the other side, followed by a strange cry, "Ah, what is this?" Immediately afterwards, another unpleasant voice sounded, "Hey, don't shoot randomly. And don't be frightened by the level of snake frogs." Hearing these voices, Lin Yang opened his mouth. Damn, is this the plot in the original book? Lin Yang knew that it was the four kings Toriko and the chef Komatsu who appeared. If it is according to the original book, Toriko and Komatsu's target is the giant crocodile of Grala, I can't let them capture it. Lin Yang showed a strange smile at the corner of his mouth. Sure enough. Not long after, two figures walked out of the woods. One was tall and mighty, 2 meters tall, with short blue hair, 3 claw marks on his left face, and bright eyes. Sunny and handsome. But, compared to Lin Yang, he was a little less handsome. This person was Toriko. The other one was a little bit unbearable in comparison. He was short, at most 1.55 meters tall, with big eyes, a flat nose, and a loser look. And he was Komatsu. At this moment, the two also saw Lin Yang. Toriko was stunned at first, then smiled and walked over. You are Lin Yang, right? Huh. Lin Yang frowned. The other party actually knew him? Was he very famous? But, he quickly thought of another possibility. Toriko said, you are also Tom's friend, right? You are safe. I believe he is also relieved. It was Tom, that guy. Lin Yang was a little moved. Awoo. At this time, desperate screams came from the woods ahead, followed by countless beasts escaping from them. Chapter 10, Galila Crocodile, please give me flowers. Awoo. The barong tiger roared at the woods, looking panicked. Lin Yang touched its head and comforted it. Little tiger, don't be afraid. He knew that it was the Galila crocodile that appeared. The Galila crocodile had overwhelming power over the barong tiger, so it was natural for the latter to be afraid. In fact, all the beasts on the island were afraid of the Galila crocodile. Toriko looked at Lin Yang and asked curiously, is your target also the Galila crocodile? Lin Yang nodded. Roar. At this moment, a huge crocodile suddenly rushed out of the woods, with 8 sharp claws, thick armor all over the body, eyes flashing fiercely, mouth slightly open, revealing dense teeth, saliva flowing, and countless leeches in the mouth. Domineering, fierce, and disgusting gathered in one body. It completely fits the temperament of a hegemon. Ah! Yes, it's the Galila crocodile, Mr. Toriko. Komatsu was frightened and pale, and screamed in panic. Toriko immediately took a fighting stance and said seriously, Komatsu, you retreat. He felt the powerful momentum of the Galila crocodile, which was completely different from the beasts he had encountered along the way. This kind of powerful beast must be taken seriously. Roar. The Galila crocodile opened its mouth and roared, its eyes locked on the huge and meaty barren tiger, and then rushed over violently. Lin Yang, be careful. Toriko's expression changed, and he immediately reminded and prepared to take action. At this time, Lin Yang took the lead, flashed up, and then fell from the sky, punching the Galila crocodile on the back. Boom! Boom boom boom! A low sonic boom sounded, followed by a louder sonic boom, a total of 7. The Galila crocodile's stiff scales were smashed to pieces, and its entire huge body sank into the collapsed ground, its tongue fell out, and it was dead. Although its teeth are extremely sharp, its bite force is several tons, its scales are stiff, its claws are terrifying, and its power is terrifying. But, it has no chance to use it. Lin Yang killed it in 1 second with an 8 consecutive nail punch. Seeing this scene, Komatsu was so surprised that his eyes bulged out, his chin almost dropped to the ground, and he couldn't even speak. This is a monster with a capture level of about 10, and it was killed with 1 punch. Is this a nail punch? Toriko next to him also showed horror in his eyes. The move Lin Yang used just now was definitely a nail punch, and it was 8 consecutive. This is a bit scary. You know, with his current strength, he can only perform 3 consecutive nail punches at most. Ding! Capture successful, mission completed, reward pirate template. Pirate template is downloading, 1%, 2%. Hearing the voice from the system, Lin Yang's eyes were full of smiles. Suddenly, he felt that he was being stared at, turned his head, and looked into Toriko's stern eyes, and his brows couldn't help but frowned. What's wrong with this guy? Is he going to fight? Lin Yang. Toriko's eyes were burning with fighting spirit. You are very strong, I want to fight you. This feeling that made him eager to fight a big battle was not there even when facing Zebra. He wanted to know the limit of his strength, or he wanted to see the gap between himself and the opponent. Lin Yang thought for a while and said, okay. It would be a good thing to defeat the 4 heavenly kings. The two stood in the open space. The 4 eyes met, there was no hostility, only the burning fighting spirit. Boom boom. The next moment, Toriko moved, he took a huge step and rushed towards Lin Yang, with a strong momentum. However, Lin Yang shook his head. On the surface, Toriko looked terrible, but in fact, he was full of loopholes in front of Lin Yang, who had comprehended the food righteousness. Whoosh! Lin Yang also moved. He rushed up at a very fast speed. Huh! Toriko's face was stern, and his huge fist blasted out. With a raised corner of his mouth, his figure shifted, and he easily avoided the bombardment of the fist and appeared in front of Toriko. What? Toriko was shocked. Boom! Lin Yang didn't say anything and punched Toriko in the abdomen, 15 consecutive nail punches. Bang! He could withstand the force of the first punch. However, starting from the 5th punch, his expression changed, and his whole body quickly retreated backwards. When the 15th punch sounded, Toriko had been forced to push dozens of meters away, his feet were off the ground, and his face was full of pain. Boom! Finally, he hit a boulder and the boulder shattered. Toriko fell to the ground and uttered a sentence, so strong. After that, he fainted. Komatsu was stunned for a moment, then reacted and shouted, "Ah! Mr. Toriko! It's okay, he just fainted, he will wake up soon." Lin Yang said, then walked over and dealt with the Galila crocodile. Take out the dragon tooth and cut it in half, collect half and clean the other half directly, and start cooking. Komatsu, you are also a chef, right? Don't just watch, come and help. Lin Yang glanced at the dazed Komatsu. Oh! He replied woodenly, and Komatsu walked over to help with the cooking. Chapter 11 Delicious meat, please give flowers. The two of them processed the giant crocodile, then put it on the fire rack, skewered the meat, and started grilling. In fact, most of this work was done by Lin Yang. Komatsu just watched curiously, and was surprised, just because he found that Lin Yang did these jobs very well. Even the work that ordinary chefs couldn't do well, he could do it perfectly. Is Mr. Lin Yang also a famous chef? His kitchen knife seemed to be very powerful just now. Komatsu's eyes flashed with a little brilliance. Swallowing his saliva, he said softly, "That. Mr. Lin Yang, you are a chef, right?" Looking up at the other party, Lin Yang paused and said, "No. Komatsu. I don't believe you." Soon, waves of charming aroma floated out. Perhaps it was because of the smell of delicious food. Toriko woke up after fainting and exclaimed, "Wow, it smells so good." He hurried over. Seeing the charred meat on the grill and the sizzling meat on the stone slab, his mouth watered and his eyes sparkled. "Komatsu, did you grill it? It looks delicious." As expected of the chef of the gourmet hotel. Hearing this, Komatsu looked embarrassed and smiled and said, "Mr. Toriko, I didn't grill it. These were all made by Mr. Lin Yang." If he were to rate the crocodile cooked by Lin Yang, he would give it full marks. Toriko was stunned for a while, turned his head and looked at Lin Yang, with a hint of admiration in his eyes. This man is not only powerful, but also a great chef. It's completely different from what Mr. Tom said. "Thank you for the gift. Let's eat," Lin Yang said. Everyone was not polite, after all, they had already been salivating. Grabbing a piece of meat, Toriko's eyes were full of gold. "This pork belly is shining, like a gem, and it is roasted just right." Putting it in his mouth, his eyes suddenly widened, and he roared, "It's delicious." A burst of wolf vomiting and swallowing. Komatsu took a big bite, and a satisfied look appeared on his face. "It's really delicious, and the cooking is also very good. Mr. Lin Yang is really amazing." Lin Yang put the sizzling piece of golden meat into his mouth, and the mouth immediately burst into endless meat fragrance. The feeling of melting in the mouth is extremely wonderful. "This is the most delicious meat I have eaten since I came to this world." The 300-year-old Galila crocodile is indeed a top-quality meat. The three people and the tiger quickly ate all the Galila crocodiles. Laughter and joy on the way. And then, everyone had a round belly. Very satisfied. Very enjoyable. The three people fell directly on the grass to rest. "Lin Yang, I will fight you again next time." After a moment, Toriko spoke, his eyes still full of fighting spirit, and at the same time he secretly made up his mind to practice hard. As one of the four kings, he lost so thoroughly, which was a bit embarrassing. "Okay." Lin Yang replied indifferently. Now that the golden finger has appeared, life is like a cheat, and he doesn't have to continue to be a salted fish. Ding. Pirate template downloaded. Ding. Mission updated. Capture the rainbow fruit and reward the domineering color domineering. Hearing the voice of the system, Lin Yang sat up excitedly. Damn, it's a king bomb right at the beginning. The domineering color domineering, the king's qualifications can only have it. However, the rainbow fruit, because of its high price and deliciousness, is said to be extinct in the wild. Only one plant is cultivated in the 8th courtyard of Igo. The check-in and punch-in of the barren islands have been completed, and the delicious ingredients in it have been collected almost. Let's go back first, and then find a way to enter the 8th courtyard and capture the rainbow fruit. Lin Yang made a decision in his heart. At this time, Toriko stood up and said, "Lin Yang, it's getting late. I have a commission task. I have to go back first." "What about you?" Lin Yang said, "I'll go back with you." Lin Yang returned to his previous workplace, the food center wholesale market. He was in a good mood, feeling like a king's return. He had a good sleep. The next day, he went to find Tom. When he arrived in front of Tom's wholesale store, he saw that he was talking to a customer about the price of ingredients. He walked over and patted his shoulder. Looking back, Tom's eyes showed surprise. "Damn, Lin Yang, when did you come back? I was worried about safety, so I asked Toriko to find you." Lin Yang smiled and said, "I saw Toriko yesterday, and I came back with him. Let's go and have a drink." Hearing this, Tom looked at a woman who was counting the bills in the store, with a hesitant look. Lin Yang knew what he was worried about, grinned, and then shouted to the woman in the store, "Sister-in-law, Tom and I are going to discuss a food business, and we'll be back soon." Tom's mouth twitched. Is this excuse okay? This is probably the rhythm of kneeling on a durian. The woman in the store heard the voice, raised her head, her features were regular, and her mouth was full of smiles. Maybe she made a lot of money, and waved her hand and said, "It's okay to discuss business, go ahead, Tom." Tom was stunned. This is okay. Chapter 12. The opportunity has come, asking for flowers. Bang. The two sat down, ordered drinks, and started drinking. "You are so lucky to have lived in the barren islands for so long." Tom smiled and said, "I thought you died there." Although he said so, he was really happy to see Lin Yang return safely. Lin Yang said, "Hey, didn't I tell you? I will come back alive to treat you to a drink. Come on, let's drink." The two drank another glass. At this time, Tom pouted and said, "You guys treat me to a drink, you must have something to ask me for help. Tell me, what is it?" Lin Yang treated him to a drink twice, once to borrow money, and once to send Lin Yang to the barren islands. The other times, Lin Yang treated him to a drink, but in fact, he paid for it. Haha. Lin Yang laughed. "Tom, I really don't have anything to ask you for help this time, I just treat you to a drink." "Is that so? Then we have to drink a few more glasses." "Waiter, 3 more bottles," Tom shouted. The two chatted, drank, and laughed, and there was nothing better between friends. Beep. At this time, the phone rang. When Tom saw it, his expression changed, and he quickly answered the phone. Before he opened his mouth, a voice came from the other side, "Have you finished the business? Toriko has sent the ingredients, come back soon." "Okay, I'll go back right away," Tom replied, and then hung up the phone. Lin Yang said, "Let's go, I'll go back with you." The two returned to Tom's food wholesale store, and indeed saw Toriko standing there. In front of him was a huge pterosaur beast with acupuncture points, Shackle Norton. "Hi, Toriko." Tom greeted Toriko from a distance. "Hi, Tom." Toriko turned around, Lin Yang, you are here too." Lin Yang waved to Toriko and nodded. Toriko said, "Tom, I caught the ingredients you asked for. How about 40,000 for 1 kilogram? Tom shook his head and said, 30,000 for 1 kilogram. My store is not cheap." "Okay, take it." Toriko was very straightforward. Tom happily accepted the pterosaur. At this time, a man in a suit came over and said to Tom dissatisfiedly, "You are breaking the rules." He is Johannes, the Director of Food Development at the Ego Development Bureau. Tom pouted and said, "You tell Toriko." Shaking his head, Johannes walked towards Toriko and said, "Mr. Toriko, I heard that you captured the giant crocodile of Grala, which is amazing." Hearing this, Toriko looked embarrassed and said quickly, "Johannes, you are wrong. I went to capture the giant crocodile of Grala, but it was not me who did it. The one who really captured the giant crocodile of Grala was Mr. Lin Yang in front of me." "Oh." Johannes' face changed, and then he turned to look at Lin Yang, sizing him up, and finally said in surprise, "You captured the giant crocodile of Grala." Lin Yang smiled and nodded, "I guess so. You are really young and promising. I hope you will continue to contribute to the era of gourmet food. Johannes said, then looked at Toriko and said, Toriko, I have a job I want to entrust to you. Toriko said reluctantly, ah. There are many gourmets exclusive to Igo, so it's okay even if they don't ask me. Johannes smiled slightly and said, the rainbow fruit has borne fruit. Hearing this, Lin Yang's eyes lit up. Rainbow fruit? Isn't this the opportunity? He was still thinking about how to sneak into the 8th courtyard to capture the rainbow fruit. Lin Yang suppressed his excitement and said, Mr. Johannes, I can help you complete this commission task. Johannes hesitated. After all, he had not witnessed Lin Yang's strength with his own eyes, or he was not familiar with Lin Yang at all, and he was not at ease to entrust the task to him. Toriko said, Johannes, it is absolutely okay to give this task to Lin Yang. He is much stronger than me. In the Barren Islands, he was knocked unconscious by Lin Yang's punch, which was enough to show that Lin Yang was strong. Johannes thought about it and made a safe suggestion, saying, how about Mr. Toriko and Mr. Lin Yang together? This is safer. After all, this task is still quite difficult. You know, Trokan built a nest in the rainbow tree, and no one has been able to get close to it so far. Its capture level is above the Galila crocodile. A few days ago, although a food tank costing 2 billion was dispatched, it was turned upside down. That tank weighed 40 tons. Lin Yang and Toriko nodded, accepted the task, and agreed on the reward with Johannes. After the negotiation, the three of them immediately went to the 8th courtyard of Igo. Chapter 13 Trojan King Kong, Asking for Flowers. Igo's 8th ecological courtyard. It is an artificial living environment for plants and animals. Animals are raised in an environment close to infinite nature. Igo conducts ecological surveys of gourmet animals in this ecological courtyard. At this moment, Building C, Data Room. A huge orangutan with 4 arms stood there, baring its teeth and claws, revealing 4 rows of sharp teeth in its mouth, looking very scary and very ferocious. This beast is Trokan, but it is just a specimen. 2 security guards stood in front of the Trokan specimen, with a trace of horror in their eyes. One person said, no matter when you look at it, it feels so oppressive. The other nodded and said, yes. Such a monster is wandering around in the courtyard. It is said that this is a specimen made of a corpse that was accidentally discovered a long time ago. Even though I know it is dead, I still can't help being terrified. I wonder if Toriko can deal with it? Even if you give me a machine gun, I don't want to deal with it. Even if I have a missile, I don't want to fight it. In a fast-moving car. Johannes was driving, while Lin Yang and Toriko were enjoying the food in the back. Wow, salmon caviar is so delicious. Toriko looked excited, eating one spoonful after another. Lin Yang, don't you think so? Lin Yang nodded and said, well, it's really delicious. Salmon caviar is chewy and full in the mouth, and the 2-stage flavor attack makes people unable to stop. In addition, after biting it, the deliciousness inside explodes, which is so refreshing. Then, the system sounded and sent rewards, which made Lin Yang even happier. You too, we are here. Suddenly, Johannes spoke. The car stopped. Lin Yang and Toriko got out of the car. Looking around, there was a tall and thick wall in front of them, which was poured with reinforced concrete and was extremely rigid. There was a huge iron gate, which was closed tightly, and there were 2 tall security guards at the door with guns. The 2 saw Toriko and greeted her immediately. Mr. Toriko, thank you for your hospitality. Thank you for your hospitality. Toriko smiled and said, don't say that, I didn't treat you to food. Let me introduce you, this is my friend Lin Yang, who is even more awesome than me. Be polite when you see him next time. The 2 security guards looked at Lin Yang and looked him up and down. He was a young man, very handsome. Although he was also 1.75 meters tall, he was far inferior to Toriko's 2-meter tall body. So, the two did not take Toriko's words seriously, just thinking it was a joke. Who is Toriko? He is one of the 4 heavenly kings. What about Lin Yang? I have never seen him before, and I have never even heard of him. Okay, you two go open the door. Johannes ordered. Yes, Minister, said the 2 security guards, and they were about to go over to open the door. Lin Yang thought for a while and said, wait. Toriko and the others all looked back at Lin Yang, with a puzzled look on their faces. Lin Yang explained, there is a Trojan hiding on the side of the gate. If the door is opened, it may rush out. Just now, he spread his spiritual sense and found it. Hearing this, Johannes and the 2 security guards were stunned. Afterwards, Johannes said, it's impossible. There is a deep trench inside the door. It is impossible for it to cross it. The 2 security guards nodded in agreement. They have been guarding here for several years and have never heard of a Trojan crossing the trench. Besides, if this is true, the monitoring of the institute will also find it and issue a notice. Beep beep. Just at this time, the alarm at the door sounded, and then the voice of the broadcast came, attention, security personnel, there is a Trojan hiding on the side of the door, please do not open the door at will. Hearing this voice, Johannes and the 2 security guards were dumbfounded. Damn, Lin Yang was right? The 2 security guards felt a lump in their hearts. Fortunately, Lin Yang reminded them, otherwise they would be the ones attacked when they went to open the door. It was a close call. At this moment, they looked at Lin Yang differently. Boom boom boom. As if to verify Lin Yang's words, a deafening sonic boom sounded from inside the door. The 2 security guards were startled and turned pale. Johannes took a breath and said, is Trojan knocking on the door? The sound is so scary. Toriko said while smoking a cigar, it's not knocking on the door. It's beating its chest. The sound of beating the chest can be heard thousands of kilometers, and it is also used to intimidate others. Ordinary beasts will be scared to death when they hear the sound of it beating its chest. Hiss. A security guard took a breath, the sound of beating the chest alone has such terrible penetrating power. How strong must Trojan be? Lin Yang said, it has left the inside of the door now, and the door can be opened. The 2 security guards nodded and went to open the door. Sure enough, it's okay, Trojan has left. It's really strange, how did Lin Yang know? Lin Yang didn't say much, walked in, and Toriko followed him. Johannes said, I wish you 2 good luck in eating and success in catching the rainbow fruit. The 2 security guards closed the door and muttered, the Trojans are so scary, I hope they return safely. Chapter 14, The acupuncture gun is no longer fragrant, please give me flowers and votes. After Lin Yang and Toriko entered the gate, there was a long and deep trench in front of them. Toriko's nose was sharper than a dog's. He sniffed and said, that Trojan should not have escaped far. His nose could smell the remaining smell, so he could track the other party. Lin Yang nodded and said, yes. It's on the opposite side. His consciousness had locked onto a Trojan hiding under the hillside opposite the trench. That guy was hiding in the side of the door just now. Huh. Suddenly, Lin Yang's eyes moved. At this time, Toriko also smelled something, it's so fishy, this is the fishy smell of reptiles, could it be? Lin Yang, be careful, it's a venomous snake, zombie taipan. As soon as the voice fell, a series of black shadows flew over from a distance, turned into venomous snakes, and then fell on Toriko, biting Toriko's arms and thighs. These venomous snakes were thrown by Trojan from the opposite side. You actually played such a trick on me. Toriko's face was gloomy. He turned back to look at Lin Yang and was stunned. There was no poisonous snake around Lin Yang, because he was surrounded by a layer of poisonous membrane, and the poisonous snakes dared not approach. "Do you need my help?" Lin Yang walked towards Toriko. His spiritual sense found that when Trokan was about to throw the poisonous snake, he opened the poisonous membrane for defense. Toriko shook his head and said, "I can do it myself. This kind of poisonous snake can't hurt me. I have already injected serum before." As he said, he took a big puff of cigar, and in an instant, a wisp of smoke came out of his body. The poisonous snake immediately loosened its mouth and fled in disgrace. Lin Yang understood the principle. The poisonous snakes hate the smoke of cigar trees, which is the smell of acetic acid. This thing has a pungent smell and is very convenient to use to repel insects when camping. Lin Yang looked at Toriko's wound. It was just a slight skin break, and there was no sign of poisoning. As he said, he had injected serum and had antibodies. Toriko walked over, turned on the switch of the suspension bridge, and lowered the suspension bridge. The two crossed the trench on the suspension bridge. There was a huge mountain in front. The terrain is complicated. Toriko said, "Lin Yang, the rainbow fruit is inside, let's go." Lin Yang nodded. Toriko jumped down from a steep slope, and as soon as his right foot landed, the ground suddenly collapsed, a big pit appeared, and his body fell directly into the big pit. This is the trap dug by Trojan. Roar. At this time, an angry roar came, and a huge Trojan grabbed a huge stone in both hands, jumped up, and threw the stone at Toriko. At the same time, its body fell behind Lin Yang, baring its teeth and claws, ready to launch a fatal attack on Lin Yang. Acupuncture. Lin Yang showed a sneer at the corner of his mouth, and punched Trojan's chest. "Gah!" Trojan screamed, his body stiffened, and then fell straight to the ground, keeping his teeth bared. "Although this guy will not die, he can't move for the time being." Boom! Toriko burst out of the big pit, holding an acupuncture gun in his hand, ready to help Lin Yang knock down Trojan. However, when he rushed up and saw the appearance of Trojan, he was stunned. "This." Lin Yang shrugged and said, "This guy wanted to eat me, and I pressed his acupoints." Toriko. "Damn, he wanted to use the acupointment gun, but he could press the acupoints directly with his hands. So, the acupointment gun in his hand was not fragrant." The two continued to move forward. After crossing a small hill, there was a hillside in the distance ahead. A huge tree was planted in the center of the hillside. The tree emitted colorful light and looked very beautiful. "Wow, that's the rainbow fruit, right?" Toriko looked a little excited, drooling, "I can smell the sweet taste, I want to eat it." Lin Yang raised the rainbow fruit, and his heart was itchy. This is a dream-like fruit. Having one is equivalent to having money that can't be spent for a lifetime. You can imagine how delicious it tastes. However, there are countless bones scattered on the ground near the rainbow fruit, and one Trojan is wandering around. The reason why Trojan built its nest on the rainbow fruit tree is to capture the beasts attracted by the deliciousness of the rainbow fruit. The countless bones on the ground are a good proof. Some people would say, knowing that there are Trojan near the rainbow fruit, why do the beasts still approach? Why do they want to die? And they keep coming? This is because of the principle of conditioned reflex. For example, two people are separated by a transparent glass, and one of them throws a ball to the other. Knowing that the glass will block it and will not hit it, the other will still dodge it with a conditioned reflex. The deliciousness of the rainbow fruit makes the beasts around react to want to eat it, so they come over and become the food of Trojan. Yuga. Countless Trojan have discovered that two humans are approaching, and they roared and pounced fiercely. Toriko took a deep breath and said, "Lin Yang, it seems that we are going to have a big fight." "Yeah." Lin Yang nodded. Then, the two rushed over. Chapter 15 Rainbow Fruit, please give me flowers and votes. Awoo! More than a dozen Trojans rushed forward with strange cries, some baring their teeth and claws, some waving their huge fists, and some directly hitting with stones. Each one was extremely ferocious and had a terrifying momentum. If ordinary people encountered such a posture, they would probably be scared to death. As one of the 4 kings of food, Toriko was naturally not weak in spirit and would not be scared. He had rich combat experience and strength. He dodged various attacks of Trojans and then counterattacked. The acupuncture gun in his hand stabbed out fiercely. One after another, Trojans were acupunctured and fell to the ground with screams, unable to move. Although Lin Yang lacked combat experience, he was very good at physical skills. He could easily avoid the violent attacks of Trojans and use acupuncture skills to launch a powerful counterattack. Soon, 7 or 8 Trojans lay at his feet. Ogagaga. However, wave after wave of Trojans rushed up, as if they were organized and planned. Toriko was able to do it easily at first, but gradually, he became a little tired. After all, he was exhausted and the acupuncture gun was running low on power. Lin Yang, this won't work. We have to think of a way. Toriko said with a pale face, there are more and more Trojans. We have to find their leader and subdue it. Lin Yang also realized this problem. Trojans attacked wave after wave, and it was obvious that there was a leader behind the scenes. If you want to win the battle quickly, it is undoubtedly a good idea to capture the leader first. The spiritual consciousness spread out immediately. Soon, a target was locked. Toriko, can you still hold on? Lin Yang asked, I have found their leader, I will go and deal with it. Toriko said, I have no problem. Their leader is up to you. At the same time, he was secretly surprised. How did Lin Yang find the other leader so quickly? Of course, he was full of confidence in Lin Yang. Although he and Lin Yang had only met 2 or 3 times, Lin Yang gave him the feeling of being a peerless master. Lin Yang rushed forward, and many Trojans launched crazy attacks on him along the way. Acupuncture points. Acupuncture points. The figure flickered, and the fingers moved. One after another, Trojans fell stiffly to the ground. A larger silver-backed Trojan hiding in the dark witnessed the entire battlefield. It was the leader of the Trojans. At this moment, its eyes were fixed on Lin Yang, and it seemed to realize something and let out a strange cry. So, the Trojans around surrounded Lin Yang, and even the Trojans besieging Toriko turned their heads and pounced on Lin Yang. No, Lin Yang is in trouble. Toriko's face changed drastically. Huh. Lin Yang frowned, knowing my plan, are you going to target me as a whole? But, it's useless. Raising the power to the extreme, coupled with the ability of eating justice, the speed skyrocketed, avoiding the violent attacks of countless Trojans. The figure rushed forward like lightning. Seeing this scene, Toriko's eyes showed shock. He knew that Lin Yang was very strong, but he didn't expect that he was even stronger than he imagined. Soon, Lin Yang broke through the encirclement of Trokan and approached the silver-backed Trokan. How can this weak human be so powerful? The silver-backed Trokan showed a trace of horror in his eyes. This kind of human has never been encountered before. Boom! The ground collapsed. Lin Yang has appeared in front of him. The silver-backed Trokan reacted, roared, and slapped it. Whoosh! Lin Yang's figure flashed, and he took the lead, punching it in the chest and pressing acupoints at the same time. Its huge palm stayed in the air, its body was stiff, its mouth opened, and its long tongue stretched out, and it fell to the ground. Unable to move. There was only fear in his eyes. The other Trojans rushed over, but saw their leader fell at the feet of this human kid. They were stunned, and then they knelt on the ground and trembled. Toriko, who was far away, saw this, breathed a sigh of relief, and walked over. Lin Yang looked at the rainbow fruit on the top of the mountain, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Without saying anything, he walked over and picked a rainbow fruit. It was very huge and heavy, and the surface was colorful, very beautiful. Ding! Mission completed, reward overlord Haki. The system sounded. Lin Yang smiled. Toriko walked over with a smile on his face, and his eyes fell on Lin Yang first. Seeing that Lin Yang was not injured, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and then looked at the rainbow fruit, excited at a glance. This is the rainbow fruit, I want to eat it just by smelling it. Saliva flowed out. Lin Yang said quickly, let's go, let's taste it. Speaking of which, he also wanted to eat it very much. It is said that it is a dream fruit that can change into 7 flavors according to the temperature and humidity. Who doesn't want to eat it? Chapter 16 Life's Full Menu, Please Give Me Flowers. Gourmet Hotel. In the lobby, there is a huge dining table. There are more than 50 dishes on it, and there are 5 or 6 waiters who are still serving dishes. It's really delicious. I haven't eaten crab pig for a long time. Toriko's mouth was full of oil, and his eyes were shining. Lin Yang, what do you think? It tastes good. After eating a plate of milk salad in front of him, Lin Yang said with a satisfied smile, very good, it tastes great. At this moment, he was in a very good mood. Not only is it delicious, but the system also has strength bonus. Haha. Toriko laughed, if it tastes good, eat more. We came here to eat today. It doesn't matter how much you eat. I'll treat you. Waiter, serve the dishes quickly. Several waiters hurriedly got busy. Dozens of dishes were served again. Lin Yang was not polite either, and buried his head in a meal. This is all strength bonus. Lin Yang, you have a really strong appetite. Toriko said in surprise. Lin Yang smiled and said, same here. He could see clearly that Toriko ate a lot too. He drank 10 bottles of brandy alone. The waiters nearby were dumbfounded. Are these 2 guests competing to see who eats the most? Their appetite is really terrible. One can eat 100. I know the one with blue hair. He is Toriko, one of the 4 heavenly kings. What? He is Toriko. Who is the handsome guy with black hair? I have never seen him. He must be Toriko's friend. I heard that he captured the rainbow fruit. No way, is he stronger than Toriko? Several waiters were talking in a low voice, looking at Lin Yang curiously. At this time, the food on the table had been eaten up by the 2 people. A waiter came up and said politely, ladies and gentlemen, the last dish, the rainbow fruit is coming. Wow! Is the main course finally coming? Toriko was so excited that his mouth was watering. Send it up quickly. Lin Yang was also looking forward to it. At this time, Komatsu personally pushed the cooked rainbow fruit up. 2, rainbow fruit, gurgle. Komatsu brought 2 dishes to the table and placed them in front of Lin Yang and Toriko, drooling as he spoke. Toriko couldn't help but lift the lid, and a soft light came out from inside. He couldn't wait to scoop a spoonful with a spoon and started eating. Suddenly, he looked extremely excited and shouted excitedly, ah, it's delicious. Lin Yang took a deep breath and lifted the lid. What appeared in front of him seemed to be a huge piece of jelly, emitting a soft colorful light, with a rainbow on it, very beautiful. The aroma was fragrant. His appetite suddenly increased. He couldn't help but drool from the corner of his mouth. He picked up the spoon and gently scooped a spoonful. Well, it was heavy and substantial, as if it was a heavy piece of metal. Slowly put it into the mouth. Wow, it melts in the mouth, and changes into 4 flavors in an instant, as if the sugar content of hundreds of ripe mangoes is condensed, and the occasional sour taste is also incomparable to lemon and passion fruit. When it reaches the deep throat, there is still an explosive sense of existence. Delicious, really delicious. However, this is not over yet. Then, there are 3 other wonderful flavors echoing in the mouth: sweet, delicious, and refreshing. 7 flavors. It is really wonderful. Ding, eat rainbow fruit, reward air step. Ding, eat rainbow fruit, physical skills plus 20. The voice of the system sounded in his mind, making Lin Yang even more happy. Komatsu and all the waiters watched the 2 people eating rainbow fruit, and the water had already flowed all over the floor. The 2 quickly ate the rainbow fruit clean. Ha, so cool. Toriko looked excited. I decided that the rainbow fruit will be the dessert in my full menu of life. Then, his eyes turned. Lin Yang, have you finished your full menu of life? Hearing Toriko's words, Lin Yang came back to his senses from the excitement and smiled, not yet. He hadn't thought about this question yet. The full menu of life has a total of 8 ingredients, namely appetizers, soup, fish dishes, meat dishes, main dishes, salads, desserts, and drinks. Everyone here seems to like this. It's a fashion. It's quite popular. Some people even regard this as a lifelong pursuit. Some people even say when they meet, "Hey, brother, have you finished your full menu of life? This is my full menu of life, how about it?" Awesome. Lin Yang came across and was not interested in the full menu of life. Anyway, it was delicious, just eat it. Ding. Check-in location refreshed, Cave Beach. The system voice came, and Lin Yang's eyes were happy. I can check in again. After saying goodbye to Toriko in a hurry, I returned home and began to prepare to go to the cave beach. On the 3rd day, Lin Yang set off. Chapter 17, Cave Beach, please give me flowers. On an uninhabited island. There are stones everywhere. Tall, short, pointed, round, all kinds of them. There are no green plants. It's dead. A man in white is walking on the rugged stone road. His handsome face and bright eyes are out of tune with the surrounding environment. This man is none other than Lin Yang. It took him a whole day to get here. Is this the island where the cave beach is located? Let's find a place to have a good meal first. He looked around and soon found an ideal place. Sitting on a flat stone, with his back against the comfortable stone, he took out delicious food from the void kitchen and ate it with relish. Last time, he collected a lot of delicious food in the barren islands, and he hasn't eaten even 1% of it yet. The ingredients are bizarre, but the taste is very good. After eating, there is a bonus of strength. It's really cool. After a while, Lin Yang ate more than 100 kilograms of food before he could barely fill his stomach. For some reason, after traveling to this world, my appetite increased a lot. However, I didn't care too much. After all, the thing that this world lacks the least is delicious food. Being able to eat is a blessing. Being able to eat brings luck. After eating and drinking, Lin Yang stood up and walked to the west. Because, when he was eating just now, he used his spiritual sense to check the terrain within a radius of 500 meters, and the entrance to the cave beach was in this direction. After walking about 400 meters, a dark cave appeared in front of him, like the open mouth of a beast. A cold breath came out of the black hole. You can see a lot of bones on the ground. It is conceivable that this is not a friendly place. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yang took a step and walked in. Because the cave beach is inside. The whole cave is a maze, 800 meters down, but the road is complicated, and there is a small beach at the end. In addition, there are countless beasts and monsters living in the cave, the most terrifying of which is the demon snake, a legendary monster from hell, with a capture level of 21. However, according to the system's prompts, Lin Yang may not need to enter the innermost beach to sign in. Of course, even if he enters the innermost, he doesn't have to be afraid. With his current strength, he should have no problem dealing with the demon snake. The cave is dark. Very quiet. Lin Yang can only hear his own footsteps. It gives people a feeling of depression. I don't know how long I walked, and there are several passages in front of me, which are dark and look like the mouth of a devil. Lin Yang opened his spiritual sense to detect, and then chose a passage to walk in. There are many bones scattered in the passage. It's scary to look at. At the end of the passage, there is a huge pit in front of him, as big as a basketball court, with more bones scattered on it. Bang bang bang. Lin Yang performed an empty step and fell into the big pit. Ding. Cave Beach, do you want to sign in? Suddenly, the system voice sounded in his mind, scaring Lin Ming. Huh. Slowly exhaling, Lin Yang silently said in his heart, sign in. Ding. Successfully signed into Cave Beach. Reward for the ability of the Burning Devil Fruit. Physical skills plus 30. Cooking skills plus 10. Food luck plus 2. The system voice came in waves, and Lin Yang was very happy to hear it. This wave of rewards has greatly improved his strength. Not to mention anything else, just the ability of the Burning Devil Fruit is very powerful. Okay. Lin Yang rubbed his thumb and index finger, whoosh, a red flame burned on the two fingers. No need to bring a lighter to smoke in the future. Fire gun. The right hand formed a pistol and fired at a stone in the distance. Swish, swish, swish. Bullets formed by flames whizzed out and hit the stone, breaking it. Very destructive. Lin Yang was very satisfied and in a good mood. Sissing. Suddenly, strange sounds came from all around. His spiritual sense spread out immediately. It was a large group of scorpion cockroaches. Their bodies were cockroaches and their tails were scorpion tails. They were highly poisonous and had a capture level of 7. Soon, they appeared in Lin Yang's sight. Have I entered their nest? What luck! Lin Yang laughed at himself. Countless scorpion cockroaches rushed towards Lin Yang quickly. Not only were they poisonous, but they also ate food very quickly. Even if a fat buffalo was surrounded by them, it would probably take only a few seconds for only bones to remain. Lin Yang could open the poison membrane for defense, but he was too lazy to pay attention to them. He took a step in the air and flew into the air, away from the ground. I have already signed in and punched in today. I can just come back to sign in tomorrow, so I plan to leave temporarily. After all, this cave is gloomy and makes people feel uncomfortable. Chiji. At this time, a strange cry came from the sky above my head, making my scalp numb. Looking up, I saw a group of butterflies and bats swooping over with their teeth bared. Chapter 18 Demonic Snake, please give me flowers and votes. The butterfly bats, with hideous faces, look very disgusting, but they are delicious. They taste like roast duck when eaten raw, and taste even better when roasted. Originally, Lin Yang wanted to leave, but now that the delicious food is delivered to his door, he might as well take it. Bang bang bang. He stepped out in the air and rushed into a passage. The butterfly bats screamed and chased after him. In their eyes, this human is a rare delicacy. They must not let him go. However, what they didn't know was that Lin Yang was not running away, but was planning to catch them all in one fell swoop. Entering the passage, Lin Yang stood on the ground, and the group of butterfly bats rushed over one after another. Fire fist. Lin Yang raised a sneer at the corner of his mouth, and directly used the ability of the Burning Devil Fruit to punch out. A huge flame fist bombarded over, and the whole passage was full of flames. The group of butterfly bats all fell to the ground, and some were even cooked, with a strong fragrance filling the air. With a grin, he quickly walked over to pick them up and put them in the void kitchen. After a while, Lin Yang left the cave. It was sunny outside. It was like two different worlds from the cave. Considering that he could sign in and punch in for a month, Lin Yang planned to live on this island for a month. Anyway, there were still a lot of ingredients in his void kitchen. Even if there were none, he could go into the cave to find them. Choose a tall stone and build a temporary residence on it. Next, it was time to sign in and punch in the cave and find delicious food. Time passed quickly, and more than half a month passed in the blink of an eye. The ingredients in the void kitchen were almost eaten up. However, Lin Yang's strength has improved a lot. The system interface appears. Host, Lin Yang. Occupation, Food Hunter. Food Cell Devil, Unawakened. Cooking Skills, Level 4 Chef. Food Luck, General. Spiritual Awareness, 1000 meters. Template, Food Template, Pirate Template. Abilities, Acupuncture, Nail Fist, Sonic Rocket, Poison Membrane, Overlord Haki, Air Step, Burning Devil Fruit. Physical Skills, Level 2. Others, Void Kitchen, Dragon Fang. On this day, Lin Yang entered the big pit in the cave again to sign in and punch in. The scorpions and cockroaches around saw Lin Yang appear and ran away. They knew very well how terrible this human was. During this period, they experienced terrible nightmares. Most of their brothers and sisters disappeared and were all eaten by this human. At the beginning, they thought this human was easy to bully, but they didn't expect it to be a monster. Poison, fire, acupuncture. Once, he released a terrible pressure that shocked most of them. What scared them was that this human came here on time every day. Damn, this is their nest. Lin Yang looked at the shivering scorpions and cockroaches around him, with a strange smile on his face, then shook his head and left the pit. Scorpions and cockroaches tasted good, but if they continued to eat them, they would become extinct. The group of scorpions and cockroaches breathed a sigh of relief when they saw Lin Yang leave, and hurried out to find food. After leaving the pit, they did not walk out of the cave, but walked deeper. They had basically eaten all the ingredients nearby. Scorpions and cockroaches, butterflies and bats, grasshoppers and centipedes, bees and mosquitoes, etc. In fact, Lin Yang knew that deep in the cave beach, there was a super delicacy, that is, puffer whales, which can be said to be a specialty of the cave beach. Every year, tens of thousands of food hunters come for it. However, it is not the time to capture puffer whales yet. However, it is almost time to calculate the time. Awoo, awoo. After walking a few hundred meters deep, the roar of a beast came from the front, and the whole cave was almost collapsed. What's going on? Lin Yang frowned. I have never encountered such a situation in the cave before. At this time, a large group of beasts rushed out from the passage ahead, with elephant bodies and shark mouths, very ferocious. It was the shark elephant, a hybrid beast, captured at level 12. These beasts seemed to be running for their lives. Lin Yang narrowed his eyes and retreated to a huge open space. What on earth made so many beasts run for their lives? There is no doubt that something more terrifying must have appeared inside. With a sweep of his spiritual sense, Lin Yang showed a sneer at the corner of his mouth. Hee, it turned out to be this guy. No wonder. It's not bad to use it to test your strength. A sharp strange sound came, and the eardrum was almost pierced. Then, a huge black shadow appeared, almost occupying the entire passage. From Lin Yang's perspective, it looked like a snake. Soon, the face of this guy appeared in sight. It was indeed a giant snake, but it was different from ordinary snakes. There are many thin arms on the huge head, just like hair, and the mouth is like the mouth of the alien in the movie, ferocious and terrifying, with 3 dark eyes above the mouth, fierce and radiant. Looking at its body, it is a snake body, but there are many dragon claws on its abdomen, which are extremely sharp. It exudes a cold breath all over its body, and its momentum is extremely terrifying. This is the demon snake. Warcraft. Capture level 21. Although it is not the original species, its strength is also very strong. At this moment, this guy's 3 eyes have locked on Lin Yang, and at the same time, Its thermal energy sensor for tracking prey has also locked on Lin Yang. Hunting begins. Chapter 19 Coco's Expectation, Please Give Me Flowers. The demon snake stared at the weak human in front of him, and one of its claws retracted, then burst out, stretched out and slapped over. It wanted to tear this human into pieces and then swallow him. Damn! Lin Yang cursed inwardly, his eyes moved, and his body immediately retreated backwards. Boom! The boulder was smashed directly by the demon snake's claw. Lin Yang stood not far away, secretly surprised. It was not because of the opponent's strength, but because this guy's claws could shrink and stretch, just like Luffy's rubber devil fruit ability. The demon snake was also slightly surprised. The attack just now was very sudden, and it didn't hit. It seems that this weak human is a little different from the ones he encountered before. At this time, Lin Yang had already moved. He turned into a residual image and rushed up. The demon snake screamed, and the tentacles on its head flew out. These tentacles are highly poisonous. Once attacked, they can poison the opponent to death. And there are many tentacles, and there is no way to avoid them. The demon snake seemed to have seen the other party being poisoned to death. Sonic Rocket Launcher. Lin Yang opened his mouth and sprayed out an amazing sonic energy shell. Boom! All the tentacles that whistled were smashed to pieces. The demon snake screamed, his whole head was bloody, and fear appeared in his eyes. This weak human is very strong, stronger than imagined. If you can't beat him, call for help. The demon snake screamed. As the sound fell, another roar came from the depths of the cave. Lin Yang frowned. Is this calling for help? Soon, another even bigger demon snake appeared. It turned out that there was a pair of demon snakes living on the beach in the cave, one male and one female. Lin Yang had just injured the female snake, and now the male snake came out. After the two snakes exchanged information, the male snake's fierce eyes flashed, roared, and directly opened his bloody mouth and pounced over. As if saying, "Damn human, dare to hurt my wife, I will eat you." Lin Yang sneered, dodged, avoided its huge mouth, and punched its head, acupuncture. The demon snake screamed, its body stiffened, and it fell to the ground with its mouth open, with fear in its eyes. Lin Yang looked at his fist. After the physical skills were upgraded to level 2, the power of acupuncture was also strengthened a lot. Looking at the mother snake, the other party trembled, screamed, and then knelt directly. Lin Yang shook his head and turned away. The meat of the demon snake is not delicious at all. Killing them and not eating them is simply a waste of food, which is equivalent to wasting food luck. Lin Yang would naturally not do such a thing. Go deep into the cave. No more beasts and monsters. After a while, a shiny thing appeared in front of him. Walking in, it turned out to be a huge beach. The sea water is very clear. This is the so-called cave beach, where the puffer whale appears. Lin Yang stood on the beach, looked around, and saw nothing to see, so he turned and left. Now, it is not the time for puffer whales to appear and lay eggs. In the remaining time, Lin Yang walked around the cave, basically walking all the routes. The beasts in the cave saw him as if they saw their natural enemies, and they all fled. Even the two terrifying demon snakes dared not say a word when they saw Lin Yang, drooping their heads, hiding in the corner, shivering. Time passed day by day, and the day when puffer whales appeared was getting closer and closer. At this time, many gourmets had already hurried to the cave beach. Their goal was naturally puffer whales. On a train, in a carriage. There were 3 men sitting. One was a man wearing a black tights, a green ribbon, a white cloak, an orange earring on the right ear, and 2 purple ear clips. One man had blue hair, 3 scars on his ears, and was smoking a cigar. The last one was wearing white clothes and was short. They are Coco, Toriko and Komatsu. Toriko, I predicted that you would come to me to capture the puffer whale. Coco said softly, I heard that you captured the rainbow fruit and put it on your life menu. Ahem. Hearing this, Toriko was choked by the smoke and waved his hand quickly, saying, No. I didn't capture the rainbow fruit, I just got the help of Lin Yang. Thinking of Lin Yang, Toriko smiled. In his heart, Lin Yang is a very powerful guy. Lin Yang. Coco frowned, who is this? Why haven't I heard of him? From the look on Toriko's face, Lin Yang must be an extraordinary person, otherwise Toriko wouldn't be so optimistic. Toriko blew out a puff of smoke and said, I have also seen a guy who suddenly appeared recently twice, but he is a very nice person and very strong. You will definitely meet him in the future. After hearing this, Coco became more curious about Lin Yang and asked, How do you compare to him? Komatsu next to him said, Mr. Coco, Toriko was knocked out by Lin Yang's punch. What? Coco was surprised and his eyes widened. Toriko, is it true? Yeah. Toriko nodded. Lin Yang is indeed strong, there is nothing he dare not admit. Hearing the affirmative answer, Coco's face changed. He knew Toriko's strength, he was very strong. But, he was knocked out by Lin Yang's punch. This is a bit scary. At this moment, his eyes were full of expectation, wanting to meet this guy called Lin Yang. Chapter 20 Puffer Whale, please give me flowers and votes. On this day, after Lin Yang signed in and got a reward, he ate delicious food while walking towards the cave beach. He wanted to go over and see if the puffer whale appeared. Along the way, the beasts in the cave just hid quickly when they heard Lin Yang's footsteps, fearing that they would be eaten. During this period of time, they lived in fear. You know, many of their brothers and sisters were eaten by this terrible human. Walked into a passage. Not far in front of them were two hideous demon snakes. Most people were scared to death when they saw them. However, when Lin Yang saw them, it was the latter who was scared to death. Get out of the way, don't block the way. Lin Yang said, waving his hand. The two demon snakes quickly leaned against the corner of the wall, lay down, and dared not move, extremely honest. Lin Yang walked between them. The two demon snakes didn't even dare to breathe. After Lin Yang left, they secretly breathed a sigh of relief, as if they were reborn. The road was smooth. Soon, we came to the cave beach again. The scenery in front of us was as beautiful as before. It was shining with golden light, as if countless stars were blinking. Lin Yang stood on the beach and looked at the sea. Suddenly, he saw a group of white fish swimming over. They looked like dolphins and whales. They were puffer whales. It seems that the first batch of puffer whales to lay eggs has arrived. Lin Yang muttered, happy in his heart. After the puffer whales lay eggs, they can be captured before they swim back to the deep sea. You know, puffer whales are called dream whales of deep sea delicacies. From eggs to adult fish, 3 to 4 years, they have been living in shallows. They have lungs and clap, and their body length will grow to 6 meters, but in the process of moving to the deep sea, their lungs will be crushed by water pressure, and their body length will be compressed by 50 to 60 centimeters, thus condensing the most advanced delicacy. Countless gourmets risked entering the cave beach to capture it. In the black market, there is more poisonous puffer whales circulating. Some people would rather die to taste its deliciousness. You can imagine how delicious puffer whales are. Thinking of this, Lin Yang felt itchy. After waiting for a day, the first batch of puffer whales laid eggs, and they planned to swim to the deep sea. Lin Yang quietly dived into the water, hiding his breath and consciousness. The puffer whale swam towards Lin Yang, as if he didn't notice it at all. Slowly stretched out his hand, held a puffer whale in his hand, and then gently touched its gills with his fingers. The puffer whale was directly acupunctured and fell into Lin Yang's hand. Do the same. In a moment, Lin Yang captured 8 puffer whales. Some people may ask, Why did the puffer whale not escape and be captured so easily by Lin Yang? In fact, this is not difficult to understand. The herbivores that leisurely crossed the lion who had finished eating with a full stomach knew that the lion's consciousness was not directed at them. In human society, if people walk across the river while thinking about something or sending an email, animals will not run away at all. Some animals will forget their vigilance and approach people who are concentrating on their work. However, once they receive attention, hostility, murderous intentions, etc., their wildness will react sensitively. Splash! Lin Yang emerged from the sea holding the puffer whale with a satisfied smile on his face. Next, the puffer whale is processed and cooked. It is well known that puffer whales are delicious, but there is a poison bag in its body. Once it is broken, it will cause whole body poisoning in an instant, and death will occur within 30 minutes to 1 hour after eating. The lethal dose is 0.2 milligrams, which is a highly toxic drug that can kill 100,000 mice. And the location of the poison bag varies depending on the individual, so it is said that there are less than 10 chefs in the world who can perfectly remove the poison bag without breaking it. Although Lin Yang's cooking skills were not very good, he had a strong spiritual sense, so it was no problem for him to remove the poison bag from the puffer whale. He found an open space and started to work. He took out the dragon tooth, put a puffer whale in a clean place, and released his spiritual sense. At this moment, all the internal organs of the puffer whale appeared in Lin Yang's mind, including the poison bag. He took a deep breath, picked up the dragon tooth, and gently scratched the puffer whale's body. A hole opened, revealing a small black thing, which was full of liquid. It was the poison bag. Lin Yang carefully took off the poison bag. In an instant, the puffer whale exuded a soft golden light. There is no doubt that the cooking was successful. Next, Lin Yang was familiar with the process and cooked all the remaining 7 puffer whales and removed the poison bags in their bodies. Done. Lin Yang was overjoyed. If someone was here, they would be shocked to see this scene. The poison bag of the puffer whale was removed so easily. Maybe it was a cooking god. Click, click. Just at this moment, footsteps were heard not far away. Lin Yang scanned with his spiritual sense, and his eyes lit up slightly. Damn, a fierce guy is coming. Chapter 21, Master Jiro, asking for flowers. Lin Yang took out the kitchen utensils from the empty kitchen and continued to cook the puffer whale. The dragon's teeth waved, and a puffer whale was quickly cut into puffer whale sashimi, which was beautifully placed on the plate, shining brightly and very beautiful. The attached fat is just like the streaky pork of beef. Just looking at it makes people's appetite increase. Lin Yang picked up a full chopstick and stuffed it into his mouth full of fragrance, chewing with teeth. It is not like tuna that melts in the mouth, but it leaves a lingering fragrance in the mouth. The more you chew, the more delicious it is, as if you have come to the deep sea in an instant, and every cell in your body becomes active, and that supreme sense of happiness spreads throughout your body. Delicious, so delicious. He picked up another full chopstick and stuffed it into his mouth. The more he ate, the more he wanted to eat, and the happier he ate. No wonder some people want to try it even though they know that poisoned puffer whales are deadly. Of course, eating one is not enough. Lin Yang cooked 3 more and filled the plate. Click, click. At this time, the footsteps were getting closer. A hunchbacked old man with a crew cut walked over with his hands behind his back, his face slightly red and his eyes hazy with drunkenness. Lin Yang looked at the old man and grinned. He knew that this old man was not as bad as he looked. In fact, he was a very bad character, the acupuncture master Jiro. At this moment, he only sealed most of his power. You know, after his power is unlocked, even Blue Netero can be knocked out in 1 second with 1 punch, and his earth acupuncture can acupuncture the entire earth. His full menu of life is as follows. Appetizer, 4-leaf clover, capture level unknown. Soup, clear soup magma, capture level 2800. Fish dish, Wang Lu Qiao, capture level 4450. Meat dish, Ashura dragon, capture level 4220. Main course, ET rice, capture level unknown. Salad, Portona lettuce, capture level unknown. Drink, Ohio spring wine, capture level unknown. Dessert, Oasis melon, capture level unknown. Jiro looked at Lin Yang, stunned for a moment, then narrowed his eyes, and walked over with a faint smile on his lips. Young man, I'm a little hungry, can I sit down and eat something? Looking at the puffer whale sashimi, his eyes lit up slightly. Sure. Sit down. Lin Yang replied readily. Jiro sat opposite Lin Yang, and he was not polite. He grabbed the puffer whale sashimi and started eating it. Well, it's really delicious, puffer whale sashimi, it's so delicious. Praise it endlessly. At the same time, he was also very surprised. He knew that it was not that easy to capture and cook puffer whales. It was very dangerous to enter the cave beach, because there were two terrible demon snakes. However, the young man in front of him actually cooked puffer whales in the cave, just like he was at home, and he didn't take the demon snakes seriously at all. This shows that this young man is very strong. Secondly, to capture puffer whales, you need to gather your consciousness and then acupuncture the puffer whales, otherwise you can't capture them. There are several puffer whales nearby, and the acupuncture technique is very sophisticated. The puffer whale can't move, but it's still alive. It's incredible that such a technique appears on a young man. Then it's cooking puffer whales. If you are not careful, as long as you deviate by 1 millimeter, the poison bag will be broken, and the puffer whale will be poisoned and you will die if you eat it. But this young man's cooking technique is very sophisticated. The poison bag of each puffer whale is perfectly removed, and the fish meat is shining with golden light. Finally, there was the puffer whale sashimi, with very delicate knife skills and extremely high craftsmanship. This was the first time he had seen such a young man with strong strength and good cooking skills. Jiro was very happy eating and smiled. Young man, what's your name? Such an outstanding talent, how can people not want to know him? My name is Lin Yang. Lin Yang replied, grabbing the wine pot from the side and handing it to Jiro. This is fish fin wine, try it and see how it tastes. Hearing that it was wine, Jiro's eyes lit up, as if he had discovered a new world. He grabbed it, opened the lid, raised his head and drank it. Ah! It's really good wine. Young man, you are really good. Lin Yang smiled slightly. Getting such a compliment from such a corrupt person, he was naturally very happy. The puffer whale sashimi was quickly eaten up by the old and the young. Lin Yang asked, Old man, you are here to catch puffer whales, right? Yes. Jiro nodded, his eyes hazy. I'm a bit short of money recently, so I'm here to catch a few puffer whales to sell for wine. His eyes suddenly moved, and then he said, Young man, I'm afraid I can't catch puffer whales with my old bones, can you help me catch a few? I suddenly wanted to test the other party and see his strength with my own eyes. Lin Yang guessed Master Jiro's thoughts, smiled and said, Okay, no problem. Master Jiro actually wanted to see his strength, so it doesn't matter if he shows off his skills. I'll use the acupointment pressing skills later, and the other party should be shocked. Chapter 22 The Bustling Cave Beach, Please give me flowers and votes. After the old man and the young man had eaten and drunk their fill, Lin Yang put away all the tableware and put it in the empty kitchen. Then, the two walked towards the cave beach. When they arrived at the destination, Lin Yang quietly dived into the sea without saying a word, hiding all his consciousness. At this moment, Lin Yang seemed to merge with the sea. Seeing this, Master Jiro nodded slightly, revealing an admiring look. A puffer whale swam over. Lin Yang slowly raised his right hand, stretched out his finger and tapped the other's cheek. The puffer whale was captured just like that. Master Jiro's eyes lit up. This guy's acupuncture anesthesia technique is really good. However, he didn't understand why such a powerful little guy suddenly appeared. Among the young people he knew, only 4 people could catch his eye, namely Toriko, Coco, Sunny and Zebra. But Lin Yang was more powerful than the 4 of them. Lin Yang quickly captured 10 puffer whales, put them in a net bag, and handed them over to Master Jiro. "Young man, you are amazing," Master Jiro said drunkenly. Lin Yang smiled and didn't reply. He wanted to expose the other party, but after thinking about it, he decided to forget it. After all, there was a reason why the other party was so low-key. "Ah! Help! Ah!" Just then, screams came from the cave. There is no doubt that many gourmets have come here to capture puffer whales. The screams just now should be caused by the attacks of wild beasts. At this moment, outside the cave beach, there are already many gourmets who have entered the cave one after another. Among them, Toriko, Coco and Komatsu are also there. In addition, there are some gourmet thieves and gourmet killers sitting outside. They are not prepared to enter the cave, but they are planning to wait for others to capture the puffer whale and then snatch it. On the other side, in the deep sea connected to the cave beach, an unknown creature swam over from the deep sea at a very fast speed. Along the way, many deep sea beasts tried to eat this unknown creature, but they were killed in return. "Young man, you are very good. Come drink with me again if you have a chance," Master Jiro said while drinking wine with the puffer whale. Lin Yang waved at him and said, "Okay. See you later. Erlang, violent beast." Master Jiro paused and twitched his mouth when he heard Lin Yang's last words. This young man even knows my real name?" Shaking his head, a strange smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he walked into a passage and disappeared. Wu chuckle. Come back to his senses, Lin Yang looked at another passage, where the angry voice of the demon snake came from. Stepped forward and walked over. At this moment, in an empty cave, a demon snake was waiting with angry eyes staring at the 2 people in front of it. "Ha, these 2 humans look much weaker. You can eat them." Toriko and Coco were highly alert and made fighting sounds. Is this the monster, the demon snake? Such a strong aura. Toriko's face looked a little ugly. There is no doubt that the opponent gave him a strong sense of oppression. Coco stared at the demon snake with a serious face, so strong. There is no sign of death at all. He saw strong electromagnetic waves on the demon snake, which proved that the opponent was very strong. "Toriko, we have to go together." "Okay." The 2 immediately burst out with a strong breath, and the gourmet cell demon appeared, and the red ghost and the poisonous ghost appeared behind them, intimidating the demon snake. "Awu!" The demon snake opened its mouth and roared, directly shattering the gourmet cell demon behind the 2. So strong. Intimidation is useless. Toriko and Coco's faces changed. Kakaka. At this time, one of the demon snake's claws suddenly retracted, and then stretched rapidly, pressing Toriko against the wall. Boom. The wall collapsed, and the rubble flew. "Ah!" Toriko screamed in pain. "Toriko!" Coco shouted and tried to rush over. However, the demon snake sprayed digestive fluid from its mouth to attack. Coco could only pull back. Bang, bang, bang. The digestive fluid hit the ground, dissolving a big pit in the ground. Such a strong poison. Coco took off her headscarf and entered a serious state, otherwise she might die. "Ah!" At this time, Toriko roared, "Don't look down on me." The energy on her body exploded, shaking off the raised claws, and she turned her hand into a knife and chopped the raised claws. Knife. Sizzle. The demon snake's giant claw was chopped off. But, the next second, the demon snake's broken giant claw grew back again, just like a salamander regenerating. The speed is quite fast. Toriko and Coco were a little dumbfounded. This rebirth speed is too fast. Next, Toriko, Coco, and the demon snake got into a tough fight, and both sides were injured. Coco, help me hold him back, I want to charge up to use the 5-shot punch. Toriko said. Okay. Coco replied. Click, click. At this time, footsteps came from the side, and the three of them stopped and looked over. Chapter 23, Scare away the demon snake with your eyes, ask for flowers. A figure walked out from the side passage. Dressed in white, with an extremely handsome face, a smile on the corner of his mouth, and a bright sunshine. Toriko, Coco, and the demon snake all looked at the figure walking out, and their expressions were suddenly different. Linear. Lin Yang. Toriko was extremely surprised. I didn't expect to see this guy again so soon, and in such a ghost place. Coco didn't know who the other party was at first, but she just thought that the young man in front of her dared to walk leisurely in the cave, which was very extraordinary. After hearing Toriko's words, her face changed instantly and her eyes widened. What? This guy is Lin Yang? Before, Toriko had discussed Lin Yang with him, and he wanted to meet him very much, but he didn't expect to meet him so soon. He looked at Lin Yang. As for the demon snake, it saw the light of fear flashing in Lin Yang's eyes and trembled all over. Damn, why did this monster come out? Don't move, don't move. Lin Yang, you're here just in time. Let's work together to strangle this demon snake, Toriko said quickly, intending to invite Lin Yang to join forces to strangle the demon snake, but suddenly found that the demon snake was shivering in the corner, and was immediately confused. Damn, what's going on? Why is the demon snake so scared? Coco also wanted to see Lin Yang's strength, hoping that Lin Yang would take action against the demon snake. However, Lin Yang came over and stared at the demon snake. Crash! The demon snake immediately knelt down and trembled. Toriko and Coco were stunned. Go away. Go back to sleep. Lin Yang waved at the demon snake. The demon snake was relieved, called to one side, and then ran away quickly. This. Toriko and Coco opened their mouths wide, unable to describe the shock in their hearts in words. The two of them knew the strength of the demon snake very well. They could only fight it together, but Lin Yang scared the other party with just one look. Lin Yang, you have become stronger again. Toriko laughed, with admiration in his eyes. Lin Yang smiled and said, you are not bad. Alas, compared with you, I am far behind. Toriko said. At least, he can't scare the demon snake away with just one look. Hello, my name is Coco. At this time, Coco came over with a warm smile on her face. I heard Toriko talk about you and always wanted to meet you. I didn't expect to see you so soon. As Toriko said, you are very strong. He saw very strong electromagnetic waves from Lin Yang, which were much stronger than those from the demon snake. Lin Yang smiled and said, you are Coco, one of the 4 kings, gentle as jade. I have heard of you, you are very strong, especially your poison. The three of them talked and laughed. After a while, Toriko remembered that he had lost someone, and said, by the way, where did Komatsu go? Mr. Toriko, Mr. Coco, I'm here. Komatsu ran over from the side. I was so scared, I was almost eaten by a snake. But I don't know why the big snake suddenly ran away again. Later, I met an old man with a crew cut, and he told me that you are here. Ah! Mr. Lin Yang is here too, so happy to see you. Lin Yang exchanged a few words with Komatsu, and then said, are you here to capture puffer whales? I happen to know the way, I'll take you there. The four of them soon arrived at the cave beach. Wow, this is the beach where the puffer whale appeared. It's so beautiful. Komatsu exclaimed. Toriko and Koko both nodded in agreement. Hey, someone has been here. Toriko saw other footprints on the beach. Lin Yang, have you caught a puffer whale? And I smell a delicious smell. As soon as he came in, he found that there was a drooling aroma in the air. Lin Yang nodded and said, well, I have caught it and eaten it. To be honest, puffer whales are really delicious, especially when made into sashimi. Hearing this, Koko next to him couldn't help it and asked, Lin Yang, can you cook puffer whales? He knew how difficult it was to cook puffer whales. If you don't pay attention, the puffer whales will be poisoned. Komatsu said, Mr. Koko, Mr. Lin Yang is a very good chef. Not to mention anything else, just the giant crocodile that Lin Yang cooked before was very good. As soon as this came out, Koko was not calm. Strong strength, and a chef, this is a bit too much. Plop. Next to him, Toriko couldn't help it anymore, took off his clothes, and plunged into the sea. Koko's face changed, and she shook her head and said, Toriko, you can't do this, it will scare the puffer whale. Once frightened, the puffer whale will be poisoned. As he said that, he hurried down, fearing that Toriko would mess it up. Lin Yang looked at Komatsu, you don't want to go down and capture it. That. I can't swim. Komatsu said a little embarrassedly. Okay. Lin Yang nodded, and his eyes fell on Koko, wanting to see how he captured the puffer whale. Chapter 24, Instructions for Picking Poison Bags, Please give me flowers and votes. Koko gathered all her consciousness and merged with the sea. She approached a puffer whale and gently pierced its cheek with the acupuncture gun to complete the acupuncture. Clean and neat. Seeing this, Lin Yang nodded. Koko is a very gentle and careful person. Looking again, Toriko was also observing Koko's process of capturing puffer whales. His eyes lit up slightly, and then he also learned Koko's actions and restrained his breath. The next moment, Toriko also merged with the sea and did better than Koko. It must be said that Toriko has great potential in practice. Soon, each of them captured 4 or 5 puffer whales. All the puffer whales were put together, a total of 10, very beautiful. Lin Yang, don't you know how to take the poison bag? Come over and help. Toriko said, a little impatient. He just wanted to eat puffer whales too much. Koko said, the chance that I can successfully remove the poison bag is 10%. Lin Yang, please show me how to do it first, and I will learn from you. He hasn't used a knife for a long time, and I'm afraid he won't even have a 10% success rate. He wanted to see Lin Yang's skills and learn from him. Komatsu couldn't wait to say, Mr. Lin Yang, I also want to learn. Please show me how to do it. He still had some experience and confidence in making other dishes, but he really didn't have any confidence in removing the poison bag of a puffer whale. If he could learn some skills from Lin Yang, it would definitely benefit him for life. He also seemed impatient. Lin Yang walked over and said, well, I do know how to remove the poison bag of a puffer whale. But you may not be able to learn my method. The key to him removing the poison bag of a puffer whale is to rely on a powerful spiritual sense. They don't have this thing, so they really can't learn it. However, Lin Yang still had to demonstrate it so that they would give up. Lin Yang picked up a kitchen knife and gently slashed it across the belly of a puffer whale, and it was done in one go. A hole was opened in the puffer whale's abdomen, and Lin Yang reached in and carefully took off the poison bag. SSSSS. A soft light shone from the puffer whale. Obviously, the poison bag was successfully removed. This process was like handling a very ordinary ingredient. Koko was stunned. Komatsu was also stunned. Only Toriko, who didn't know how to cook, exclaimed, "Damn, Lin Yang, you are so amazing, you took off the poison bag so quickly." Only Coco and Komatsu understood that amazing was not enough to describe Lin Yang's technique just now. If you really want to describe it with words, there is only one word, that is God. Yes, this is simply the technique of God. Do you understand? Lin Yang asked. Coco and Komatsu had cold sweat on their foreheads. You use a godlike technique, what are we watching? Coco and Komatsu just want to cry. I told you that you can't learn my technique. Lin Yang said with a smile, but I can guide you from the side. Use your spiritual sense to lock the position of the poison bag and then give a hint, this should be no problem. Okay. Let me try it first. Coco said. Take a deep breath, pick up the kitchen knife, your hands are shaking. Lin Yang shook his head and said, Coco, your hands are shaking, this is not good. It's easy to make mistakes. After all, as long as there is a deviation of 1 millimeter, it may fail. So, hand shaking is absolutely not okay. You must be as calm as water. Take a deep breath. Coco tried to calm herself down, concentrate highly, and then started to move the knife. The knife cut towards the belly of the puffer whale. Well, that's it, slow down, 1 millimeter up, that's right, 1 millimeter up, wrong. Lin Yang instructed. But, in the end, Coco made a mistake because of her shaking hands, and cut the poison bag, and the puffer whale was poisoned. Coco shook her head helplessly, it's too difficult. Lin Yang said, do you want to try again? Coco gritted his teeth, took another puffer whale, tried again, and failed again. Oh. I'd better not try it? Coco said, and then put down the kitchen knife. Although he had successfully removed the poison bag of puffer whales before, he didn't have that feeling now. Komatsu, you try it, you are a chef, your hands should be more delicate. Coco said. Can I really do it? Komatsu didn't have much confidence. He didn't understand Lin Yang's picking method at all, and even Coco failed twice, so he had even less confidence. Lin Yang smiled and said, Komatsu, you try it, maybe you can really do it. Toriko also encouraged Komatsu, Komatsu, believe in yourself, come on. Besides, there is Lin Yang to guide you. Well. With Mr. Lin Yang's guidance, I'm not afraid of failure. Komatsu nodded and decided to give it a try. Taking a deep breath, he picked up the kitchen knife, concentrated his mind, and gently and slowly cut the belly of the puffer whale with the knife. Mr. Lin Yang, is this okay? Komatsu asked. Well, very good. Lin Yang nodded, 1 millimeter down, slowly, yes, that's it. Soon, a hole was cut in the belly of the puffer whale, revealing a complete poison bag. Wow, Komatsu, you succeeded. Toriko exclaimed. Coco also smiled. Komatsu smiled and said, it's all Mr. Lin Yang's good guidance. Mr. Lin Yang is so amazing. Lin Yang smiled. I have to say that Komatsu has great potential as a chef. Splash. At this time, a strange head emerged from the sea, followed by a strong sense of oppression. Chapter 25, One Punch Blast, please give me flowers. A white monster came from the sea dragging a small net of puffer whales, exuding an amazing aura. Toriko and Coco's faces changed drastically. The pressure from the other party made them burst out with aura involuntarily, and they were ready for battle. The two knew very well that this white monster was very strong. Lin Yang looked at the white monster and narrowed his eyes. He knew that this white monster was a new GT robot of Bishokyukai, whose appearance imitated Netero, and the remote controller was Starjun, a very powerful guy. Speaking of which, this guy was Toriko's brother, but neither of them knew it now. He ignored the breath and threats of Toriko and Coco, dragged the puffer whale onto the beach, and then stood there, scratching his head with his hand, looking confused. Toriko and Coco were extremely nervous. Lin Yang, be careful of this guy, he is very strong. Toriko reminded. Lin Yang nodded, his face did not change. Starjun is very strong, but his current strength is still a little worse than Lin Yang. What's more, he still appeared in the form of a GT robot, and his strength could not be fully exerted, let alone Lin Yang's opponent. However, if he didn't cause trouble, Lin Yang didn't want to pay attention to him. However, the other party did cause trouble. The GT robot looked back at Lin Yang and said in a domineering voice, "You should be a good chef, come with me. I need talents like you." It turned out that this guy just saw Lin Yang instructing Komatsu to pick the puffer whale in the sea. In his opinion, Lin Yang is a very strong chef. He knows that it is very difficult to pick the poison bag of the puffer whale. Even in his organization, among the countless chefs, no more than 3 people can perfectly pick the poison bag. Not interested. Lin Yang refused directly. There are some weird people in Bishokukai. If Lin Yang goes in, he will definitely not be able to stand it. The GT robot scratched his head and shook his head and said, "Oh, then there is no way." Click. The puffer whale in his hand was placed on the ground. He was preparing to take Lin Yang away with tough means. "Lin Yang, this guy is going to attack." Toriko was extremely nervous, shouted, and rushed over. Coco did the same. The two planned to join forces with Lin Yang to defeat the GT robot. Whoosh! At this moment, the GT robot disappeared on the spot. Bang! Then, 2 low explosions sounded. Almost at the same time, 2 screams were heard, but Toriko and Coco were both knocked out by the GT robot. Boom! The 2 hit the stone wall, breaking it into pieces, and they spurted out large mouthfuls of blood. Seriously injured? Mr. Toriko! Mr. Coco! Komatsu screamed in fear, trembling all over. In this situation, he could not help at all. Lin Yang's face darkened, staring at the GT robot. "You shouldn't do this." "I did it, what can you do?" The GT robot replied coldly, "As long as you follow me obediently, nothing will happen." "How?" Lin Yang's eyes flashed coldly. "Blow you up." As soon as the voice fell, Lin Yang rushed forward. The GT robot rushed forward and punched out. Crackling. The sound of breaking through the air was terrifying, even a 10,000 gin boulder could be smashed. Lin Yang clenched his fists, not afraid at all, and also punched forward, 20 consecutive nail punches. Bump. The 2 fists collided with each other, and a low sonic boom sounded. The GT robot's fist was shattered, but this was just the beginning, and then there were bursts of sonic booms, and along with the sonic booms, his arms exploded, and then half of his body exploded. Crash. Finally, the entire body of the GT robot exploded, turning into countless metal parts scattered all over the ground, emitting black smoke. The head of the GT robot rolled to Lin Yang's feet. "You, what's your name?" The GT robot's head made a sound. The voice was full of shock. He never thought that the other party was so strong. 1 punch smashed it to pieces. Such a person deserves his respect. Lin Yang did not answer his question, but raised his foot and stomped its head with 1 foot. From the beginning of the fight between the 2 to the end of the fight, it was only a few seconds. However, Toriko and Coco not far away were already stunned. Lin Yang's strength exceeded their imagination. The 2 had personally felt the horror of the GT robot, and there was no chance to fight back, but Lin Yang knocked the other party out in 1 second. And Komatsu next to him was so surprised that his eyes almost fell out, and his chin almost fell to the ground. Although he didn't know how strong the GT robot was, it was definitely not weak to be able to knock Toriko and Coco away at the same time. But, such a strong man was actually blown up by Lin Yang's punch. The distant Bishokukai base. A tall and mighty man with luxuriant hair walked out of the control room, muttering, "Who is he? Why is he so powerful? Next time, can I defeat him?" Chapter 26, Friends Worth Associating With, Please Give Me Flowers and Votes. After Lin Yang crushed the GT robot's head, he clapped his hands, as if he had done something trivial, and then walked over and picked up a small net of puffer whales on the ground. Looking back, Toriko, Koko and Komatsu had not recovered from the shock, and their mouths were still wide open. "Why are you still standing there? There are a lot of puffer whales here, we can have a big meal," Lin Yang said. Hearing this, Toriko, Koko and Komatsu finally reacted, and they still seemed a little unconvinced. "One punch, just one punch to blow up the new GT robot." Hiss. Toriko and Koko looked at the machine parts scattered on the ground, took a breath, and then looked at Lin Yang with a different look. "Lin Yang, you guy, how did you become so strong?" Toriko exclaimed, his heart was extremely shocked. He remembered that about 2 months ago, when he captured the rainbow fruit in the 8th courtyard, Lin Yang's strength was definitely not as terrifying as it is now. In just less than 2 months, the strength has increased several times. How did he do that? Koko was also extremely shocked. He heard from Toriko that Lin Yang was very strong, and later when Lin Yang scared away the demon snake with his eyes, it was verified that Lin Yang was indeed strong, but within an acceptable range. And now, the strength he showed by blasting the GT robot with one punch made him feel terrified. How is this strong? It's simply abnormal. Looking at Lin Yang's age, he is younger than him, which is a bit incredible. Lin Yang ignored the three of them making a fuss, took out the dragon tooth, and perfectly removed the poison bag of the puffer whale. The movements were smooth and seamless. Although the three knew that Lin Yang was very good at removing the poison bag, it was still shocking and incredible to see it again now. "Wow, Mr. Lin Yang is so amazing!" Komatsu exclaimed directly. He took out the poison bags of 10 puffer whales so quickly. "Don't worry about it, hurry up and help cook the puffer whales, we are going to eat," Lin Yang ordered. "Okay, Mr. Lin Yang." Komatsu nodded obediently, picked up the kitchen knife and started to cook the puffer whales. He felt that it was a very happy thing to work with Lin Yang. With the busyness of Lin Yang and Komatsu, all the puffer whales were cooked. Exquisite puffer sashimi. The golden fried puffer whale meat, sprinkled with chili powder and chopped green onions, was fragrant. In addition, the puffer whale soup, with fresh and tender tofu and a small amount of coriander, made people want to drink a few big bowls. The 4 people sat together and ate with big mouthfuls. Even if it was enjoyment, it was happiness. Puffer sashimi is so delicious, fried puffer whale is even more delicious. Toriko praised it highly, and the more she ate, the happier she became. Koko tasted the puffer whale, and she felt comfortable and warm all over. He, who was always reserved, couldn't help but shout, "Delicious!" Soon, the 4 of them ate all the puffer whales clean. Their stomachs were bulging, just like they were 2 or 3 months pregnant. The 4 of them lay on the beach, savoring the taste of the puffer whale, and they would wake up laughing in their dreams at night. Compared to the beauty here, the world outside is a little uneasy. The Bishokukai has already taken action, collecting ingredients everywhere. The land tough fish and hamburger shells in the 4th habitat were destroyed. The red scorpion in the 5th habitat was destroyed. The rainbow fruits in the 8th habitat were all robbed, and countless Trokan were killed and injured. The next target of Bishokukai is the legal island in the 1st habitat, and the ingredients are the ancient food treasure legal mammoth. The top management of IGO decided to send the director to guard over there. In addition, just in case, they also plan to entrust Toriko, one of the 4 kings. On this side, Lin Yang, Toriko, and the other 4 left the cave beach. "Lin Yang, aren't you going back?" Toriko asked. Lin Yang smiled and said, I still have something to do here. I'll go back to have a drink with you in a few days. There are still 2 days left for signing in, so Lin Yang plans to go back after he finishes. Okay. I'll wait for you. Toriko was very happy. Lin Yang is a friend worth making friends with. Lin Yang, I'm so glad to meet you. I think we will definitely meet again in the future. Coco smiled and said, although I don't drink, I can still eat. I'll treat you to dinner another day. Lin Yang is a strong guy with good cooking skills, which makes him want to make a comeback. At least it's more interesting than staying in the fortune-telling town to tell fortunes for people. Okay, no problem. Lin Yang smiled and nodded. Lin Yang is also very happy to meet Toriko, Coco, and others. At least in this way, he can better integrate into this world. Mr. Lin Yang, goodbye. Komatsu shouted. Both parties waved goodbye. Lin Yang returned to the cave. Chapter 27. There is still business to discuss. There are still many gourmets who got lost in the cave, and when they were hunted by the beasts inside, they screamed in despair. Lin Yang ignored their lives and opened the system interface, and the character attributes appeared. He took a look and nodded with satisfaction. His cooking skills have reached the level of a third-level chef. His food luck has been upgraded to the general level. His spiritual awareness has expanded to 1000 meters. The template has not changed. There is no change in the skills. His physical skills have been upgraded to level 3. If you calculate it based on the strength of one consecutive nail punch equal to the capture level 4, Lin Yang can burst out 30 consecutive nail punches with all his strength, so the capture level is equivalent to 120. Of course, Lin Yang also has the ability of the Burning Devil Fruit, the Conqueror Haki, etc. If these are added, the capture level will exceed 150. Such strength is considered good in the human world. You know, the current strength of the four kings Toriko, Coco, Sunny and Zebra, if calculated according to the capture level, is at most 30. A few days later, the sign-in at Cave Beach was completed. The sign-in location was still refreshing, and there was no new task in the taskbar. So Lin Yang decided to leave Cave Beach. After all, he had basically harvested all the ingredients in this place. Before leaving, he also went to capture a few puffer whales. It took half a day for Lin Yang to return to the food city. The first thing he did was to find Tom for a drink. From a distance, Lin Yang saw Tom being scolded by his wife by grabbing his ears. I say, what's wrong with you? You are so close to Toriko, why don't you ask him to help you get some puffer whales to sell? Do you know how popular puffer whales are recently? Even if they are poisoned, the price on the black market is amazingly high. If we can get a batch, we will make a fortune. You are so good. Now you are planning to fly Toriko to the beast fighting arena. Oh, ma'am, Toriko has helped us a lot before, and it is only right to help him now. Tom explained, ma'am, so many people are watching, can you let go first? Tom looked at the audience around him, his face flushed, this was a big loss. Then he saw Lin Yang laughing in the crowd, and his face suddenly became a little ugly. Damn, Lin Yang, you are not loyal enough. Not only did you not come to help, but you were also laughing. So, Tom quickly signaled to Lin Yang for help. Shaking his head, Lin Yang walked up and greeted, Hi, Tom, Sister Meng, you two are still as loving as ever. What's the saying, beating is love, scolding is love. Hearing this, Tom's face turned blue. Damn, at this time, you are still adding fuel to the fire? Isn't this going to kill me? Seeing Lin Yang, Sister Meng said unhappily, I say, Lin Yang, you idle guy, are you going to drink with my Tom? Humph, last time you said you were going to talk business with my Tom, where is the business? Lin Yang didn't expect Sister Meng to still remember this, but fortunately he was prepared and smiled and said, "Sister Meng, I did talk business with Tom last time. Today, I am here to deliver the ingredients." As he said that, Lin Yang took out several puffer whales with the poison bags removed, and then said, "This is the business I talked about with Tom. Sister Meng, what do you think?" Seeing the puffer whales in Lin Yang's hand, Sister Meng's eyes lit up instantly, and she quickly let go of Tom's ears. Lin Yang said, "Menseo, these puffer whales are the ingredients that Tom asked me to catch. The money has been paid, and these puffer whales are all yours." Hearing this, Menseo smiled and quickly took the puffer whales, saying, "Oh, Lin Yang, you are still the best, much better than Toriko." "That Menseo, Tom and I have business to discuss, I don't know," Lin Yang said. Go. Menseo said generously, her mind was all on the puffer whales. Tom and Lin Yang sat down in the old place. "You still have some conscience and saved me from the fire pit." Tom touched his still red ears and said, "Today, I will treat you to as much as you want to drink." In fact, he knew that Lin Yang didn't discuss any business with him last time, and the puffer whales were directly given by Lin Yang. The price of those puffer whales is not low. The price of 1 gram is more than 10 million. "Okay, that's what you said." Lin Yang smiled, and then picked out some expensive wine. The wine was served, and the two began to drink. "I just heard that you are going to fly Toriko to the Beast Arena," Lin Yang asked in confusion. "Yeah." Tom nodded. "It is said that a group called Bishokukai has taken action and is collecting food materials everywhere. Their target is the legal mammoth. Toriko is going there as a client to protect it. And the legal mammoth is in the Beast Arena. Speaking of which, the time is almost up, Toriko should be here soon." As soon as he finished speaking, the phone rang, and he opened it and saw, "Speak of the devil will come, Toriko is here." Chapter 28, Habitat 1, Asking for Flowers. "Toriko, Lin Yang, and I are drinking." "Wait a minute, we'll go to the first habitat," Tom said on the phone. "What? Lin Yang is here too? Where are you?" Toriko shouted before Tom finished speaking. Tom was shocked and told Toriko the address. "Lin Yang, what's going on between you and Toriko? That guy got so surprised when he heard your name," Tom said, feeling very puzzled. Toriko used to only care about delicious ingredients, but now he seems to be particularly interested in Lin Yang. Lin Yang said lightly, "Nothing, I met him again at the cave beach some time ago and ate puffer whale with him. Speaking of which, I said I would treat him to a drink. Now, it's just right, hee. Waiter, more wine." Hearing this, Tom's mouth twitched. He knew how much Toriko could drink. He was the one who paid the bill this time. He was going to be ripped off by Lin Yang again. Soon, a tall and mighty figure appeared, with blue hair and a cigar at the corner of his mouth. It was Toriko. "Haha. Lin Yang, you didn't even ask me to drink when you came back," Toriko said with some reproach. Lin Yang smiled and said, "Originally, I wanted to ask you to drink another day. But now you are here, so please come now. I have already ordered wine, knowing that you can drink." When he said this, he glanced at Tom and found that the corner of his mouth was still twitching, and he couldn't help but smile. "Haha, Lin Yang, you still understand me." Toriko was very happy. The wine was served soon. The three of them drank and chatted. After a while, the ground was full of empty bottles. "Tom, why do you look a little bad? I didn't see you drink much," Lin Yang asked with a smile, and finished another bottle of wine with Toriko. Tom smiled and said, "I can't drink too much. I have to fly Toriko to take her there later." "Yeah, that's right. You can't drink too much. Toriko and I can drink," Lin Yang said, Come on, Toriko, let's drink. Bang. 2 bottles collided. Gulp. The two raised their heads and drank, just like pouring boiled water. Tom felt a pain in his flesh. If his wife knew that he was the one to pay for this order, he would probably have to kneel on the washboard when he returned. After a while, all the wine was finished. There were empty bottles on the ground and on the table. Lin Yang wanted to drink more. Tom hurriedly said, "Alas. Toriko, it's getting late. We have to leave." "Lin Yang, why don't you go and have a look too? If he drinks any more, his hard-earned private money will be gone." "Well, Lin Yang, accompany me to the first habitat. There is a beast fighting arena there. I heard it's pretty good." Toriko invited. Lin Yang thought about it and nodded, "Okay. Let's go and have a look." Anyway, he didn't have anything to do now. "Okay, let's go," Tom said, and then hurried to check out. Whoosh. A plane flew to the first habitat. "I see." Tom, who was flying the plane, stared at the bottom and reminded. Lin Yang looked down and saw a large isolated island below, with an estimated area of 500,000 square kilometers. The island is surrounded by 5,000-meter-high mountains and looks very spectacular, completely different from the 8th habitat. Toriko introduced, the first habitat is the largest courtyard that Igo is proud of. It was built for food development and research, but its area is too vast, even Igo can't fully grasp it. The improved species and cloned animals released in the courtyard for research have now formed an independent ecosystem on the island. It is also very famous as an island. Lin Yang nodded. Tom said, "I remember it was open to the public. The beast fighting arena inside attracts countless people every year." Toriko said, "Due to restrictions on entry to the island, only 1 million tourists are allowed in each year. By the way, reservations have to wait for 5 years. The ancient legal mammoth you mentioned is inside, right?" Tom said. "Yes." Toriko nodded, "I came here for it. For specific actions, I have to communicate with the director. But this time with Lin Yang, any problem can be solved." Toriko put his arm around Lin Yang's shoulder and said, "Right, Lin Yang." Lin Yang smiled. He didn't want to intervene, he just came to take a look. But, when necessary, it doesn't matter if he takes action. "We're here, Toriko, where are we going to park?" Tom asked. Toriko replied, "Land in front of Gate 6. The plane landed steadily on the wide open space. Chapter 29. What, did you just say I was handsome? Inside the institute, the director's office. 9998, 9999, 10,000. At this moment, a muscular bald man was doing push-ups, with a huge beast specimen on his back, weighing at least 1 ton. The bald man's muscles swelled and he was sweating profusely. Director Mansum." A staff member in a suit and leather shoes walked in and shouted. "What? Did you just call me a handsome guy?" The muscular bald man suddenly turned around and looked at the other person, saying seriously. The staff was speechless for a while, and then said, No, it's Master Toriko, who has arrived." He was no longer surprised by the director's narcissistic behavior. Director Mansum showed an excited expression on his face and stood up. "Are you finally here? That little brat? Very good, prepare the best wine." Lin Yang, Toriko, and Tom walked in from the gate. "Mr. Toriko, thank you for your hospitality," many security guards said respectfully when they saw Toriko. "It seems that Toriko's popularity is quite good." Don't call me that." Toriko waved her hand and said, "Where is the director?" A security guard replied, "The director has prepared wine and is waiting for you. Please go this way." The three walked into a glass passage. Lin Yang looked around and saw that there were specimens of some ferocious beasts around, but they were very realistic, with hideous faces, and felt like they were alive. Many of the specimens of ferocious beasts were things that Lin Yang had never heard of. Toriko said, "The ferocious beasts here are basically a hybrid between extinct species and gourmet animals. They are all artificial new species that do not exist in the wild now. These ferocious beasts are also called shackled animals. Many are alive." Lin Yang listened carefully and nodded slightly. The work of the Ego Institute is to study food ingredients, develop food ingredients, and clone and regenerate extinct food ingredients. The three of them passed through the glass passage and entered a huge factory. The machines were running all around, and some ingredients were being processed and cooked. It was more appropriate to say that it was food processing than food research. Keep going forward. There were many glass cabinets around, which contained strange-looking beasts. They looked hideous and very ferocious. If you get a little closer, they will roar at you. "Oh, it's bad," the mussel crab escaped. Suddenly, a staff member in white clothes shouted in panic. "Awoo!" Sure enough, a huge crab rushed out from inside, with muscles all over its body. It looked weird, but its momentum was amazing. "Quick, inject anesthesia quickly!" Someone shouted. Boom boom. The mussel crab has rushed over, and the staff can't stop it at all. Lin Yang squinted and looked over. Judging from the momentum released by the mussel crab, the capture level should be around 15. Toriko rubbed his fists. "Get out of the way, let me do it." He was ready to attack. But a figure flashed out and punched the mussel crab in the face. Oil pan fist. Bang. A low boom sounded. A large part of the mussel crab's head collapsed, and with a scream, it fell directly to the ground and fainted. The person who attacked was a bald muscular man, Director Mansum. "Didn't I always say that shackled animals must be tied up properly?" he roared. Lin Yang looked at Director Mansum with a smile on his face. This is also an awesome person. Among the many characters in Ego, in terms of strength, he is the strongest except for President Yulong. He suppressed at least 99% of the power in that punch just now, otherwise the mussel crab would be crushed to pieces. "You are still as ruthless as ever. You should also have a little pity for the animals, Director Mansum, don't you think?" Toriko spoke with a smile on his face. "Ah." Hearing the voice, Director Mansum turned around and said seriously, "What? Did you just say I'm handsome?" Toriko. Lin Yang smiled. "This muscular bald man is quite interesting." "Wow, haha." The next second, Director Mansum laughed and stretched out his right hand. Toriko also stretched out his hand. The two hands were clasped together. "Welcome back, Toriko," Director Mansum said happily. "Haha, you drunkard, you still look good." Toriko laughed. "By the way, let me introduce you to a very powerful guy. Maybe, he's stronger than you." Looked at Lin Yang. So, Director Mansum's eyes fell on Lin Yang. It's a little guy I've never seen before. Is he very strong?" Toriko introduced. "Director, this is Lin Yang, he's very strong, and his cooking skills are very good. He's much stronger than me." Haha. The director laughed. "Heroes come from young people." As he said that, he stretched out his hand to Lin Yang. Lin Yang also reached out, and the two hands clasped together. Suddenly, a strong force surged. Lin Yang frowned. "Well, are you trying to test me?" Chapter 30, Beast Arena, please give me flowers and votes. It was obvious that the strength in Director Mansum's hand was increasing. It was not a polite handshake. After knowing the other party's intention, Lin Yang had no choice but to increase his strength and resist. In an instant, Director Mansum retracted his big hand and laughed. "He is indeed a good young man. I like him." Through the handshake just now, he basically understood Lin Yang's strength. As Toriko said, he was very strong, at least much stronger than Toriko. Shaking hands with Toriko felt like shaking hands on wood, while shaking hands with Lin Yang felt like shaking hands on steel, with completely different strengths. Before, why didn't he know that there was such a powerful young man? Lin Yang smiled and passed it by. Director Mansum's strength is indeed powerful, and can even be described as terrifying. If the other party's strength continued to increase just now, Lin Yang would definitely not be able to bear it. Haha, let's go to the Gourmet Beast Arena first. Today's game is very interesting. Director Mansum laughed and said while drinking, as for our commission tasks, we will talk about it later. Who will appear? Toriko asked curiously. He had been there before and watched the beasts fight. He remembered that he had fought with the beasts himself several times. It's a wolf fight. Director Mansum said, his eyes full of expectation. The four of them soon came to the beast fighting field. It was a huge circular field. The center of the field was where the beasts fought. It was covered with huge thick glass to prevent the beasts from escaping. Now, there was a huge trokan and a huge Galila crocodile fighting fiercely. And outside the glass cover was the audience stand. At this moment, tens of thousands of people were sitting in their seats and cheering, each of them looked excited. The purpose of the beast fighting field is to measure the fighting power and capture level of the beasts, but in fact it is just a place for the powerful and the rich to have fun. It's already started. Toriko said. Toriko, who do you think will win? Director Mansum asked, and then looked at Lin Yang. Lin Yang, what do you think? Toriko said analytically, Trokan's capture level is higher than that of the Galila crocodile, and its strength is also stronger. However, Trokan has been injured in the last battle, and I am afraid that the Galila crocodile will win. Lin Yang shook his head and expressed a different opinion, saying, I am optimistic about Trokan. Haha, Lin Yang, if you lose, you have to buy me a drink. I lost. How about buying you a drink? Toriko laughed. No problem. Lin Yang replied. Haha, there are different opinions, that's interesting. Mansum said, then let's see the final result. Roar. At this time, Trokan roared and pounced on the Galila crocodile, but as Toriko said, it was out of strength and couldn't keep up with the speed, and there were many loopholes. The Galila crocodile opened its huge mouth, revealing its sharp teeth, and bit Trokan's body. Blood splattered. Ah! Toriko screamed. Tom exclaimed, Toriko was killed. Toriko chuckled, Lin Yang, you are going to lose. Almost everyone thought that Toriko was going to lose. But, at this moment, Toriko roared, clenched his fists, and smashed the head of the crocodile with all his strength. Boom! The crocodile's head collapsed and fainted on the spot. This reversal happened very suddenly. So many people haven't reacted yet. Ah! The crocodile was knocked unconscious by Toriko, and Toriko won. Tom said, a little unbelievable. Damn, Lin Yang, you won. Toriko said, by the way, how did you know? Lin Yang smiled and said, Toriko is indeed exhausted. If he continues to fight, he will definitely lose, but he is very smart. The punch just now accurately chose the head of the crocodile to hit. He tried his best to knock the latter out. Haha, well said. Director Mansum laughed and looked at Lin Yang with a hint of admiration. This also shows that the capture level we announced is still relatively correct. Ha ha ha. Director, when will the wolf fight appear? Toriko asked impatiently. What, did you say I'm handsome just now? The director looked at Toriko seriously. Toriko and Tom were both speechless. Lin Yang smiled and thought this muscular bald man was funny. It's more appropriate to say that he is a sand sculpture. Ha ha ha. Director Mansum laughed while touching his bald head, and then said, "It's almost time, it's its turn in the next round." Boom. At this time, the number 1 door of the beast fighting arena opened. The audience around was boiling. The final duel is about to begin. Chapter 31, Fighting Wolves, Please Vote and Flowers. Chirp. After Gate 1 was opened, a strange sound came from inside, and then a huge shadow walked out. It was a huge monster, with a strong elephant body, a long elephant trunk, a Tyrannosaurus dragon head, and a Tyrannosaurus dragon tail, and it was fierce. There was no doubt that this was an elephant dragon, a reptile, and the capture level was 17. As soon as it appeared, the audience around it was boiling. At this time, Gate 2 slowly opened. Another ferocious monster appeared, with a walrus body and a saber-toothed tiger head, especially the pair of pointed, long teeth, which was very scary. This was a tiger-striped walrus, a mammal, and the capture level was 13. Then, Gates 3 and 4 also opened. The one who walked out of Gate 3 was a silverback Trojan, a mammal, and the capture level was 10. Kaa. As soon as it came out, it raised its momentum to the extreme, opened its mouth and roared, venting its strength. What came out of Gate 4 was a huge strange bird with horse hooves, bird body, and 5 pterosaur heads. It was the strange bird Gerard, bird beast, capture level 15. With the appearance of the 4 beasts, the audience was excited again. These are all very famous beasts. There are very few opportunities to see them fight in groups. Director Mansom sat down and said, "Although these are the beasts that always maintain the highest popularity in the usual competitions, today's audience is here for the beasts in Gates 5 and 6, the fighting wolf and the demon snake. Hey! Are they the 2 that fought for the strongest throne in the ancient times? Although I am not interested in the competition, I am looking forward to seeing the legendary wild fighting wolf that is basically extinct." Toriko also sat down. Lin Yang and Tom also sat down. Haha. Director Mansom laughed, "Toriko, even if you use all your strength, you may not be able to defeat the fighting wolf." Lin Yang, "Maybe you can." Haha. Toriko said, "Maybe." Lin Yang didn't say much. The strongest fighting wolf now is in the second area of the food world, one of the 8 kings, that is truly powerful. At this moment, the 5th door finally opened. A huge figure walked out from inside, releasing a powerful king's momentum, which was very amazing. It was a giant wolf, about 18 meters long and weighing about 11 tons. It was a big guy. Its eyes were gloomy, and it stepped out. Every step it took, the ground seemed to shake. This is the fighting wolf, and the capture level cannot be determined. The elephant dragon, the tiger-striped walrus, the silverback Trojan and the strange bird Gerard felt the terrible momentum of the fighting wolf, and their expressions changed. There was a trace of fear in their eyes, and they seemed a little uneasy. The cheers of the audience around reached a peak. Toriko took a deep breath and said, "What a strong presence." Lin Yang's eyes also fell on the fighting wolf. He could indeed feel the king's breath from the other side. He narrowed his eyes and asked, "Director, where did this fighting wolf come from?" Director Mansom introduced, "This is a clone that was accidentally taken from the place where the magic beast Death End was extinct a long time ago. It was restored based on DNA. No matter what, it did inherit the talents and strength of the legendary king who saved the mass extinction crisis of that creature. It turned out that in the distant ancient times, the supergiant herbivorous beast Death End was born by sudden mutation. It was 50 meters long and weighed 1,000 tons. Its bottomless appetite devoured the forests of this continent. Wherever it passed, everything was extinct. Later, they crossed the ocean and came to the continent where the fighting wolf lived. Before they started eating, they were all wiped out by a young fighting wolf. Now, the fighting wolf that appeared in the beast fighting field was cloned by taking the DNA of the young fighting wolf back then. No wonder it has the momentum of a king. Ayo ayo ayo. The silver-backed Trojan, the elephant dragon, the tiger-striped walrus and the strange bird Gerard seemed to be threatened. They roared and attacked the fighting wolf together. They pounced on it. The battle has begun. Let me see the strength of the ancient king. Many people cheered and looked very excited. However, the next second, a scene that surprised everyone appeared. The fighting wolf stood there with its teeth bared, but there was no other movement. So, the four beasts pounced on it and bit the fighting wolf's body one after another, and blood splashed out for a while. The fighting wolf had a painful expression on his face. Hey, there's something wrong with the fighting wolf, director. Toriko asked in confusion. Lin Yang's eyes narrowed, and he said, the fighting wolf is pregnant and is about to give birth. He won't fight until he has cubs. Toriko, go help the fighting wolf. Maybe you'll get a good partner. In fact, Lin Yang can help the fighting wolf give birth to cubs, and then have a fighting wolf pet, but Lin Yang doesn't like wolves. If he wants a pet, he prefers the kind that can fly. Chapter 32. That guy is a GT robot, seeking votes and flowers. Hearing Lin Yang's words, Toriko nodded, then charged up to break through the glass cover and landed in the beast fighting arena. Ah! Toriko, you idiot! Seeing this scene, Director Mansum screamed. 2 consecutive nail punches. Toriko punched the tiger-striped walrus. Gah! The walrus screamed and its entire huge body fell out. At this time, the audience around were all excited when they saw this scene. Ah, it's Toriko. The 4 heavenly kings Toriko has appeared. The cheers were getting louder and louder. Toriko rubbed his fists and said, I haven't been to the beast fighting arena for a long time. Staring at the fighting wolf, he smiled and said, hello, the ancient king. The fighting wolf bared his teeth and let out a low growl in his throat. Ga-oh-oh-oh. The tiger-striped walrus that was blown away by Toriko climbed up and roared angrily at Toriko, his eyes flashing with fierceness. Toriko looked back at it, his face darkened and he said, I clearly let you go, but you still don't know what's good for you. Boom. The next second, a terrible breath burst out from his body, and a red ghost appeared behind him, with great momentum. The tiger-striped walrus, the silver-backed Trojan, the strange bird Gerard and the elephant dragon were all terrified and fled quickly. However, facing the breath burst out from Toriko, Dulang did not show any fear. Toriko sniffed and nodded, Lin Yang is right, Dulang is pregnant and is about to give birth. I can smell the smell of amniotic fluid in the air. Boom. At this time, Dulang fell down. But there was a kind look in his eyes. This is the demeanor of a mother who is about to become a mother. Toriko looked at Dulang and said, I sincerely wish you well, and leave those beasts to me. Gaga. The silver-backed Trojan rushed over with a roar, clenched his fists, and smashed Toriko's head from top to bottom. Toriko raised his hand to block the punch, the ground under his feet burst, his muscles swelled, and he turned around and punched the silver-backed Trojan in the chest. The latter screamed and fainted. At this time, the elephant dragon's tail swept over angrily. Toriko turned around and hugged the tail, swung the elephant dragon up and threw it out. Boom! The elephant dragon hit the glass cover. Crack! The glass cover broke. Toriko moved again, rushed up, and punched the glass cover, 5 consecutive nail punches. Boom! A huge hole was blasted out of the glass cover. Seeing this scene, Mansum's face turned green. This idiot, he is really messing around. At this moment, the faces of the audience around changed drastically. Toriko shouted, everyone, run away quickly, the beast has escaped. Crash! So, countless spectators fled in panic. However, there was a middle-aged man with a black beard on his face, only a pair of eyes and a nose exposed, sitting in his seat, with his hands crossed, motionless. It seemed that everything that happened around him had nothing to do with him. Lin Yang had already noticed this weirdo, and with a sweep of his spiritual sense, a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. "Director, that guy is a GT robot from Bishokyukai." Lin Yang reminded him. "What?" Hearing Lin Yang's words, the director's expression changed, and then he looked in the direction Lin Yang pointed, and saw the weirdo with a full beard, and frowned. "Huh? Isn't that President Dihame of the Rhodes Republic?" "Lin Yang, are you sure?" Lin Yang nodded affirmatively. Under his spiritual sense, no disguise was useful. The so-called President Dihame was a GT robot. The director walked in front of the other party, and said, "Dihame." However, before he finished speaking, he screamed and spit out blood. I saw that the President Dihame pierced the director's abdomen with one hand. Blood splattered. Its attack was so swift that even the director had no time to react. However, the director was not a pushover, and he clenched his fist and punched, oil pan fist. Bang! President Dihame's face collapsed, flew backwards, and hit the wall. At this moment, his disguise was completely removed, and his whole body was covered with black light. A GT robot stood up from the ground, and it seemed that there was nothing wrong. As expected, Lin Yang said that this BD is Bishokyukai's GT robot. The director said, as for the blood hole in his abdomen, he didn't care. This little injury didn't make him nervous at all. Anyway, pour some wine on the wound and it will heal. You actually got in. The director was ready to start a fight. Your target is the legal mammoth, right? But unfortunately, you met me. Who is the controller? Since you can hear, you should be able to speak, right? The GT robot made a cold voice. Director, you look delicious. Hearing this, the director's face changed. What did you say? Are you bae? When his expression changed, the GT robot moved, appeared in front of the director in an instant, and reached out to touch the director's shoulder. Chapter 33. You can try, please give me flowers and votes. It's acupuncture, but unfortunately, my acupuncture point is not there. Director Mansum said disdainfully, then clenched his fists and hit the GT robot's head, oil pan sandwich fist. Bang! A low sonic boom sounded. The GT robot's head was fine, not even deformed. Humph, it's very hard. Director Mansum said lightly. The GT robot didn't say anything, and its pointed mouth suddenly opened, and a laser as thick as an arm burst out, piercing Director Mansum's chest. Wow! Director Mansum spurted blood from his mouth, and a bloody hole was punched in his chest, and he fell to the ground. Director Toriko noticed it, his face changed drastically, and he looked over, intending to go over to help. Gee chuckle. At this moment, the number 6 door was knocked open by a force, and a ferocious demon snake rushed out and pounced directly at Toriko. Toriko had to deal with the demon snake first. Tom saw the director fall down and rushed over. Lin Yang shook his head helplessly. With the director's strength, he could have beaten the GT robot, but he was careless. The GT robot looked at Lin Yang and said coldly, "Boy, you just exposed me, right?" He didn't expect that he disguised himself so well and had deceived countless security personnel and inspection machines, but he was actually seen through by a little ghost. How did this little ghost do it? Lin Yang nodded and said, yes. Facing the strong murderous aura of the GT robot, Lin Yang was not panicked at all. Toriko saw that Lin Yang was about to take action, he breathed a sigh of relief, and then concentrated on dealing with the demon snake. Tom came to the director and saw the bloody hole in the director's chest, and took a breath of cold air. Director Mansum, are you okay? Such a bloody hole, how painful it must be. Most people would probably be dead. But, the director is still alive. Director Mansum said, My sense of pain has long been numb. I couldn't feel any pain from the beginning. Compared to this, I actually took Bei lightly. I really underestimated the attack of the GT robot. By the way, Tom, I have wine in my pocket, help me get it out. Tom took out a small bottle of vodka and handed it to the director, who poured the wine directly on the wound. Tom's eyes widened. Director, are you disinfecting? Director Mansom didn't say anything, but stood up suddenly, and the blood hole in his chest had healed. Tom was stunned. Bishokyukite robot, this time I won't show mercy. Director Mansom burst out with a terrifying aura, and a giant phantom with 3 heads and 6 arms appeared behind him, which was very scary. Anyway, Tom was scared. However, when he looked at the GT robot, he frowned and then restrained his breath. Because he saw that the GT robot and Lin Yang seemed to be fighting. Little ghost, let me see your strength. Director Mansom smiled, his eyes full of expectation. Although he had tested Lin Yang's strength before, that kind of handshake test was not completely accurate. The GT robot stared at Lin Yang and said, "Little ghost, you shouldn't talk too much. I hate people like you the most. I'm going to kill you and pull out your internal organs." He had never seen the little ghost in front of him before, and he had never even heard of it, but he could feel that the other party was a little bit unusual. "You can try," Lin Yang said calmly. The Bishokyukai members sneaked in and prepared to cause trouble. As a friend of Toriko and the director, Lin Yang reminded them that this was not meddling in other people's business. "Little ghost, you are so arrogant," the GT robot said angrily, "I'm going to eat you, the Skinner is fired." Swish, swish, swish. More than a dozen blades whistled towards Lin Yang. Extremely sharp. Sonic rocket launcher. Lin Yang didn't waste any words and just opened his mouth and sprayed. A terrible sonic shell blasted out, blasting all the blades back. The GT robot showed surprise in his eyes. Similarly, the director was also surprised. Isn't that Zebra's skill? Lin Yang, this kid. Tom was also a little shocked. He has known Lin Yang for a long time, but he has never seen Lin Yang so powerful. Lin Yang is hiding deep enough, I have to let him buy me a drink next time. After blasting the blades away, Lin Yang rushed up with his fists raised. He was very fast and appeared in front of the GT robot in an instant, punching out. "Idiot, this is a new GT robot, made of ultra-high molecular special polyethylene, and covered with reinforced aramid fiber hair. There is no flaw. Even the director's fist is useless to me, and your fist will be useless," the GT robot said arrogantly. "Don't plan to dodge." In fact, he couldn't dodge in time, because Lin Yang's speed was too fast, so fast that he couldn't react. 20 consecutive nail punches. Lin Yang punched the opponent's abdomen directly. Chapter 34. Now, what do you want to say? Please vote and ask for flowers. Bang bang bang. A series of sonic booms sounded, and the GT robot was blasted into the sky, screaming. Then, its body exploded, and parts scattered all over the ground. Bang. The head of the GT robot fell down and rolled to Lin Yang's feet, emitting black smoke. Its eyes were wide open, and its mouth was still open, wanting to say something, but couldn't. Lin Yang looked at it and said, "What did you say just now? You said you were a badass, and my fists were useless to you, right? Now, what do you want to say?" "Zzz." The head of the GT robot emitted bursts of electric light, but it couldn't even say a word. Lin Yang raised his foot and stomped on its head to explode. The real Bei, who was far away in the Bishokyukai base, walked out of the control room. He was an ugly man wearing only shorts, with a face twisted with anger. "Damn kid, next time I see you, I must pull out your internal organs." "Ah." Here, Director Mansom opened his eyes wide and looked at Lin Yang with surprise. Haha, this kid is really strong. It is indeed much stronger than Toriko. Tom was stunned again. Now, he knew that Lin Yang was so strong. Lin Yang didn't think so much, as if he had done something trivial, and looked at the beast fighting field. The fighting wolf had given birth to a little fighting wolf, but due to the previous injury, coupled with labor, dystocia, and physical exhaustion, it was already dying. On the other side, Toriko and the demon snake were still fighting hard. Ayo! At this time, the female fighting wolf stood up, let out a low roar from her mouth, and walked towards the demon snake with the steps of a king, her eyes gloomy. It's going to fight? The demon snake sensed Tulang's fighting spirit, his eyes flashed with fierceness, and he roared. His two giant claws shrank to the limit, and then he rushed forward like a cannonball, intending to tear Tulang into pieces. Whoosh! Tulang's figure flashed and disappeared on the spot. Puff, puff. The demon snake's two raised claws were broken, and blood splattered. Woo cluck cluck! The demon snake screamed. What, such a fast speed? I can't see it at all. Toriko was shocked, is this Tulang's strength? Lin Yang narrowed his eyes. Tulang's attack speed was indeed very fast, and he could barely see clearly that it was Tulang who bit off the demon snake's raised claws with his teeth. Tulang didn't want to give the demon snake any chance to fight back, and his figure flashed away again. Puff! This time, the demon snake's head was also broken, fell to the ground, and blood spurted out. So strong. Toriko was shocked. He knew the strength of the demon snake. As soon as it came out, it ate the silver-backed Trojan, the elephant dragon, the tiger-striped walrus, and the strange bird Gerard. He and the demon snake were also in a bitter battle. However, Tulang killed the demon snake in seconds as soon as it appeared, and it was after giving birth and consuming a lot of physical strength. If it was at its peak, its strength would be even more terrifying. Lin Yang was also a little surprised. It must be said that Tulang is indeed strong. If he fought with Tulang, Lin Yang would not be able to win easily with his current strength. Tulang looked at Toriko, revealing a trace of gratitude. It was this human who bought it time and left offspring. Toriko smiled and said, Go, leave your last motherly love to your child. Tulang staggered towards his child, licked the child's face with his tongue, gave him care, and finally held his head high, made a cry from his mouth, closed his eyes, and died. Even though it was dead, it still maintained the posture of a king, and did not fall down, so proud. The little fighting wolf realized something, lowered its head and cried, with tears in its eyes. Toriko walked over, squatted down, and stroked it. Next, you have to survive tenaciously for your mother. Woof! The little fighting wolf cried out, his eyes full of anxiety. Toriko said softly, Don't worry, we are the same. I was also a shackled animal before, and I have fought many times in this beast fighting field. You are not alone. Woof! The little fighting wolf cried out again, and the anxiety in his eyes disappeared, and he rubbed Toriko's neck with his head. Toriko touched its little head. From now on, your name will be Terry Cross. Woof! The little fighting wolf nodded happily. Director's office. A huge dining table has been set up, and it is already filled with all kinds of delicious food. Ha ha ha! Director Mansum laughed wildly while drinking. Today I will treat you to a full Western meal. Lin Yang's eyes fell on the table, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. The director's full Western meal is as follows. Appetizer, Wine Thief Snail, Capture Level 28. Soup, Wine Shell Soup, Capture Level 25. Fish Dish, Bacchus Shark, Capture Level 31. Meat Dish, Wine Random Beef, Capture Level 30. Main Course, Bacchus Dragon, Capture Level 37. Salad, Ballus Onion, Capture Level 15. Dessert, Wine Grand Melon, Capture Level 19. Drink, Bacchus Whale Tide, Capture Level 33. All of them contain alcohol. This may be related to the food cell demon in the director's body. Chapter 35 Sunny's Shining Debut, Please give me flowers and votes. Come on, the high-end dishes are ready, please eat as much as you can. Director Mansom called. Lin Yang, Toriko, and Tom sat down without any hesitation and began to eat and drink. For Lin Yang, this is not only delicious, but also a strength bonus. After eating this wave, I'm afraid his physical skills will be improved a lot. Bacchus shark, wine, and beef belly tofu, piano lobster, etc., all are not missed. The more delicious the food is, the higher the strength bonus. Soon, Lin Yang's front was full of empty plates. Ding! System task update. Suddenly, the system's voice came. Lin Yang's heart moved, and he quickly entered the system interface to check the new task. Capture the gem meat and reward armed color domineering. Gem meat? Isn't this the gem meat in the body of an adult legal mammoth? This is a very rare delicacy. As for armed color domineering, it is also a very good thing. Strengthening the body is equivalent to a means of defense. Lin Yang smiled. This task must be completed. A large table of food was almost finished by them in a short while. Toriko wiped her mouth and said, "Director, let me tell you, our commission this time." Hearing this, Director Mansom was shocked, stood up suddenly, and exclaimed, "Ah! I forgot. Legal mammoth, it's bad. The GT robot BD sneaked into the institute specifically to delay us. In order to capture the legal mammoth in the chaos. It's bad, the little legal will fall into the hands of Bishokyukai." At this time, a short-haired and heroic woman rushed in. It was Ling. She is a staff member of the institute and also the sister of Sunny, one of the 4 heavenly kings. She has been in love with Toriko for a long time. When she walked in and saw Toriko, her heart was pounding and her face turned red. "Ling, what happened to the demon snake before? Why did it suddenly rush out of gate 6? Director Mansom asked. Ling felt a little embarrassed. Before, she saw Toriko appear in the beast fighting field, and her heart was already in a mess, and she accidentally let the demon snake escape. Director. Ling shook off the distracting thoughts in her mind and quickly said, "I just received a call from my brother. He seems to be on your island. He said that he has captured the legal mammoth and seems to be on his way to the institute now." "Ah! Is Sunny here?" Toriko smiled a little, looking expectantly. Lin Yang also smiled slightly. Speaking of which, among the 4 heavenly kings, Sunny is a very strange person, but also a very interesting person. Ling looked out with a telescope, and then said, "Here he comes." Everyone walked out. At this moment, on a mountain road, a huge elephant was held up by a handsome man with long hair and delicate face in one hand, walking slowly. The giant elephant was naturally the legal mammoth. And the handsome man was undoubtedly Sunny, one of the 4 heavenly kings. On the surface, Sunny was holding the legal mammoth in one hand, but in fact it was not the case. Others can't see that Sunny used his hair to lift up the legal mammoth, but Lin Yang's consciousness can capture it clearly. This guy's pretentious posture can get full marks. Below. At this time, strange cries came from both sides of the mountain road, and a group of strange lizardmen appeared, grinning at the legal mammoth and drooling. They are gangster hoods, reptiles, capture level 15. They are ferocious beasts with a strong appetite, and they intend to rob the legal mammoth. Tom said nervously, "Toriko, Lin Yang, don't you need to go over to help?" Toriko smiled and said, "No need. Sunny will handle it." Lin Yang was also indifferent. If Sunny can't even handle a beast like the gangster hood, he doesn't deserve to be the 4 heavenly kings. Below. A group of gangsterhoods screamed and pounced on the legal mammoth. However, the next second, they couldn't move, as if they were acupunctured. Lin Yang's consciousness saw very clearly that it was not acupuncture, but they were tied up tightly by Sunny's magic hair. 7 or 8 meters away from the crowd, Sunny stopped, a strange smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and then threw the legal mammoth in his hand to the director. The director's face changed, and he quickly held the legal mammoth with both hands. At this moment, the director seemed to catch a mountain. His feet crushed the ground, his knees bent, his arms were bulging, his face was distorted, and he looked very strenuous. "Ah, sorry, is it a little heavy, director?" Sunny said calmly, as if he had done nothing. "A hole, Sunny, don't throw such a heavy thing over here." The director cursed, "You haven't changed at all compared to before. You will suffer retribution, a hole." Chapter 36. Do you believe what I saw? Please give me votes and flowers. Facing the director Mansom's scolding, Sunny didn't care at all. Her eyes fell on the other person's body, her left hand gently covered her mouth, and she made a gesture that she thought was very beautiful, and said calmly, "But, director, you caught it well. It seems that your wrist strength has not retreated. But, it's not beautiful enough. The action of catching the mammoth can't make people feel moved at all, and it's better to say that the bow legs are so ugly, not sexy at all, it's better to die." Her eyes turned. "Hey, long time no see, Toriko." Sunny looked at the other person and then said, "Oh, the cell activation is more than before. The elasticity of the muscles is also very high, which is evidence of eating good things." At this time, Toriko felt a chill on her face, as if something touched it, and immediately scolded, "Hey, Sunny, don't run over and touch my face suddenly, it's disgusting." Almost at the same time, the others also felt a slight chill on their faces. It was touched by Sunny's touch. Lin Yang's eyes moved, and he quickly pulled back and dodged the other party's touch. "Huh?" Sunny looked back at Lin Yang, with surprise in his eyes. "Who is this guy? He actually avoided the touch. You know, his touch is completely undetectable even to animals with high vigilance." "Haha." Toriko laughed. "Sunny, let me introduce you, this is Lin Yang, a very powerful guy." "Lin Yang." Sunny looked at Lin Yang carefully, a guy he had never seen before, very handsome, and in line with his aesthetic standards. "Hello, Sunny." Lin Yang smiled and greeted. You are very vigilant, you actually avoided my touch, how did you do it?" Sunny asked curiously. Lin Yang walked over and said with a smile, I saw it, do you believe it?" "Oh. Is that so?" Sunny was shocked, but his eyes flashed a cunning look, and then he activated his touch again. He didn't believe what Lin Yang said. At this moment, Lin Yang smiled, "Come again." However, he did not dodge, but stretched out his hand and pinched 2 fingers. Others could not see what Lin Yang pinched with their naked eyes. However, Sunny was very clear, and his face changed, because one of his triggers was pinched by Lin Yang. Lin Yang smiled strangely, and flames burned on his 2 fingers, but he activated the ability of the burning devil fruit. "Ah!" Sunny felt pain and quickly took back the trigger. His eyes looked at Lin Yang differently. "This guy is really amazing." Lin Yang smiled and said, "You can't touch my face with the trigger casually, otherwise I will burn it." Sunny looked frustrated, but there was nothing he could do. He believed that Lin Yang could see his trigger, and he never dared to use it casually on Lin Yang again. "Haha." Toriko laughed, "Sunny, didn't I tell you just now? Lin Yang is very powerful, I am no match for him, now you believe it." Sunny looked at Lin Yang again, "You are really powerful. I like you. How about I treat you to my full Western meal some other day?" Lin Yang nodded, "Okay, no problem." Toriko quickly reminded, Lin Yang, you'd better not look forward to his full Western meal, he is the most picky BD. Ah! Toriko, you are so noisy. Sunny was very dissatisfied, and actually said that he was picky. He felt that his full Western meal was the most perfect. Unique. Lin Yang smiled slightly. In fact, he also knew that Sunny's full Western meal. Appetizer, skin beautifying cabbage, capture level 30. Soup, Holy Grail lobster juice, capture level 19. Fish dishes, whitening tuna, capture level 25. Meat dishes, perfect beef, capture level 21. Main course, none. Salad, glutinous bean sprouts, capture level 15. Dessert, none. Drink, Holy Grail Dragon Scale Wine, capture level 35. All are whitening and beauty ingredients. According to his sister Ling, Sunny is like a woman. Love beauty, and narcissistic. However, Lin Yang doesn't care about these, anyway, eating can improve strength. Haha. At this time, Director Mansum had put down the legal mammoth and laughed, Sunny is here, so let me talk about the commission. Toriko asked doubtfully, Director, isn't the commission this legal mammoth? Sunny was also confused. He has captured the legal mammoth and handed it to the director in person. Director Mansum said, this is just a baby mammoth. The Bishokukai are targeting an adult mammoth. They have already sneaked into the first habitat, you have to catch it before them. What? This is a baby. Toriko and Sunny were surprised, then, how big is an adult mammoth? Tom next to him was also stunned. The baby mammoth is as big as a mountain, if it is an adult. I can't imagine it. Lin Yang was very calm. Because he knew it from the beginning. Chapter 37 Rock Drum, please give me flowers and votes. Igo has 8 gardens around the world, and the climate and environment of each garden are different. Although all of them are designated as dangerous areas, the first habitat is the most dangerous in terms of the vastness of the garden and the difficulty of dealing with the beasts. It is called the Hell Garden with an average capture level of 27. Lin Yang, Toriko, Sunny, Ling, and the fighting wolf Terry, 4 people and 1 wolf have come here, and their goal is to capture the adult legal mammoth. Toriko and Sunny are the commission tasks arranged by Director Mansum. Ling came for Toriko, and Lin Yang came to complete the system's tasks. Tom did not come because he had other things to deal with. According to the research information, the location of the adult mammoth is the habitat of the demons in the first habitat, the legal plateau. The 4 people and 1 wolf are heading to the legal plateau. Because the Bishokukai has also been dispatched, Lin Yang and others need to hurry up and must capture the legal mammoth before the Bishokukai. Bishokukai, the 6th branch. Beep, cheep, snap. A fat bug with a human butt screamed and fled. Wait a minute, give me that bug. Bay, a man wearing only his trousers, chased the bug, shouting, his face was ugly and disgusting. He pounced on it, grabbed the bug with both hands, and a greedy light appeared in his eyes. Hee hee, it looks delicious. It's better to eat it as sashimi than roasting it whole, pour mustard blood soy sauce on it and eat it. His eyes were shining. At this moment, a huge shadow appeared in front of him. He looked up and was immediately startled. Ah! Lord Starjun. The man wore a mask, had long hair, and a knife on his waist, looking majestic. He put his hand on the bug, and blue flames came out of his hand. Sizzle. The bug was roasted. You still have such a bad taste in food, Bay. Starjun said, by the way, it seems to have taken a long time to capture the legal mammoth. Is there any problem? When this question was mentioned, Bay became excited. Ah. That's because a hateful little devil appeared. If it weren't for the little devil interfering. Hearing this, Starjun was shocked and said quickly, Are you talking about the black-haired, 1.7-meter tall man with Toriko? Yes, that's him. Bei said fiercely, next time I see him, I will pull out his intestines. Starjun clenched his fists, his eyes full of fighting spirit, and walked forward. A short old man who looked like an old wizard came over with a cane and said respectfully, Deputy Chef, I'm sorry to come to you. He is Chiao Chiao, a mechanical engineer at Bishokukai. GT Robot, the new GT Robot was developed by him. Starjun asked, who are the people who are going out this time? Jojo replied, there are Lord Saidoru, the weirdo Zaiba, the wild man Doza and Kid. Starjun shook his head and said, this may not be enough. The other party may have the 4 heavenly kings gathered together, not to mention that Guy is also there. One machine for one person. After being defeated by Lin Yang in the form of a GT robot at the cave beach last time, he went to the cave beach in person again, but unfortunately Lin Yang had left. Now, hearing that Lin Yang might be on the statutory plateau, he can't wait. Jojo was a little surprised, the deputy chef is going to go out in person again. Lin Yang and others came to a black grassland. Not far away, there were many animals eating grass. Wow! Isn't this a grassland of black grass? So amazing, it's black grass that is very popular as a salad. Toriko exclaimed. Then he walked up, pulled up a handful of black grass and started eating. Haha, it's delicious. Toriko was happy, Lin Yang, you should try it too. Lin Yang walked over, squatted down, grabbed a handful, and stuffed it into his mouth. It tasted really good, with the aroma of chocolate. Woof woof. At this time, the fighting wolf Terry barked vigilantly, looking fiercely to the side. Lin Yang had already noticed it, and looked over, only to see 3 huge stone monsters coming over. Gulp gulp. The stone monsters made vicious sounds from their mouths, and their eyes were extremely ferocious. Ah! It's a rock drum. Toriko's forehead broke out in cold sweat. Rock drum, a giant crustacean, capture level 27. Originally, its habitat should be near the coast, but because it was too greedy, it headed inland in search of a large amount of food. Gulp gulp. The rock drum roared, and the nearby animals fled in panic. Boom. A rock drum raised its fist and hit a fat pig, flattening it, then grabbed it, stuffed it into its mouth, and ate it with satisfaction. Blood splattered. Ah, so disgusting. Seeing this scene, Ling screamed. Her scream also attracted the other party. A rock drum turned its head and looked over, revealing a ferocious look in its eyes, and walked over. Chapter 38, Roasted Cream Matsu Take, please give me flowers and votes. Looking at the rock drum, Sunny's eyes flashed with a strange light, and he smiled and said, Lin Yang, Toriko, there are just 3 rock drums. Let's have a competition to see who can knock down the rock drum first, how about it? While speaking, Sunny was already preparing to attack a rock drum. Sunny, you are too cunning, you want to attack before it even starts. Toriko said dissatisfiedly, and rushed to a rock drum. Lin Yang didn't say much. They both wanted to play, so he played along. The rock drum punched Sunny, who was rushing over. Sunny smiled and couldn't help laughing, haha, I'm sure to win. My attack range is within 25 meters. Shovel. He launched an attack. This is an advanced method that can rebound the opponent's physical attack. The stronger the opponent's attack, the stronger the rebound power. Of course, it is not infinite rebound. If the force exceeds the spatula's tolerance, then it cannot be rebounded. He was confident that he could bounce the force of the rock drum's punch back and hit the rock drum itself, smashing it. But, at this moment, boom! A terrible sonic energy shell hit the rock drum that Sunny was about to attack, and directly blasted it away. Sunny was immediately confused. That was the one he was going to attack, but someone else took the lead. Hey, Lin Yang, you guy, that's the one I want to attack. Sunny was a little unhappy. He had already imagined the gorgeous scene of the rock drum being bounced back by the spatula. Lin Yang smiled and said, there is no rule to hit that one, right? Hee, I won. By the way, I'm leaving first, you guys can play slowly. As he said that, he took a step in the air and flew to the south. Damn, Lin Yang, this guy is not loyal enough. Toriko shook his head helplessly, approached a rock drum, and directly used the 5-shot punch to knock the opponent to the ground. Terry, Ling, let's go this way. Toriko called out, and then headed north. Because if he went in the same direction as Lin Yang, he couldn't fly and couldn't pass through the ancient swamp. Ah! I'm the last one. Sunny reacted, screamed, and used a spatula to bounce the last rock drum out, and then chased in the direction of Lin Yang. After leaving the black grassland, Lin Yang came to another environment. Looking down, he saw a large area of colorful mushroom trees. A sweep of his spiritual sense. Huh! Suddenly, Lin Yang's eyes moved, and then his body fell into the mushroom forest. Cream matsu take, this is a high-end ingredient. Lin Yang looked at the many small mushrooms in front of him and his eyes lit up slightly. Without saying anything, he quickly picked some. Suddenly, a huge grasshopper jumped out of the mushroom bush in front of him, with a hideous face. However, there was a black liquid bag on its back. This is a soy sauce grasshopper. In an instant, Lin Yang thought of a delicacy. Soy sauce grasshoppers, soy sauce roasted cream matsu take. This is definitely a delicacy. Thinking of this, Lin Yang's saliva flowed out. Okay. Let's eat first. Lin Yang took out the kitchen utensils and started to roast cream matsu take. How can Lin Yang be so fast? He disappeared. Sunny chased Lin Yang at full speed, but he didn't even see Lin Yang's figure. It smells so good. Suddenly Sunny smelled an amazing fragrance. Where did it come from? He looked at the mushroom forest not far away. After confirming that the fragrance came from there, his body slowly flew over. Who is cooking the ingredients? It made him want to eat. After entering the mushroom forest, Sunny found the source of the fragrance and immediately exclaimed, Lin Yang, it's you. He didn't expect that it would be Lin Yang who was cooking the ingredients. Could it be that Lin Yang is also a chef? Sunny's face was full of shock. Lin Yang looked up at Sunny and smiled, you came quite quickly. The cream matsu take is just cooked. Come and have some. Sunny glanced at the ugly soy sauce grasshopper next to him and felt disgusted. Beauty, 100, disgust 50,000. I won't eat it. Sunny pouted. He won't eat something that is not nutritious and not pretty. Lin Yang shook his head and said, whatever. It doesn't matter if the other party doesn't want to eat it. He grabbed a huge cream matsu take, which was golden and shiny and roasted just right. He couldn't help but eat it in big mouthfuls. The pure natural sweet taste is so refreshing. Ding. Eat cream matsu take, physical skills plus 10. The system's voice sounded, proving the deliciousness of cream matsu take. Because only when you eat delicious ingredients will your strength be increased. For example, the system did not increase the strength of the black grass I ate before. Gurgle. Seeing Lin Yang wolfing down the food, Sunny couldn't help swallowing. Chapter 39 Ancient Swamp, please give me flowers and votes. It looks really delicious. The cream matsu take is also beautifully baked. Sunny was tangled in his heart, but that soy sauce grasshopper is really disgusting. What should I do? Lin Yang ignored the crazy Sunny and continued to eat crazily. He reached out and prepared to grab a cream matsu take. However, the cream matsu take flew away. Looking up, he found that it had fallen into Sunny's hands. Lin Yang smiled slightly and grabbed another cream matsu take and continued to eat. Sunny said seriously, "Lin Yang, don't get me wrong, I think the cream matsu take is very beautiful, I just want to taste it." Lin Yang didn't say much, just give him some face. After taking a bite of the cream matsu take, Sunny's eyes lit up, and then shouted, "Ah! This sweet taste is just right, delicious. So delicious." Without hesitation, he hurried over and sat opposite Lin Yang. He was not polite and reached out to grab the cream matsu take and put it in his mouth. Lin Yang smiled slightly. This guy said he didn't want to eat, but his body was very honest. "Hey, Lin Yang, you are a chef, right? The ingredients are so delicious," Sunny said, looking at the other person with a different look. Before, he thought Lin Yang was a very strong person, but now he found that Lin Yang was actually a very good cook, which was a bit surprising. "Well, I guess so." Lin Yang nodded. Compared to the two of them, Toriko and Ling were much more unlucky. Toriko, Ling, and Terry walked north and entered the White Forest, encountering countless beasts. You know, this is the habitat of beasts. The stronghorn rhino, capture level 19, spewed anger from its nostrils and rushed towards Toriko. Toriko took a horse stance, hugged the horn of the horn rhino with both hands, and burst out with all his strength, throwing the other party out. Ga! Gil! Gwa! But, more beasts surrounded them in the next second, including a level 14 bear horse, a level 16 terror bird, and a level 17 tiger pig. Toriko's face changed drastically. He couldn't handle so many beasts. Ling was even more nervous. Terry bared his teeth and threatened, but it didn't work. Although he had the aura of a king, he was born not long ago, so he didn't have enough bearing and couldn't intimidate. Gritting his teeth, Toriko said, "Ling, use the battle perfume on me. Dilute it 100 times. If the concentration is too high, I will lose my rationality." Hearing this, Ling covered her face with both hands, her face flushed, and she thought wildly, wouldn't it be better to lose my rationality? I can do it in one go. Toriko continued, "Just in case, after shooting, you should also go to shelter immediately. According to the 8 laws of gourmet, it is forbidden to use battle perfume on humans because it is too burdensome to the mind and body. But now, there is no other way, he can only do this." Ling quickly prepared, and then sprayed the war incense at Toriko. In an instant, Toriko's face twisted, like a devil, and a wild breath burst out of his body. At the same time, the shadow of the red ghost in a runaway state appeared behind him, and the momentum was very scary. Ling, who was next to him, was frightened. "Ah!" The red ghost opened his mouth and roared at the beast. The terrible pressure swept out. The beasts felt like they were about to be eaten, and they all fled. Toriko restrained his breath, his face was pale, and he gasped heavily. "Wow, Toriko, so powerful, the beasts are all gone," Ling said. "Woof!" Terry barked in front of him. "Ah, there is another one," Ling exclaimed. Toriko had already noticed it and said, "That's a Diplodocus. It will regard a strong man as its master and let him ride on it until a stronger one appears. It will be loyal to the master's orders. I'm afraid its master is a GT robot, and the order is to trip us. Even if it was threatened by me, it didn't run away. This shows how strong the GT robot is." There was a hint of determination in his eyes. He continued, "Next, I will be its new master." Lin Yang and Sunny left the mushroom forest and continued to move forward in the direction of the statutory plateau. Sunny was still savoring the delicious food just now. "Lin Yang, the cream matsu take and beef mushrooms you made are so delicious." Lin Yang didn't say much. He has such good cooking skills, all thanks to the system. Eating delicious food every day and cooking delicious food will have a bonus in cooking skills. Now, he is almost a level 4 chef. Along the way, there was no danger, but there were many skeletons on the road. The more you go forward, the more skeletons there are. The air also became cold. After a while, a huge swamp appeared in front of the two. This is the ancient swamp. It is said that many ancient delicacies and ingredients are sleeping here, and it is commonly known as the Food Museum. Many strange birds flew over the swamp. Suddenly, a huge monster rushed out of the swamp, opened its huge mouth, and bit a flying strange bird. Chapter 40 Sunny's Hair, Please Vote and Flowers. The beast that bit the flying creature over the ancient swamp was a swamp-tough fish. It was happy and ready to enjoy a feast. But, at this moment, its body was entangled by snails, 1, 2, a total of 8 snails. This is the Yamata snail. The swamp-tough fish screamed in pain and struggled desperately, but it was useless. It never thought that it would become someone else's food. The Yamata snail planned to digest the swamp-tough fish. This is a feast. However, as soon as it had this idea, it suffered a terrible disaster. A roar came. A huge alligator shark rushed out from the depths of the swamp, opened its bloody mouth, and bit the Yamata snail and the swamp-tough fish in its mouth. Plop. The next second, after eating a feast, the alligator shark entered the swamp and continued to wait for the prey to come to the door. Seeing this, Sunny took a deep breath and said, "The fight for gourmet ingredients, even in the ancient swamp, the food chain is still very prosperous." Lin Yang didn't say much. He felt that this situation was more suitable to be described as the weak prey on the strong. It is the same in this era of gourmet food. Without sufficient strength, there is only the fate of being eaten. Bang bang bang. Shaking his head, Lin Yang took a step in the air and flew over the ancient swamp. To get to the statutory plateau, you must pass through here. Seeing Lin Yang flying forward, Sunny hurriedly followed. He was floating in the air. It seems that this is the same as the ability of the floating devil fruit. But, in fact, it is not the case. Under the divine consciousness, Lin Yang can see that the reason why Sunny floats above the swamp is because his hair touches the swamp and supports his whole body. This is called surface tension. Lin Yang said casually, "Sunny, your hair is very useful, it can do anything. Attack, defense, flight, detection, very comprehensive. It's hard to imagine that a long head of hair can be used in so many ways." "Of course," Sunny said proudly, "not only that, my hair has different feeling points depending on the color. Pink is a warm point, green is a pressure point, and white is a pain point. By the way, Lin Yang, you can fly by kicking your feet in the air." "How do you do that?" Lin Yang explained, "This is called air step, or moon step. Use strong foot force to step on the air to generate strong air retention force. You can walk in the air like stepping on stairs, but you can't stay in the air for too long." The two chatted and continued to move forward. After a while, Sunny changed the topic and said, "Lin Yang, have you noticed this abnormality in the swamp? Logically, there should be many beasts here, why are they all gone? As a cold storage for the food chain, the swamp should have a lot of food, but it was rarely seen along the way. Instead, many tattered corpses floating in the swamp were seen, which was obviously abnormal." In fact, Lin Yang had already discovered this problem. His spiritual sense spread out, and everything around him was very clear. Many beasts in the swamp were dead. The beasts were basically killed. Lin Yang replied, "There is a small island ahead, go and see." The two soon saw a small island, where the corpses of beasts were piled up and the stench was overwhelming. Sunny's face changed. This is the trace left by someone who crossed the swamp. The one who would do such a thing is Bishokyukai. It's really not pretty. He was a little annoyed. If it was to capture food, there would be no problem, but this is a massacre. Lin Yang didn't say much. He couldn't control what others did. Now, he was worried about the gem meat in the body of the legal mammoth. Surprisingly, the people of Bishokyukai came here, and their purpose must be this. We must not let the people of Bishokyukai take it away. Sonny, we have to speed up. Lin Yang said, and then he exerted force on his feet and rushed out like a sharp arrow. Sonny recovered and hurried to catch up. On the other side, after a hard fight between Toriko and Diplodocus, the winner was finally decided. At this moment, Toriko, Lingzheng, and Terry rode on the back of Diplodocus and headed for the statutory plateau. Woof! Terry barked vigilantly in the direction of the White Forest. It sensed a dangerous breath. Toriko seemed to sense a strong crisis, with a stern look in his eyes. He had just fought with Diplodocus and had consumed a lot of his physical strength. If he met a stronger guy, the situation would be very bad. He had to move forward as soon as possible. So, without hesitation, Toriko hurriedly urged Diplodocus to speed up. Soon, a canyon appeared in front of him, with countless stone pillars standing in the canyon, and there was almost a beast on each stone pillar. The air was gloomy and depressing, like walking into hell. There was no doubt that this was the Devil's Arena. Toriko's face looked a little ugly. If you want to reach the statutory plateau, you must pass through here. Almost at the same time, a tall black GT robot on the black grassland walked forward, and behind it were the broken bodies of rock drums scattered all over the ground. Chapter 41, Damn, it fell down, please vote and flowers. Lin Yang and Sunny sped up and passed through the ancient swamp, landing on a piece of land. The surroundings were desolate, with almost no green plants to be seen, and all they could see were small hills. After going forward for a while, a tall mountain appeared in front of the two people, and they couldn't see the end when they looked up. Sunny introduced, "This is the entrance to the statutory plateau, the statutory wall, Gundam 3000 meters. Lin Yang, are we going up?" After thinking about it, Lin Yang nodded and said, "Go up." If the original plot went as it was, the statutory mammoth would fall from the plateau, but Lin Yang found that many plots had changed, so he was not sure whether the statutory mammoth would fall. Bang bang bang. Take an empty step and rush upwards. Sunny also floated up. The speed of the two was neither fast nor slow. Awoo! Suddenly, hideous heads popped out from the caves in the wall. Lin Yang looked over and saw a monster with a black body and green eyes, grinning. There were a lot of them. These were actually snake cliffs, mammals, and the capture level was 30. Sunny said, "Lin Yang, this is the legal wall overlord. As long as we do nothing, they will not attack us. On the contrary, if we anger them, it will be very difficult to deal with them." On the surface, he was very calm, but in fact, he was a little nervous. So many snake cliffs are monsters of capture level 30. Once they attack, it will be bad luck. Lin Yang did not speak. The strength of the snake cliffs is very good. The number of them is indeed a big threat, but they are not afraid at all. If the other party attacks, Lin Yang has a way to deal with them. Now, the snake cliffs have no intention of taking action, so Lin Yang ignores them. Continue to go up. At this moment, on the top of the legal plateau, a tall GT robot angrily attacked a huge beast. Boom boom boom. However, its attack did not cause any damage to the behemoth. The GT robot was shocked. "Hey, what a joke, this body is too big, there is no way to start. There is no way to kill it. The branch chief has entered the body of the mammoth, right? I have no choice but to go in too." It turned out that this behemoth was the statutory mammoth. For some reason, this guy was in a state of rampage, very angry, and his huge nose suddenly sucked in all the beasts around him. Puff. The next second, the nose sprayed, but countless bones sprayed out. The GT robot's expression changed. This monster is undoubtedly the top predator on the statutory plateau. Boom boom boom. The statutory mammoth rushed forward as usual. Hey, is it going to leave the statutory plateau? Ah! It's going to fall. The GT robot exclaimed. Below, Lin Yang and Sunny were flying upwards while chatting. Suddenly, a black shadow appeared above their heads, and it felt like the sky had darkened. Lin Yang looked up and his eyes changed. Damn, it fell down again. Sunny, retreat quickly. Sunny was confused at first. Then he found something unusual above his head. He looked up and saw a super huge thing falling down. His expression changed suddenly. Ah! What is this? Without saying anything, he quickly followed Lin Yang to retreat. Lin Yang said, that's the legal mammoth, it fell down. We have to find a way to avoid it, otherwise we will be crushed. Roar roar roar. The snake cliffs in the cliff were also disturbed, and their eyes became fierce. Lin Yang, then this guy thought we caused the commotion, and they are going to attack us. Sunny was a little nervous. There is a legal mammoth falling down from above, and there are snake cliffs attacking from below. The situation is not optimistic. Lin Yang saw the snake cliff, his eyes moved, and a good idea formed in his mind. Sunny, hide in the snake cliff's cave. While speaking, he rushed to the snake cliff's cave. Sunny was startled, but gritted his teeth and followed. Although hiding in the snake cliff cave will be attacked by the snake cliff, it can indeed avoid being hit by the legal mammoth. This is indeed a crazy method. Roar, roar, roar. The snake cliff roared out of the cave, aiming at Lin Yang and Sunny. These two damn humans dared to cause trouble here, eat them. Sunny's scalp tingled. How to deal with so many snake cliffs? His spatula can bounce some, but not all, and he will inevitably be besieged. Being besieged by a beast of capture level 30, I get goosebumps when I think of this. Lin Yang, however, did not change his expression. Facing the fierce snake cliff, his eyes suddenly flickered, and an invisible pressure roared out from his body. The void fluctuated. This is Lin Yang using the domineering. At this moment, countless snake cliffs had a blank mind, closed their eyes, fainted, and fell one after another. Some of the stronger ones stood at the edge of the cave. Although they did not faint, their legs were weak. Seeing this scene, Sunny was shocked. What happened? What did Lin Yang do? Chapter 42, also called Coco, Seeking Votes and Flowers. Click. Lin Yang entered a cave. Sunny followed closely. Next to him was a strong snake cliff, which stared at Lin Yang with fear in its eyes. Then, it seemed to be unable to bear the weight, and fell down, and also fainted. Almost at the same time, the huge legal mammoth fell in front of the two people. This is not a beast, it is simply a mountain. It is too big. If it is hit, it will be flattened. Fortunately, the two hid in the snake cliff cave in time and escaped. On the other side, Fighting Wolf Terry chose a route without danger and took Toriko and Ling through the demon arena. However, Terry was still highly alert and stared at the direction of the demon arena. Because there was a danger approaching there. Toriko naturally sensed it, and his expression was a bit ugly. Even from a long distance, he felt the overwhelming pressure. Toriko, what's wrong? Ling asked in confusion. Toriko said, the Bishokukai are coming, and they are very strong. Their target must be the legal mammoth. We must hurry up and capture the gem meat before them. Let's go. However, Terry did not move, but raised his head and chest and shouted a woo. Toriko understood what he meant. Are you going to stay and fight to buy me time? Terry nodded. Toriko respected Terry's decision. In any case, Terry is the king, and it would be a shame for him to flee without a fight. At the entrance of the demon arena, the black GT robot faced the ferocious Diplodocus. Ah! The Diplodocus, loyal to its master, roared and pounced on the black GT robot. Before meeting a stronger master, it would absolutely obey the orders of its previous master. The black GT robot instantly burst out with a terrible momentum, which directly frightened the Diplodocus and made it tremble all over. Boom! Here, the legal mammoth fell to the ground, and the mountains collapsed and the ground cracked, and smoke and dust rolled. Lin Yang rushed out of the cave, stepped on the air, and landed on the ground. Sunny followed closely and floated down. "This is the adult legal mammoth, so big!" Sunny exclaimed. He could hold up the legal mammoth's cub with his hair, but this adult one could never do that. Lin Yang, Sunny. At this time, Toriko and Ling also rushed over. On the way here, the two saw the legal mammoth falling from a high altitude, and they were both shocked at the time. If it hit someone, it would be impossible not to get hurt. Fortunately, Lin Yang and Sunny were safe. The legal mammoth has fainted temporarily. We have to find a way to enter his body and take the gem meat, Lin Yang said. Just now, his spiritual sense had scanned the body of the legal mammoth and found two GT robots inside. They were looking for the gem meat. However, judging from the direction they were looking for, the gem meat could not be found at all. Therefore, Lin Yang's plan to let the GT robot take the gem meat out and then snatch it back was not feasible. He had to go in and quickly grab the gem meat by himself. "Ah! I won't go in if you want to go in." Sunny refused directly. He didn't want to do such a disgusting thing. Toriko said seriously, "Well, we have to enter from its butt. Or, go in from its mouth." Hearing this, Sunny screamed, "Ah! Stop it, it's so disgusting. You go in, I won't go in." Whether it's from the mouth or the butt, Sunny couldn't accept it. Ga. At this time, a bird's cry came from the sky, and a black shadow appeared. It was a huge crow. Then, a figure jumped down from the crow's back. The person who came was naturally Coco. "Toriko, Sunny, I'm here," Coco said happily, and then looked at Lin Yang with a smile on his face. "Lin Yang, we meet again." "Coco." Lin Yang smiled slightly and greeted the other party warmly. Toriko is a good friend, and so is Coco. "Coco, when did you get to know Lin Yang?" Seeing that the two had such a good relationship, Sunny was a little unhappy. Coco smiled and said, "Lin Yang and I had a very happy time on the cave beach." "What, Sunny, are you jealous?" "Tisk. I'm not jealous." Sunny pouted and was angry. Whoosh. At this moment, a wave of energy light shot over, aiming at Sunny. "Danger!" Lin Yang immediately reminded. Sunny reacted quickly and pulled back instantly. Boom! The ground exploded, as if a bomb had fallen there, with amazing power. Toriko, Coco, and Ling, the three people's faces changed. If they were hit, they would either die or be injured. Boom! Then, there was another loud noise on the ground not far away, and then a huge GT robot appeared in front of everyone. It was it that attacked Sunny just now. "Ha ha ha, 3 of the 4 heavenly kings are here, it's a great achievement to get rid of you." Chapter 43 Lin Yang's Method, please give me flowers and votes. "Who are you going to kill? You rubbish." Sunny was furious. Damn, the other party actually attacked him. If Lin Yang hadn't reminded him in time, and he reacted too quickly, he would have been injured by the explosion. As he said that, he was about to take action. Coco stopped him and said, "Sunny, Toriko, Lin Yang, go capture the gem flesh. I saw other electromagnetic waves in the body of the legal mammoth. It should be that the Bishokukai people have entered it. Anyway, leave it to me to deal with this." Lin Yang didn't say much. Originally, he wanted to kill the GT robot in seconds, but seeing that Coco wanted to take action, he gave him a chance to practice. In fact, Lin Yang also knew that the commission task of capturing the gem flesh was given to Toriko Sunny and others, which was secretly arranged by President Yulong, with the purpose of training Toriko and others. Oh. At this time, the legal mammoth woke up, made a strange sound, and rushed to one side. Coco took off her headscarf and said quickly, "Go quickly, and you must capture the gem meat." Lin Yang said nothing more and immediately chased after the legal mammoth. Toriko, Sunny, and Ling also moved. "Idiot, did I let you leave? Go to hell." The giant GT robot opened its mouth, and the energy inside gathered, ready to launch a terrible attack. Coco blew a whistle and shouted, "Chiss! Ga!" The crow had understood Coco's meaning, and with a strange cry, it swooped down from a high altitude and rushed towards the giant GT robot at a very fast speed, and its huge wings chopped on the opponent's feet. This process happened very suddenly and quickly. The giant GT robot felt that its feet were tripped by a force, and its body lost its center of gravity and fell forward, and the energy cannon in its mouth just exploded. Boom! The energy cannon bombarded the ground. The ground collapsed and smoke and dust rolled. Coco stood there, without the slightest carelessness, and immediately raised his momentum to the extreme, ready to fight to the end. He knew that the opponent was very strong, and it was not so easy to win. If he was a little careless, he would lose his life. The smoke and dust dissipated. The giant GT robot stood up, his face was black, and the hair on the back of his head was burnt, looking a little embarrassed. "UBD, I won't let you die so easily." He was angry. Coco sneered, "Are you talking about yourself? I can see your death." "Death?" The giant GT robot laughed, "Are you stupid? Talking to the robot about death, it's so funny." He looked at Coco with an idiotic look. "Talking to the robot about death, it's really funny." Coco raised the corner of his mouth and said, "No. I'm talking about the operator, because the performance is very high, so the operator's death is conveyed." "Stupid, I don't want to talk nonsense with you, go to hell." The giant GT robot directly launched an attack. On the other side, Lin Yang and the other four caught up with the legal mammoth. However, they haven't thought of a good way to enter its body. Toriko said, "There's no other way. It seems that I can only enter from the butt." "Ah! No way." Sunny screamed directly, "I don't want to. If I go in from there, I'll go back." He would never go in from such a disgusting place even if he was beaten to death. Lin Yang didn't waste any words and rushed directly to the front of the legal mammoth and attacked him. However, these attacks did not cause any harm to it. Of course, Lin Yang's purpose was just to attract the other party and anger him. If you want to enter the other party's body without hurting the other party, you can either choose the butt or the mouth. Lin Yang chose the latter. Under the provocation, the legal mammoth was indeed extremely angry and attacked Lin Yang, and directly sucked him with his huge nose. Lin Yang was sucked in. At the moment of entering the legal mammoth's nose, Lin Yang sprayed from his mouth, "Sonic rocket launcher." Boom! The sonic boom sounded. The legal mammoth felt pain and became even more angry, and then directly pointed his nose at the open mouth. Puff! So, Lin Yang was sprayed out and flew into the mouth of the legal mammoth. Toriko and Sunny were terrified. The teeth of the legal mammoth are extremely sharp. If you get bitten, you will definitely die. Lin Yang is too crazy. However, all of this is under Lin Yang's control. When he was about to get close to the mouth of the legal mammoth, he forced himself to stabilize his body, performed an empty step, and rushed into the mouth of the legal mammoth in an instant. Toriko, Sunny, and Ling were all dumbfounded. Lin Yang just entered like this. Although this is risky, It is undoubtedly a good idea. Sunny, Ling, let's do the same as Lin Yang. Toriko said and rushed over. Sunny was quite accepting of this method, at least it was not so disgusting. Sunny and Ling rushed over and cooperated with Toriko. However, they did not handle some details as well as Lin Yang. Almost lost his life. Chapter 44, Fighting a Passage, Please give me flowers and votes. Toriko, Sunny, and Ling came to the legal mammoth, but before they could make a move, the furious legal mammoth sucked them over with its nose. Wow! What a strong force! Toriko, Sunny, and Ling were like leaves in the wind, unable to keep their bodies steady, and flew towards the legal mammoth's nostrils. Sunny, can't you stop this momentum? Toriko asked, her face pale. His body was staggering, and he couldn't control it at all, and couldn't charge up to attack. Sunny looked painful. No way, the force is too strong. He wanted to use a spatula, but it was shaky and he had no aim, so it didn't work. At this time, Ling next to him shouted, Devil Durian Perfume. Everyone, plug your noses. This is a perfume extracted from the essence of the devil durian fruit, which can emit a stench that even a flying insect is unwilling to approach within a radius of 1 kilometer. The 8 fundamental food methods, the devil durian perfume has restrictions on use. Originally, she didn't want to use it, but now it's time to do nothing. Hearing Ling's words, Sunny and Toriko quickly blocked their noses. Ling sprayed the devil durian perfume at the legal mammoth's nose. The stench was overwhelming. Puff! The legal mammoth couldn't bear it and sprayed gas directly from its nostrils. Toriko, Sunny, and Ling were sprayed into the mouth of the legal mammoth, and the 3 of them fell on the huge teeth, and the upper teeth bit down. We are going to be crushed. Ling exclaimed. Toriko and Sunny's faces also changed drastically, but they didn't have time to think about it, and quickly raised their hands to support the teeth that were bitten down. Suddenly, the 2 felt that they were pressed by the mountain and their bodies were about to explode. Ling, go to the throat. Toriko ordered. Ling reacted and ran away quickly. Sunny. Toriko ordered again. I know. Sunny understood what Toriko meant in an instant, and shouted with all his strength, shovel. A spatula-shaped energy sphere bounced on the huge tooth, bouncing it up slightly. Toriko and Sunny relaxed and felt the pressure disappear, but they didn't hesitate and rushed forward immediately. Click. At the moment when the 2 of them left the teeth, the upper teeth also bit down, very dangerous. Go deep into the throat. Toriko said, and then ran forward quickly. Suddenly, his feet slipped and the 3 of them rolled down together. Click. Finally, the 3 of them landed on a place that looked like a lawn. Sunny, you should use the trigger as a buffer, really, huh? Toriko was about to complain a few words, but suddenly he sensed something, looked forward, and saw a coxcomb GT robot, and immediately became alert. Sunny and Ling were the same. Huh? The coxcomb GT robot also found Toriko and the other 3, and his expression changed. Hey, it's like a maze inside, and I'm back to the entrance without knowing it. His original body is Setaru, a weirdo who likes to collect eyeballs. It turns out that this guy is lost. Sunny took a deep breath, stood up, and said seriously, leave this to me, Toriko, you and Ling go first. Toriko naturally understood Sunny's determination and nodded, Ling, let's go. After Lin Yang entered the body of the legal mammoth, he directly opened his spiritual sense and locked the location of the gem meat. Speaking of which, the body of the legal mammoth is like a large maze, it is easy to get lost, let alone find the gem meat. Fortunately, Lin Yang has a strong spiritual sense, and the maze has no effect on him. Except for Lin Yang, if it is someone else, if they don't have a strong food luck, it is really not so easy to capture the gem meat. Go directly to the direction of the gem meat, because the passage is winding around, It takes a lot of time to pass normally. Therefore, Lin Yang uses a simple and rough method. Legal mammoth, you are going to suffer a little. With a mutter, he clenched his fist and burst out with a nail fist. Boom. A thick layer of flesh wall was directly pierced. Lin Yang stepped over. Boom boom boom. Fist swung, and layer after layer of flesh walls were broken. A road leading directly to the gem meat appeared. Toriko, Ling seemed to hear something and rushed over. At the same time, another white GT robot in the body also heard the noise and rushed over. So, the two sides met. GT robot. Toriko looked alert and immediately prepared for a fight. Lolialug, it turns out to be Toriko, one of the four heavenly kings. Okay, I'll kill you first. The white GT robot said with a grin. His original form is the wild man Doza. The battle between the two is about to break out. On the other side, the powerful black GT robot subdued the Diplodocus and rushed to the legal plateau through the demon arena. But, at this time, the fighting wolf Terry appeared, grinning, and blocked his way. The black robot scratched his head with his hand. Forget it, I don't have time to waste here, let the Diplodocus play with you. His original form is Starjun. To him, Terry is an unnecessary opponent. His target is Gem Flesh and Lin Yang. Chapter 45, Poison Hell, please give me flowers and votes. GA. The crocus flew down, Coco jumped on it and rushed into the sky. The giant GT robot said angrily, stop right there, you little brat. Didn't you say you were going to deal with me? What's the point of running away? Coco ignored the other party's provocation and started thinking. Through the previous attempts, he has found a way to defeat the other party. To defeat the other party, he must destroy the other party's sensor. Peeler shooting. The giant GT robot approached and launched an attack directly. Swish, swish, swish. Sharp blades shot at Coco like rain, breaking through the air. Very powerful. Can easily cut off the stone. Coco just stared at the whistling blades, captured their flight trajectory, and then dodged. This is an easy thing for him. Because his dynamic vision is very strong, those whistling blades seem to be still in his eyes, which is impossible for ordinary people. Big idiot, watch out. The giant GT robot roared, opened its mouth, and gathered energy. It was going to use its ultimate move. However, Coco was waiting for this moment. He immediately jumped up from Kaisa's back and stretched out his right hand. Now. Rifle. Swish, swish, swish. The venom shot into the giant robot's mouth. However, at this moment, the laser energy cannon in the giant GT robot's mouth also shot out, and with a bang, it brushed past Coco's shoulder. Ah! Coco groaned, his shoulder was injured, and a piece of skin there was charred. The whole person fell from the air and fell into the big pit that the legal mammoth had smashed before. Seeing this, the giant GT robot flashed away and stepped on Coco's body. Boom! The ground collapsed. Wow! Coco screamed, and blood flowed from his mouth. This time, the injury was even more serious. What did you shoot into my mouth? The giant GT robot was annoyed, and then analyzed, this signal, blocked the transmission of taste, it's poison. As he said this, he increased the strength of his feet. Coco's face became more painful. Just playing tricks, how could that kind of thing be effective against GT robots? His eyes were full of sneers. Coco's face was pale, but a confident smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. That's hard to say, this place is just right, I specially led you here, I can finally fight seriously, no one can get close to me. As he said this, his momentum changed, and the food demon cell poison ghost also ran out, and black gas came out of his body. The giant GT robot was full of disdain. Are you an idiot? I'm a new GT robot. I've even passed the swimming test of the poison tide. The poison has no effect on me. The sea of death. Coco laughed. For me, it's a comfortable and pleasant sea. Let's compare, which is more harmful, the poison tide or my poison? Poison hell. As soon as the voice fell, more black smoke came out of his body, filling the entire pit. The giant GT robot's eyes changed slightly. What is this? The visual and skin signals are partially blocked. It's such a strong stimulation. The smell-related ones are basically blocked. Is this volcanic gas? Coco said, I can decompose the metabolites in the body, produce highly toxic, hydrogen sulfide, toxins, and spray them out. Hydrogen sulfide, a component contained in volcanoes or hot springs, will kill people on the spot when the concentration reaches 1000 ppm, about 0.1% of the original solution. In addition, when the concentration of hydrogen sulfide is increased, it will have a significant corrosive property on metals. The giant GT robot took a deep breath and said, what a terrible guy. He can actually make such a powerful poison. If it weren't for the robot, I would have died. But, unfortunately, the purpose of using GT robots is to enter places that living people cannot approach, such as the deep sea or caves leaking toxic gases, and even erupting craters. The highly corrosion-resistant body cannot be corroded even by high-concentration gas. If this is your last killer, it seems that you have run out of tricks. Coco sneered, is that so? What if I say that I can make a stronger toxin than this? The eyes are full of provocation. Umph. Don't be so stubborn. The giant GT robot shook his head and said, I have seen through your intentions a long time ago. This smoke is a flammable gas. Your purpose is to let me launch an attack to ignite the gas, right? Huh. Hearing this, Coco's mouth twitched. Seeing this, the giant GT robot confirmed his previous thoughts and sneered, but, forget it. Let me respond to your expectations. Let you see clearly that your plan is useless, and blow away the smoke that is in the way, so that I can see your death properly. The mouth opened, and the energy inside gathered. At this moment, Coco's mouth curled up a little imperceptible sneer. On the other side, Lin Yang has finally opened the passage to the gem meat, and suddenly what came into view was a burst of soft light, as if countless gems were emitting. Chapter 46, Gemstone Flesh. Boom. The giant GT robot once again blasted out a laser energy cannon from its mouth. At the critical moment, Coco tried his best to use the last toxin in his body to form a poison film to wrap his whole body. As the explosion sounded, the hydrogen sulfide that permeated the surroundings burned, generating extremely terrible energy that seemed to be able to destroy everything. The poison film on Coco's body was instantly destroyed. His body suffered a terrible attack and was covered with scars. But, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The smoke dissipated. The giant GT robot was proud. Ha, it's really strong, it's just ignited and exploded, almost unscathed, do you understand? Poison man. He looked at Coco and saw that the other party was covered in blood, and shook his head and said, you deserve it. You are the one who will be seriously injured. You can still survive in such an explosion. It's amazing. However, it seems that the person who appears to be dead is not me, but you. Coco did not speak, but thought to himself, the toxins have been exhausted, and the only thing left is to pray to God for enough effect. Goodbye. The giant GT robot said. Boom. It fired a terrifying laser energy cannon at Coco. Huh? Didn't hit? The next second, the giant GT robot was stunned. It missed at such a close distance. What happened? At this moment, Coco smiled. What's the matter? It's rare that a high-performance robot would make such a mistake. The giant GT robot was furious, it's so noisy. He was ready to attack again. However, he felt that he had lost his center of gravity and his body could not keep his balance. With a bang, he fell to the ground. What happened? He panicked. Because he found that he could not control the robot. Coco climbed up with difficulty and smiled, finally reached the core antenna. This is where the legal mammoth fell from the cliff. Because hydrogen sulfide is heavier than air, this is the best place for accumulating toxins. Of course, while releasing hydrogen sulfide, I also generated two other highly toxic substances, concentrated hydrochloric acid and concentrated nitric acid. Both absorbed the energy of the explosion and vaporized, and entered the core antenna at the same time, and finally returned to the liquid, causing the balance control to deviate. As a robot, deviation is fatal. So, the winner is decided, you lose. The giant GT robot was speechless, not because it had nothing to say, but because it couldn't say anything at all, and the control failed. Huh. Coco exhaled a foul breath. The physical strength has been exhausted, and I have to replenish it quickly. Swoosh. At this moment, a figure flashed in from a distance, followed by an extremely powerful momentum, which made Coco difficult to breathe. At a glance, it was a black GT robot. What a powerful electromagnetic wave! Coco's face changed drastically, and he panicked. This black GT robot is much stronger than the giant GT robot. If he takes action, he will definitely die. Fortunately, the black GT robot took a look at Coco and the giant GT robot, ignored them, and went directly to the legal mammoth lying on the ground, then broke its abdomen and got in. That guy went in, it's not good. Coco wanted to help, but he fell to the ground helplessly due to exhaustion. Lin Yang, I leave it to you. At this moment, in front of Lin Yang is a huge meatball, shining with crystal light, like a moth flying into a flame, very beautiful. The texture of the pork belly seems to be a handicraft made by craftsmen through repeated processing. The dripping gravy is like gold sand, and the fragrance is better than anything else, which is difficult to match even for high-end perfumes. Reach out and touch it. It is so soft and smooth that it seems to be absorbed on the skin, and the scattered gravy is like cigarette smoke. This is the ancient food treasure, the meat of gems. Lin Yang's eyes are shining with bright light, and his saliva is already flowing out. I can't help it. Lin Yang took out the dragon tooth, cut off a large piece on the spot, and stuffed it into his mouth. Suddenly, his mouth was full of fragrance, and all the cells in his body seemed to be active at this moment. Without much effort to bite, the fragrant meat burst in the mouth, smooth and moist, but full of wildness. The more you eat, the more you want to eat. Gurgle. After swallowing the first bite of meat, the whole stomach became warm, and every pore on the body seemed to emit light. That feeling can only be described in one word, that is, cool. Ah, it's delicious. Lin Yang shouted with satisfaction. He was sure that this was the most delicious meat he had eaten so far. The meat of the Glala crocodile could not compare with it. Without saying a word, he finished the meat in his hand, and then bit it directly with his mouth. Every bite was splashed with meat juice, and the fragrance was filled, making people want to get rid of it. Ding! The capture of the gem meat was successful, the mission was completed, and the reward was armed color domineering. The system's voice came. However, Lin Yang seemed not to hear it, because he was already intoxicated by the deliciousness of the gem meat. He ate it like a wolf and soon became full. Wow! It's so delicious. Lin Yang exhaled, take the rest away and roast it. It should be even more delicious. Without saying anything, he directly cut off the remaining gem meat and put it into the void kitchen. Boom! At this time, a sonic boom was heard not far away. Chapter 47 Sunny's Battle, please give me flowers and votes. Hey, kid, your eyes are pretty nice, worth collecting. The Coxcomb GT robot said to Sunny in the distance, holding a box of eyeballs in his hand and playing with them. Ah, so disgusting. Sunny saw it and screamed, with a look of disgust on his face, "Go ahead, UBD." He was going to vomit. The other party was such a disgusting guy. However, the Coxcomb GT robot seemed to be intoxicated in its own realm. "Ah, this eyeball won't move, don't want it. Go back and dig out the eyeball of the Dilophosaurus." Throwing away an eyeball casually. Sunny was furious, then took a deep breath, restrained his breath, and put away the cooking kitchen at the same time, and then said, "Hey, it's too tiring to fight like this, I have put away the trigger, you come and attack." It turned out that the two had fought just now. The Coxcomb GT robot discovered Sunny's tricks and never dared to fight at close range. Every time he stayed far away. Sunny himself consumed too much energy to maintain the trigger. This was not a solution. Otherwise, he would be exhausted before even touching the enemy. So, he had to adopt the most direct way of fighting now. Originally, he was not the type who would use complex tactics in battle, nor was he the type who would fight to the last moment in a tacky way. He was the type who pursued a fair, simple, and clear victory or defeat. He believed that this was the most beautiful battle. A whole, "I'm almost dying of exhaustion. Come and hit me," Sunny said, relaxing all over, as if he had given up. The Coxcomb GT robot had noticed this and immediately moved. This was an opportunity. He rushed towards Sunny at a very fast speed and grinned, "You are so stupid. I am very fast. I can beat you to death with my fist before you turn on the trigger again." Whoosh! In an instant, he came in front of Sunny, and his speed was really as fast as lightning. "Without the trigger, you are nothing. Go to hell." The Coxcomb GT robot punched Sunny. Sunny couldn't dodge at all, and of course, he didn't plan to dodge. Boom! Puff! The fist almost penetrated Sunny's body. A lot of blood spurted out of Sunny's mouth. Seriously injured. But at this moment, Sunny reached out and grabbed the opponent's fist, and at the same time whispered, "Hair lock." The Coxcomb GT robot felt that his body was bound and couldn't move for a while. But sneered, "Stinky boy, you're not dead yet? But even if you lock me, you don't have the strength, right?" Sunny, with blood on his mouth, sneered, "Who said I don't have the strength? Now, I can beat you up." 200,000 hair punches. It turned out that when he used 30,000 hairs, the farthest attack range was 25 meters, and when he used 200,000 hairs, the attack range was only 3 meters, but the power was the strongest. So, he adopted this more extreme battle. The next second, a devil made of hair appeared behind him, with a hideous face. He raised his huge fist and smashed the Coxcomb GT robot hard. Boom! A sonic boom sounded. The Coxcomb GT robot was directly blasted into the ground. Ha ha ha! The Coxcomb robot laughed, "It's very powerful, but it can't break me. This is a new GT robot. This time, it's my turn to attack you." Sunny smiled and said, "Well, it's really hard. But I advise you not to move, because my trigger has invaded your body and locked your core. If you move, it will explode." The Coxcomb GT robot naturally didn't believe it, and immediately jumped out of the big pit. "You must keep your distance." Bang! However, before he could say anything, an explosion occurred inside his body, his core was destroyed, and he was covered in black smoke. "You!" Finally, he spit out a word and fell down. Huh! Sunny exhaled a breath of foul air and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. "I'm so tired, let's take a nap first." However, as soon as he lay down, a gust of wind blew over and blew him out directly. It turned out that the legal mammoth woke up and wanted to spit out the debris in its body. "Sunny, you're in trouble." Coco was sitting on the ground to rest, and suddenly heard Sunny's scream. Looking back, he saw that the other party flew out of the mouth of the legal mammoth. "Guys, please!" Coco shouted. The crow flew over, caught Sunny, and landed in front of Coco. Sunny covered his face and cried, "My injury was not caused by the enemy, but by an accidental fall." Coco smiled and said, "Yeah, I know. By the way, a very strong GT robot also entered the body of the legal mammoth. I wonder how Lin Yang and Toriko are doing." Sunny said, "With Lin Yang, there will be no problem. We just need to wait here." He has 100% confidence in Lin Yang. Coco nodded. If it was just Toriko, he would be worried, but with Lin Yang around, there was nothing to worry about. Chapter 48, Self-Eating Effect, Seeking Flowers and Votes. Toriko, go to hell. The white GT robot opened its mouth, energy gathered, and the laser wave was about to burst out. Now. Toriko flew forward with all his strength and punched the opponent's laser wave before it could burst out, 5 consecutive. Boom. The laser wave exploded, the white GT robot's entire head exploded, the core was destroyed, and finally fell to the ground. Toriko was covered in wounds and gasped for breath. But, at this moment, he didn't care about so much, and immediately rushed forward. "Ling, a strong guy is coming, we have to leave quickly. I can smell the aroma of gem meat. Just in front." However, at this moment, a hole was blasted in the flesh wall next to it, and a black GT robot came out. At this moment, Toriko's expression changed drastically, his hair stood up, and the pressure from the opponent made it difficult for him to breathe. "Ling, retreat quickly." He didn't expect the opponent to come so quickly. From the breath on his body, it can be judged that it is the guy he met on the beach in the cave before. It's just that he changed to a GT robot, which is more powerful than before. Toriko roared, gathered all the strength in his body into his fist, and rushed forward, 5 consecutive. The black GT robot tilted its head, dodged the attack, and then punched Toriko in the chest. Bang! As the low sonic boom sounded, Toriko screamed, blood spurted out of his mouth, flew backwards, and fell into the flesh wall. He couldn't move for a while and was dying. Originally, he had a big battle with the white GT robot, which consumed a lot of physical strength. Now he encountered a stronger enemy and he had no room for resistance. Just when Toriko was about to faint, he entered a wonderful world and saw an amazing scene. A red ghost was eating his body. This. Toriko was shocked. He recognized the red ghost, it was his gourmet cell demon. What's going on? 5 minutes. At this time, the red ghost turned around and said to Toriko, "After this, you must eat delicious ingredients, otherwise you will die." The black GT robot ignored Toriko and looked to the side. The gem meat should be over there, and that guy should be there too. He took a step. "Hey." At this time, Toriko stood up and shouted to him, "I haven't been knocked down yet. Why are you running away?" Although he didn't quite understand what happened to his body, Toriko felt full of strength and his condition had never been better. The black GT robot stared at the other party and frowned. "Huh? Has the autophagy started?" This is a precursor to the evolution of gourmet cells. Autophagy refers to the behavior of organisms that are in a state of nutrient starvation, breaking down the protein in their own cells through amino acids to temporarily obtain energy. The gourmet cells that eat more gourmet food and become stronger begin to eat themselves in order to avoid life crises, in order to no longer succumb to difficulties, seek evolution, and pursue amazing power. Whoosh! Toriko rushed towards the black GT robot at a rapid speed, and instantly arrived in front of the opponent, bursting out with all his strength, punching out 6 consecutive punches. However, the black GT robot stretched out his palm to catch the punch, but the terrifying force could not shake his palm. Toriko was stunned. This is too strong. He has already burst out 6 consecutive nail punches, but he can't shake the opponent at all. You are still too weak. The black GT robot said coldly, what about the guy who was with you on the cave beach before? Let him come. Meat crushing punch. Blast out with a punch. Wow. Toriko screamed, spurting blood from his mouth, and his body flew backwards like a cannonball. Bang bang bang, his body hit several layers of flesh walls in succession. Toriko. Ling's face changed drastically, his eyes were full of anger, and he raised his right hand to the black GT robot, Fang Fang rocket launcher. Dare to hurt Toriko, unforgivable. Bang. A cannonball formed by a ball of white smoke blasted out. The black GT robot was not afraid at all. It rushed forward, shattered the shells, came to Ling, and punched her in the abdomen. Ugh! Ling screamed, blood spurted from her mouth, and fell backwards, hitting the flesh wall, but fainted. The black GT robot didn't even look at it, and turned to walk towards the direction of the gem meat. At this moment, Lin Yang had already captured the gem meat, heard the sonic boom, and walked over, only to see Toriko lying there covered in blood. Linear. Lin Yang. Toriko was not dead yet, but was seriously injured and extremely weak, and even had difficulty speaking. However, he was relieved when he saw Lin Yang. Lin Yang took a piece of gem meat from the void kitchen and put it in Toriko's mouth, saying, hurry up and eat something. Toriko's condition was very critical. If he didn't eat something, he might die. Seeing the glittering meat, Toriko's eyes lit up and his heart was extremely horrified. This is definitely gem meat. He couldn't help but drool. Click. At this time, footsteps were heard and a black GT robot appeared. Finally found you. Chapter 49, Still can't withstand my punch, please give me flowers and votes. Lin Yang looked up at the black GT robot coming over, frowned and said, looking for me? What do you want to find me for? Last time on the cave beach, you defeated me. Said the black GT robot, in order to defeat you, I ate delicious food like crazy. My gourmet cells have evolved and my strength has greatly improved. It's completely different from the time on the cave beach. Then what? Lin Yang asked calmly. This time, I will defeat you. Said the black GT robot, with a fierce fighting spirit in his eyes. Toriko, who had eaten the gem meat next to him, had stood up, emitting light all over his body, his injuries healed, his gourmet cells evolved, and his strength was improved. Lin Yang, that guy is very strong, be careful. He reminded. If it was in the current state, he felt that he could fight with the GT robot. Oh? So your name is Lin Yang? I remember your name. Said the black GT robot, my name is Starjun. Lin Yang, come and fight me. As soon as the voice fell, the momentum on his body burst to the extreme. The terrifying pressure enveloped the entire space. At the same time, a shadow appeared behind him. It was a three-eyed humanoid monster, and it looked very scary. This is his gourmet cell demon. Obviously, he was serious. Feeling this extremely powerful momentum, Toriko's expression changed, and he thought to himself, so strong. Almost at the same time, Coco and Sunny, who were resting outside, also sensed this terrible pressure, and their faces changed. They immediately turned to look at the legal mammoth. This sense of oppression is so strong. It was released by the black GT robot. This guy is really strong. I wonder if Lin Yang can deal with it? At this time, both of them were a little unsure. However, feeling the pressure released by Starjun, Lin Yang didn't feel anything, and said calmly, want a fight? Then come on. Although the current Starjun is indeed much stronger than when he was on the cave beach, so is Lin Yang. Whoosh. Starjun moved. instantly appeared in front of Lin Yang. Toriko next to him exclaimed, "So fast." But, Lin Yang didn't react. Meat crushing fist. Starjun punched out violently. Spiral fist. Terrifying power. The void seemed to be twisted. Lin Yang, however, looked normal, silently chanting in his heart, "Armament haki." In an instant, the skin on his abdomen turned black and hard as steel. Boom. A low sonic boom sounded. Starjun's expression changed drastically, because he felt that the punch hit the steel. So hard. "I took your punch, so you take mine too." Lin Yang clenched his fist and punched the opponent's chest, 20 consecutive. Bang. Bang bang bang. Boom. The black GT robot's chest suffered a violent impact, a sonic boom sounded, and the body flew backwards. After the 16th sound, the whole body could not bear the weight and exploded in the air, turning into pieces. Toriko next to him was stunned. He had personally experienced how powerful Starjun's meat-crushing fist was. He was almost killed by that punch before. However, Lin Yang was not hurt by the punch. What's more terrifying is that Lin Yang killed Starjun in 1 second with one punch. Hiss. Toriko took a breath and looked at Lin Yang. "I still underestimated Lin Yang." Bang. The robot's head rolled in front of Lin Yang again, emitting black smoke, but he couldn't speak. Lin Yang shook his head and said, "It's no different from the time at the cave beach. It still can't withstand my punch. Next time you want to fight, I'll do it." Judging from the power of the punch just now, Starjun's strength, if calculated by the capture level, should be around 60. And Lin Yang blasted out 20 consecutive nail punches, which is equivalent to a capture level of 80. So, there is no problem in killing the opponent in 1 second. Bishokyukai, the 6th branch. Crack. The mask worn by Starjun was broken, his eyes were dim, and he walked out of the control room with clenched fists. "Lin Yang? I remember. Next time, I will fight you in person." Chiao Chiao and others were all shocked. The deputy chef actually lost. Who did it? Was it Toriko? It can't be Toriko. I've fought him before, but Toriko doesn't have that much strength. Is it the guy we met on the beach last time? Huh. I didn't expect there would be such a strong person. I have to be careful next time I meet him. On the other side. Huh? That powerful electromagnetic wave disappeared in an instant. Coco frowned. Was he killed in 1 second? If that's the case, it would be too scary. Sunny took a deep breath and said, "It must be Lin Yang. The only one who can kill such a strong person in 1 second is Lin Yang." At this time, the legal mammoth made a strange cry, opened its mouth and sprayed a lot of debris from its mouth, and at the same time, there were people. It was Lin Yang, Toriko, and Ling. Chapter 50, Let's Eat, Delicious, Please Give Me Flowers and Votes. Habitat 1, Research Institute. Is this Garana Il Shaku? The person who spoke was a middle-aged man sitting on a chair with a glass in his hand. He was tall and mighty, wearing a white windbreaker, with his legs tilted, opening one eye and closing the other, and there was a strong sense of majesty on him. Yes, this person is Igo Vice President, Shigematsu. Yes. The bald muscle man, Director Mansum, replied with a proud look, "It has been soaked for 2 years, the alcohol content is 65, very delicious." This is his favorite. Under normal circumstances, he would not take it out to drink. Matsushige drank a few sips leisurely, nodded, and commented, "It has a stinky smell similar to tiger eggs, and a slight bitter taste of herbs. All the pores in my body opened up at once, and my body became warm, just like Huxia medicine." The director did not reply, but indulged in the wine. After a moment, his expression became serious and he said, "Why don't you want to issue Zebra's release permit, Mr. Shigematsu. Zebra was originally arranged to perform the work of protecting the legal mammoth this time. However, Mr. Shigematsu did not issue a permit to release Zebra. This puzzled him. Shigematsu shook the glass in his hand and said, "It can't be so easy to let the problem child out of prison. We must also consider the face of the person who decided to arrest him." Director Mansum said, "This time, if it weren't for Lin Yang, Toriko and the others would be in danger, and the legal mammoth would not be successfully protected." Thinking of Lin Yang, he was full of appreciation. "This is a very good young man." Lin Yang. Shigematsu frowned. "Who is this guy? Is he better than Toriko, Koko and others?" This was the first time he heard this name. But from the look on Director Mansum's face, this kid called Lin Yang must be extraordinary. Director Mansum nodded and said, "You are right. Toriko and others are indeed not as good as him." Shigematsu said, "Such an outstanding kid must be admitted to Igo." Director Mansum said, "I have talked to the president about this matter. The president said that he needs to investigate and figure out his identity before making a decision." "Well, that's the best." Shigematsu nodded. Night fell. However, there was a building that shone with a soft light, brighter than the moon. In the hall, on the dining table, there was already a full plate of shining gem meat. There were all kinds of dishes. Wow, such a shining light, such beautiful meat. Sunny looked at the gem meat on the table and almost cried. Then, he saw Toriko's body shining with golden light, and said dissatisfiedly, "Toriko, have you eaten it?" Toriko smiled proudly and said, "Yes. I was in the legal mammoth, and Lin Yang had eaten it for me. It was really delicious. Just now I went to the toilet, and the feces I pulled out were all sparkling." "Ah, feces. Shut up, it's so disgusting." Sunny screamed immediately after hearing it. Lin Yang shook his head and said, "The full meal of gem meat is ready, let's eat it." Although he had eaten it, he still wanted to eat it. "It's so dazzling, but it's as soft as an incandescent lamp." Toriko said, and couldn't wait to cut off a piece of meat. Wow, it launched a gravy firework, so amazing. With a bright light in his eyes, he stuffed a piece of meat into his mouth. Wow, the meat looks so luxurious, but it's not decorated at all, and the original flavor fills my mouth. This is the crunchy texture that feels like chewing a heart. Although the meat juice gradually oozes out as I chew, it's refreshing and not sticky at all. With a gulp, he swallowed the meat. The whole body is glowing, as if every cell is shining with joy. Wow, delicious. Finally, Toriko shouted with satisfaction. Seeing Toriko eating so happily, Ling also quickly cut a piece of meat and put it in her mouth. Her eyes lit up and her face was full of happiness. This is the rich taste of spare ribs. It feels like countless layers of meat and fat are loosening in the mouth. This might be the best. It's delicious. Next to him, Koko elegantly forked a piece of meat with a smile on her face. "Oh, here it comes, it's tenderloin." Putting the meat in her mouth, her eyes widened instantly. Wow, it melts in the mouth in an instant. Although the fat content is quite high, it is very slippery and very easy to swallow. It's delicious. Compared to the three people who were satisfied while eating, Sunny was much quieter. Because, he was eating crazily, and tears were falling while eating. Swish, swish, swish. Then, a beautiful light bloomed on his body, and the whole person looked like a gem, very beautiful. Delicious, why is it so delicious? Sunny cried. It's so delicious that I cried. Lin Yang, I've decided that I want to make the gem meat the main course of my full meal menu, is it okay? Sunny said. Lin Yang nodded, of course it's okay. However, Toriko next to him was dissatisfied and shouted, "Hey, Sunny, I have already decided on the gem meat, you can't snatch it from me." When he took the first bite of the gem meat, he had already decided. Sunny argued, Toriko, didn't you see? I'm so bright, the gem flesh chose me. Hey, you're too impatient. I'm not. The two were about to fight? Lin Yang shook his head, ignored their fight, and continued to eat the gem flesh. Ding. Check-in location refreshed.